A rusty ventilation fan creaks slowly inside a dim, cracked concrete cell, where our suited protagonist slowly blinks his eyes open to a harsh reality, only to spot a blurry shape crouching in the corner near the toilet, realizing he is trapped in a prison cell with absolutely no memory of how, while the mysterious inmate in orange remains completely silent and still, prompting our boy to sit up and examine his bizarre cellmate more closely. But the stranger suddenly turns, revealing a glowing blue eye beneath a dark hood, sending a sudden jolt of pure panic straight through the suited investigator, who immediately demands to know exactly who he is locked up with, leaving him completely baffled by a response he never could have anticipated. Our boy stares blankly at the filthy toilet in the corner of the room, before his eyes dart up to a creaking ceiling fan and a heavily barred door, prompting him to frantically demand where they are, only for his cellmate to casually call it home. This bizarre answer sends a wave of pure panic through our sweat-drenched investigator. Staring at the hooded inmate, he realizes he is locked in with a dangerous prisoner. Desperately trying to piece together his missing memories, he recalls a vital clue, remembering a chaotic prison riot where heavily armed guards received orders to shoot, which instantly triggered a brutal, bloody slaughter that left the entire security force decimated, knocking him completely unconscious on the cold floor amidst the absolute madness. Back in reality, he stands face to face with this creepy stranger as the tension peaks. Our boy cautiously asks if they are currently locked up inside a literal prison, receiving a silent nod before clarifying if they are actually inside the notorious Fogland, which prompts another nod, confirming this creepy inmate is indeed the kidnapper. But instead of explaining his motives, the silent captor suddenly pulls out a sweet potato, demanding to know the secret of how to cultivate this random root vegetable, leaving our completely speechless investigator staring down at his bizarre new student. At first, he assumed his captor was just operating on a level of pure ignorance. Realizing this level of sheer absurdity completely shatters his understanding of common sense, causing him to explode in anger over being kidnapped for a literal gardening lesson, before clutching his head in absolute terror as he realizes just how insane his captors truly are. Our boy suddenly notices the creepy inmate is suspiciously hiding something behind his back, instantly imagining the worst-case scenario of a hidden gun or a jagged knife. So he decides to take matters into his own hands and lunges forward, tackling the orange-suited captor to the ground with absolutely nothing left to lose, sending the hooded inmate crashing hard onto the cold concrete floor with a loud thud, where our boy immediately pins him down to neutralize any potential threat, feeling a sudden rush of triumph as he successfully subdues his bizarre captor, realizing this guy is actually a total pushover compared to the monstrous guards. But just as he confidently reaches down to disarm the inmate's right hand, he notices the captor's arm beginning to twitch in a deeply unsettling way. Our boy's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes his weapon is completely gone, only to look down and see his own tie binding the inmate's hand to the bedpost. This tied-up captor casually apologizes for the rough treatment while remaining completely unfazed, prompting our boy to dust off his suit and complain about this absurdly stupid kidnapping. But the creepy inmate just stares back, bringing up the sweet potato lesson once again, which earns him a cold rejection from our boy who refuses to teach brainless captors, delivering a savage nutritional insult before turning his back to find a way out, as he approaches the heavy steel door to figure out the guard's daily schedule, confident that the high-alert security forces will rescue him the moment they walk past, until he peeks through the bars and freezes at what is waiting outside. Looking out, he is greeted by a wall of dense, blinding white fog. He desperately rattles the heavy metal door handle, screaming for anyone to answer. But to his absolute shock, the unlocked door simply swings wide open, leaving our boy staring blankly into the misty void in absolute stunned disbelief. Cautiously, he steps over the threshold, wondering why on earth a high-security cell is unlocked, only to find himself standing amidst a sprawling, ruined maze of crumbling concrete blocks, and a sudden wave of cold dread washes over his sweat-drenched face. Turning around, he beholds a massive, apocalyptic crater stretching as far as the eye can see, causing him to collapse backward in sheer terror as he realizes this is no prison, prompting our boy to scream in absolute panic, demanding to know where he has been taken. Before he can let out another sound, a rough hand clamps tightly over his mouth, with the creepy inmate dragging him back down and telling him to finally shut up, warning our boy that escape is impossible, so he might as well just survive, which is a pretty tough sell when surviving means living in this absolute dump, prompting our indignant investigator to pry the hand away and insist he is a civilized citizen, completely oblivious to the colossal, faceless gray monster looming directly behind them in the fog, until he notices his captor staring blankly past him with a look of pure pity, as the towering beast exhales a heavy, chilling breath that rattles the very air, revealing a pair of glowing white eyes staring down at them with absolute malice. Before the inmate dryly whispers that the insult was not actually meant for him, this creepy inmate glares right back, delivering a savage insult that catches our boy completely off guard. But before he can even process the disrespect, a colossal fist rises from the fog and delivers a devastating, bone-shattering blow that sends our investigator flying through the air, leaving him sprawled out on the cold concrete floor, battered and bleeding from his mouth. His captor casually sits nearby, dryly reminding him that he was warned to keep quiet, before complaining that this entire mess has somehow cost him his favorite outfit, which instantly triggers a furious, blood-spattered rant from our highly indignant investigator, screaming at his captor for picking a fight when he literally only has one arm. But the silent inmate simply stands up and slowly begins unzipping his orange jumpsuit, revealing a heavily scarred, incredibly ripped chest that leaves our boy utterly speechless. Our boy frantically panics and apologizes, completely terrified of what this absolute unit is about to do. But instead of throwing a punch, the massive inmate casually steps out of his orange jumpsuit, leaving our bruised investigator staring in utter confusion as the bright fabric is tossed his way, while the towering, shirtless captor coldly commands him to put the prison uniform on right now. Our boy can only stare in absolute shock, his mind completely blanking at the sudden demand, especially after getting a close-up look at the guy's ridiculously shredded, battle-scarred torso. Realizing he is completely outmatched, our boy quickly decides that cooperation is his safest bet, though he secretly worries that wearing this jumpsuit will make him invisible to any rescue teams. But his captor instantly crushes those hopes, dryly revealing that every single guard was already slaughtered, warning him that blending in with the inmates is the only way to survive in Fogland. This creepy inmate suddenly announces it is time to eat, his glowing eyes shining through a dark hood, leaving our bruised investigator utterly confused by the mention of food while wearing this ridiculous uniform. But his train of thought is instantly cut short by a sudden realization, realizing that mealtime is his golden ticket to finally meet an actual prison guard. Meanwhile, a bizarre humming sound echoes through the foggy, ruined corridors of the facility, as some random inmate happily skips along, thoroughly enjoying the post-apocalyptic atmosphere, wearing a stolen suit jacket that is clearly holding on for dear life over his massive belly, though he deeply regrets not stealing the cool glasses to complete his high-fashion look, until a chilling voice suddenly calls out to him from the thick white mist, revealing a terrifying, stitched-up giant demanding to know exactly where he got that fancy suit. This chubby thief immediately shrieks in absolute terror as he realizes he is cornered, groveling on the cold floor before a terrifying, long-haired boss and his muscular henchmen, frantically explaining that a weak nerd with glasses has just moved into Tofu Village, which instantly gives the sinister boss the exact location of his long-lost target. Proud of his theft, the chubby inmate boasts about stealing the nerd's fancy suit, but his bragging is cut short when a sharp blade suddenly pierces his skull, as the ruthless boss repeatedly stabs him to death in a frenzied, bloody rage, leaving the thief's lifeless body sprawled on the floor in a massive pool of blood. Wiping the fresh splatter from his blade, the psycho boss mutters that he finally found him, flashing a deeply unsettling, blood-soaked grin as he prepares to hunt down his beloved teacher. Stepping into the main courtyard, our boy is greeted by a literal forest of gray cement, where creepy inmates with mutated, camouflage-like skin peek out from every dark corner, staring back at him with the wild, unhinged eyes of absolute starving beasts, sending a wave of pure terror through our sweating investigator as he clutches his pipe, wondering if these terrifying creatures are actually human or just straight-up monsters, especially when the local decor consists of skulls wrapped in barbed wire and guarded by crows. Turns out, this nightmare zone looks less like a functional high-security prison, and more like a lawless concrete jungle where only the strongest survive, prompting our boy to nervously ask his captor if this is even a real prison, pointing out that inmates are literally wandering around drunk and completely unsupervised. Pointing at 3 wrapped corpses impaled on spikes, our boy desperately hopes they are just decorations, wondering how a facility supposedly built by the United Nations could devolve into this lawless nightmare. But his captor quickly tells him to lower his voice before they attract unwanted attention, prompting our sweating investigator to mentally scold himself for expecting any logic from a literal kidnapper, especially since this creepy inmate has the exact same unhinged eyes as the other lunatics, reminding himself that survival in this hellhole means trusting absolutely no one, not even his guide. Soon, they arrive at the entrance of a massive, rusted structure labeled as the Chow Hall, where hundreds of orange-suited inmates are packed together, quietly eating their meals at long tables, creating a surprisingly orderly atmosphere that feels completely out of place in this chaotic wasteland, leaving our boy utterly stunned as he grabs a tray and watches hardened criminals patiently lining up. Peering over the shoulders of the inmates ahead of him, our boy realizes something crucial, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he spots a familiar uniform through the crowd. Standing right there behind the serving counter is an actual, fully uniformed prison guard, filling our boy with a sudden, overwhelming wave of relief that he is finally saved. Taking a deep breath, he reminds himself to stay calm and act as civilized as possible, determined to prove he is completely different from the unhinged lunatics surrounding him in line. But as the bag-headed inmate gets aggressively whacked with a ladle, it is finally his turn. Stepping up to the counter, our boy nervously asks the officer if he is indeed a guard, only for the dark-clothed man to reveal he is actually an assigned educator, prompting our boy to immediately introduce himself by his real name, Kang Dante. Dante whispers to the guard, pointing out his hooded captor who is standing right next to him, pleading with the officer to contact his superiors and report that a missing teacher has been found. But the supposed guard just stands there silently, a thick string of drool dripping from his mouth, leaving our boy staring in absolute horror as he realizes something is deeply wrong with this guy, who has completely bloodshot, unblinking eyes and the vacant expression of a mindless zombie. And before Dante can even process this terrifying sight, the bucket-headed server glares at him, aggressively whacking him over the head with a metal ladle for holding up the food line, forcing our dazed investigator to stumble away with his tray while other inmates eagerly dig in. Still rubbing his sore head, he frantically tries to make sense of those vacant, lifeless eyes, desperately wondering why a man wearing a guard's uniform and badge would act like a total zombie. Looking around the chaotic cafeteria, Dante realizes there are absolutely no actual guards in sight, which means nobody is coming to rescue him from this absolute nightmare zone, leaving our sweating investigator to accept the grim reality that he might be stuck here forever. Just as his hooded captor happily stuffs another meatball into his mouth, this silent inmate suddenly turns around and addresses Dante as a mere student, prompting our boy to flash a ridiculously fake, overly friendly smile to salvage the situation, offering to teach the massive guy how to grow sweet potatoes as a last resort. But only if this terrifying powerhouse agrees to help him escape this hellhole. Sitting side by side at the metal table, Dante secretly plots to exploit his captor's simple-minded nature, keeping that creepy, desperate grin plastered on his face as he waits for a response. This hooded inmate looks back coldly, dryly asking if Dante thinks he is an idiot, prompting our sweating investigator to wave his hands frantically and demand some basic accountability. But his captor just stares back in dead silence, letting the awkward tension build, before casually dropping a massive bombshell about needing to become the supreme leader to escape. This ridiculous revelation leaves Dante completely flabbergasted, wondering if he actually heard the guy correctly, while his captor dryly points out that a weakling like him stands absolutely zero chance. But our boy quickly connects the dots, realizing only the boss has outside communication access, as the silent inmate dramatically raises a single meatball, declaring it a simple choice of survival, which only frustrates Dante further, prompting him to beg for some actual, coherent explanations. Unfortunately, his silent captor simply ignores him and goes right back to stuffing his face. Fed up with his captor's nonsense, Dante decides he is officially done playing nice, warning the massive inmate that his powerful family will make him regret this kidnapping. But his dramatic exit is instantly cut short by a booming voice echoing through the hall, calling out his name and demanding to know if Mr. Kang is in the room, sending a wave of confused murmurs through the packed crowd of orange-suited inmates, as our boy realizes with absolute joy that his rescue team has finally arrived, prompting him to scream at the top of his lungs to get their attention, frantically waving his arms and pushing past the bewildered criminals to reach the entrance, shouting his full name and profession to the mysterious silhouette standing in the bright doorway, desperately crying out as he runs toward what he hopes is his ticket home. Dante's rescue fantasy instantly shatters as he finds himself staring up at a towering, long-haired nightmare, who flashes a deeply unsettling, razor-sharp grin that practically screams, "You are in massive trouble," leaving our poor investigator sweating bullets as his survival instincts scream at him to run. But the creepy giant simply bends over, playfully greeting Dante as his long-lost teacher, casually reminding our utterly bewildered boy about that legendary sweet potato class he once taught, which instantly triggers a wave of sheer, terrifying realization in Dante's mind, remembering this absolute unit as the most ridiculously massive student he had ever encountered, a sentiment clearly shared by the rest of the terrified cafeteria crowd, as the kitchen staff instantly recognized this legendary monster as the infamous Shoulder Hyung, leaving Dante completely speechless to learn his former student is actually one of the feared Six Shoulders. This towering psycho is known as the Tower, one of the legendary Six Shoulders of Cell Zero. And looking at him now, Dante suddenly remembers a chilling rumor about this absolute monster. Specifically, the blood-curdling story of how he single-handedly slaughtered the heavily armed prison guards, tearing through their tactical gear and crushing their skulls with his bare hands, leaving a trail of mangled bodies in his wake without showing a single shred of mercy. Turns out, the giant actually found it incredibly rude that guards brought guns to a fistfight, deciding that since they lacked basic manners, he did not need to show any either, which led to him brutally shoving a metal blade right down a guard's throat, performing a grotesque, blood-soaked sword-swallowing act that defied all laws of human anatomy, before unleashing a single devastating slash that sliced the entire squad in half. Trembling between the giant's massive legs, Dante nervously asks why on earth he was being hunted down. This tower casually reaches into his orange jumpsuit, dryly announcing that it is time to resume their class. But he quickly adds that sweet potatoes are boring now, demanding a much more practical lesson instead, flashing a terrifying grin as he presents 3 glowing blue lumps to demonstrate his favorite trick, sending the surrounding brainwashed inmates into a total frenzy as they mindlessly chant about the fog, leaving our sweating investigator completely baffled by this bizarre, glowing blue science project, especially since the other hardened criminals are aggressively demanding to know the secret behind this magic trick. Staring intensely at the weird blue lumps, Dante tries to make sense of this supposed weather phenomenon, only for his honest confession to make the giant's creepy smile instantly vanish, as the towering psycho throws a massive tantrum, screaming that a science teacher should obviously know everything. Dante frantically explains that he has absolutely never seen anything like these glowing blue lumps before, but the giant coldly reveals that all 6 powerhouse leaders gathered here specifically for his lessons, dropping the bombshell that they actually plan to kidnap him back to their territory, before suddenly losing patience and aggressively grabbing our sweating investigator by his orange collar, forcing a glowing blue lump right in front of the terrified teacher's face with a creepy smile, which looks like a pulsating radioactive cabbage that definitely does not belong in any science textbook, prompting Dante to grit his teeth in absolute disgust as the weird object gets shoved closer, while the surrounding brainwashed inmates drool like rabid dogs, completely mesmerized by the glowing treat. Terrified of whatever side effects this thing has, Dante frantically slaps the glowing blue lumps away, sending the precious magic rocks bouncing across the floor as the crowd watches in absolute horror. This surrounding inmates freeze, their glowing eyes locked onto the rolling blue treats, before they instantly dive onto the floor like rabid dogs scrambling for scraps, leaving Dante to watch this sudden madness unfold with absolute horror in his eyes. As a massive, blood-soaked brawl erupts over who gets to claim the glowing rocks, while the towering giant casually looms over our terrified boy to gloat about the chaos, declaring this mysterious blue fog to be a literal blessing from the gods. Suddenly, a frantic scream echoes through the hall as an old inmate swallows a lump, standing tall as glowing blue mist begins to pour out of his mouth and eyes, prompting the ravenous crowd to immediately sink their teeth right into his flesh, brutally tearing the poor old man to pieces in a desperate bid to steal the power. Even as the ravenous crowd tears him to pieces, the old man smiles with glowing blue eyes, while the tower casually looks down at Dante, mocking the inmates for fighting over a single scrap, explaining that consuming more of this mysterious fog will unlock absolutely mind-blowing, godlike power, before asking our trembling investigator if he wants to try a piece of the action. Staring at the horrific scene, Dante's teeth chatter violently as sheer terror completely paralyzes his body, prompting him to collapse onto the cold floor and violently throw up from pure psychological trauma, desperately sobbing and begging to be let go from this absolute nightmare of a prison. As the towering giant stands over him, genuinely confused by his teacher's sudden emotional breakdown, our boy frantically screams that he is just a simple teacher, not some legendary mad scientist. But the giant insists he saw a teacher cook up magical medicine in a popular TV drama. Dante desperately bawls his eyes out, screaming that he is just a high school teacher, leaving the massive giant to loom over our weeping boy in absolute, disappointed silence, before coldly asking if this means his beloved teacher is actually just completely incompetent, which completely shatters the giant's dreams of winning the ultimate prison race, as he dramatically slides a massive kitchen knife right down his own throat, performing his signature, terrifying sword-swallowing trick to vent his sudden, massive frustration, pulling the blade back out to brandish it menacingly over our terrified hero, instantly triggering a painful memory of Dante's elitist family throwing his teaching certificate, recalling how his parents utterly despised his career choice because he lacked a doctorate, constantly calling him a running coward for not spending another grueling year on his thesis. Dante desperately defended his career choice, begging his elitist parents to stop looking down on teachers, but his father coldly pointed out that Dante was just a failure who could not pass his doctorate, which was a massive deal considering his dad was a famous television personality who demanded perfection, while his mother held a prestigious doctorate in law and ruled her courtrooms with an iron fist, and his overachieving brother had already become the president of a major psychology society at a young age, even though Dante was actually highly respected and beloved by his students in the classroom. Returning home meant kneeling before his shadow-shrouded family like a pathetic, worthless criminal, enduring silent, suffocating dinners where he sat isolated at the very end of their massive table, until he finally presented his father with a mysterious document regarding a high-paying international penal facility, pitching the dangerous unprisoned gig as a highly respectable teaching opportunity to finally earn their approval. Dante's brother immediately recognizes the infamous prison, calling it a lawless wasteland for the world's absolute worst, while his father coldly reminds everyone that actual human beings still live in that godforsaken place, prompting his mother to question why he must resort to such extreme measures for validation, as his father's glowing eyes lock onto him, demanding to know his true motives, leaving our sweating hero to endure yet another round of intense, suffocating interrogation. Dante desperately tries to defend his career, claiming that educating the forgotten is a noble calling, only to be instantly cut off by a sudden, incredibly disrespectful spray of red wine, as his brother bursts into hysterical laughter, mockingly apologizing for spilling his drink over such grand nonsense, before coldly telling Dante that his pathetic attempt at martyrdom is completely unprofessional, exposing his noble mission as a sad excuse to hide his failure to earn a doctorate. His brother continues the verbal assault, accusing Dante of using eccentric stunts to mask his sheer incompetence, while our wine-soaked hero just sits there taking the abuse, completely silent under the guise of family concern, as the smug sibling folds his hands, chalking Dante's career choice up to a pathetic inferiority complex, leaving Dante to silently agree with the suffocating family consensus that he was indeed a massive fool, which brings us back to the present, where our screaming hero finally accepts his own utter stupidity. just as the towering giant swings his massive blade down to end the disappointing lesson once and for all, sending Dante crashing hard onto the cold stone floor as the surrounding inmates watch the brutal beatdown, fearing that his life will end miserably inside this filthy, lawless wasteland of a prison, staring blankly at the ceiling with shattered glasses as he prepares to pay the ultimate price for his ignorance. But just as the final blow is about to land, a mysterious hand tightly grips a shiny metal fork. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rips right through the giant's shoulder, spraying blood everywhere, as a simple metal fork embeds itself incredibly deep into the solid concrete wall behind him, leaving Dante to slide across the bloody floor, completely stunned to still be breathing, while the towering giant shrieks in absolute agony over his newly ruined shoulder joint, throwing a massive tantrum about guns before a mysterious hand suddenly snatches his long hair, revealing a fierce white-haired inmate who has leaped high into the air to ambush him, prompting both the giant and our sweating investigator to freeze in sheer disbelief, with this newcomer glaring down with cold, glowing eyes that promise absolute violence, brutally dragging the massive giant down by his hair with a devastating, bone-shattering knee strike, completely snapping the towering monster's spine in a single, terrifying display of raw power. This white-haired newcomer unleashes a brutal follow-up kick, sending the massive giant flying backward, with his arm completely mangled and blood spraying everywhere from the sheer force of the impact, leaving the surrounding inmates completely frozen in absolute shock at this unbelievable turn of events, because the legendary, undefeated monster they all feared like a literal force of nature is currently lying flat on his back with his eyes rolled completely back into his head, crashing onto the stone floor with a thunderous boom that echoes through the entire cell block. Staring at the fallen giant, Dante sits in a pool of blood, utterly speechless but miraculously alive, while the white-haired savior stands tall as the crowd wildly proclaims the birth of a new powerhouse, sending the entire prison block into a chaotic frenzy of cheering and violent celebration. As they eagerly crowd around their new champion, desperately begging him to reveal his name. Before the crowd can even process the upset, the white-haired kid locks eyes with Dante, throwing our traumatized investigator over his shoulder and making a swift break for the exit, leaving Dante to dangle upside down, completely bewildered to find himself still among the living, as he frantically checks his limbs to confirm he has not actually crossed the pearly gates. Once they finally stop, our boy looks up at his mysterious savior with absolute awe, realizing this quiet kid possesses the kind of terrifying strength that breaks prison hierarchies. Though the white-haired boy is currently having a massive existential crisis over some sweet potatoes, Dante quickly connects the dots, realizing this kid also signed up for his class because of the fog, only to nearly jump out of his skin when the kid bluntly asks him to make some, prompting our terrified teacher to instantly drop to his knees and beg for his life. This white-haired kid casually explains he only attended the class to get a free set of clothes, recalling a massive line of orange-clad inmates blocking the prison street during his daily walk, where a bald convict suddenly stopped him to demand he step out of the crowd, aggressively pointing a finger to warn our bag-headed protagonist against cutting the massive queue, explaining that some fancy outsiders had arrived to offer a highly competitive correctional training program, which the kid initially rejected until he heard the magic words about receiving free garments, prompting him to immediately join the excited crowd of inmates eagerly awaiting the rare event, hoping that this mysterious new teacher would actually show them something truly mind-blowing. Hearing this ridiculous backstory, Dante stares in absolute disbelief before asking why the kid rescued him, only for his savior to coldly clarify that he was merely protecting his precious new uniform. Dante stares in absolute shock as the kid bluntly points out his sudden bladder control failure, showing a massive, highly embarrassing wet stain spreading right across the kid's brand new orange jumpsuit, which apparently forced them to make a quick detour to the local prison shower room, where our boy somehow managed to secure a fresh set of orange prison scrubs, desperately scrubbing the soiled fabric while promising to return the clean uniform as soon as possible. But Dante cannot help but wonder why the kid is still wearing his old, filthy rags, prompting the white-haired boy to point directly at the serial number printed on his chest, deadpanning that the number matches his identity, meaning the dirty outfit is officially his property, before pointing right back at the freshly washed orange jumpsuit with the exact same number, leaving our utterly baffled teacher to realize this kid's logic is on a completely different level. Realizing he cannot win a debate against this bizarre logic, Dante reluctantly offers to wash the kid's filthy rags, which lands our highly respected educator on his knees, scrubbing prison laundry while cursing his absolute misfortune. As night slowly falls over the decaying, concrete labyrinth of the world's most dangerous penal colony, leaving their freshly washed uniforms to drip dry in the dark, suffocating silence of their shared cell. Checking his watch, Dante realizes with a heavy sigh that a full day has already slipped away, knowing that escape is currently the least of his worries with murderous prison factions actively hunting him down. And to make matters worse, his violently rumbling stomach makes him deeply regret skipping that disgusting prison soup. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound on the cold floor breaks his miserable train of thought, revealing a single, dusty purple sweet potato slowly sliding out from beneath the adjacent bunk bed, where his bag-headed savior casually offers him a bite, wondering if sweet potatoes make good prison currency. Staring at the dusty potato, Dante accepts that survival is far more important than his pride. But before he can take a bite, the potato is violently snatched right out of his hand, leaving him to look up and find his white-haired savior hanging upside down with a murderous glare, prompting our starving teacher to pathetically beg for just a tiny single bite of the food, only to receive a cold refusal as the kid retreats to a dark corner to guard his prize. Holding up the potato, the kid points to his own prisoner number carved directly into the skin, which leaves Dante utterly speechless at the sheer absurdity of claiming ownership over a root vegetable, especially when the kid threatens to end his life if anything happens to his precious crop, proving that this legendary powerhouse possesses the vocabulary and primitive behavior of a literal toddler. A realization that might actually be a massive advantage for a cunning teacher looking to survive. Dante suddenly pitches a wild theory, asking what if the potato is already doomed to rot, prompting the bag-headed kid to freeze in absolute confusion over this sudden botanical tragedy. As Dante points out that carving a serial number into the skin basically gave it a terminal infection, warning him that the poor root vegetable is about to contract a fatal case of browning, which sends the legendary powerhouse into an immediate, wide-eyed state of absolute panic. But our cunning teacher quickly offers a glimmer of hope to save the dying crop, putting on a masterclass in dramatic acting to make his next instructions sound incredibly rare, revealing that the only cure for this tragic potato disease is a healthy dose of direct sunlight, explaining that the prison's thick fog blocks the sun, meaning they must find a clearer area. Pointing to their damp laundry to prove this foggy cell block simply will not cut it, Dante explains that their ultimate destination is the massive gate standing right in front of the fortress, which serves as the heavily guarded entrance to the mysterious fog-shrouded territory known as Fogland. Meanwhile, a clueless inmate tries to repair the giant's broken neck with a makeshift soda can hammer, leaving the defeated monster sitting in a ridiculous metal neck brace while demanding a recovery timeline, only for his stitch-faced lackey to proudly boast about hiring a top-tier architect instead of an actual doctor. Grimacing through the heavy steel scaffolding, the giant still cannot comprehend how his legendary defense failed, since his years of absorbing the dense fog had supposedly made his spine far stronger than solid steel rebar, making it absolutely humiliating that a scrawny, white-haired kid shattered his toughest neck bone with one casual strike. But the smiling monster quickly shifts his focus to hunting down the kid for monopolizing the precious fog, until a mysterious voice suddenly interrupts to confirm that the elusive teacher has indeed been located. Standing in the shadows is a massive, tattooed powerhouse with a high ponytail and a metal jaw mask, sending the giant's lackeys into an absolute panic as they realize they have been completely infiltrated, with the stitch-faced lackey accusing this uninvited guest of violating their secret alliance to find Dante, before smugly declaring that he is the only one destined to become the prison's supreme leader, a highly ambitious claim that he tries to casually brush off with a cocky hand gesture, only for the masked intruder to instantly grab him by his ridiculous metal neck brace, prompting the terrified lackey to desperately argue that attacking an injured man is incredibly cowardly. But the masked predator merely glares back with cold, glowing eyes of pure malice, whispering a terrifying promise to utterly destroy anyone who dares to stand in his way, before brutally crushing the lackey's shoulder in a bloody explosion of raw, unrestrained violence, leaving a trail of broken, bloody bodies scattered across the concrete floor behind him. This masked predator casually walks away from the carnage without a single scratch, rallying his loyal biker gang to begin their hunt for the elusive teacher, as they prepare to tear through the lawless slums of Tofu Village, roaring into the foggy streets on their heavy bikes to track down their prey. Meanwhile, Dante struggles to carry a massive, heavy sack alongside his bag-headed savior, who casually introduces himself by the incredibly literal and uncreative name of One Arm, leaving our sweating investigator to wonder if this kid is actually being serious, only to realize the kid genuinely does not have a normal, civilized human name, prompting Dante to curiously ask why he wears a mask and how he ended up here. One Arm bluntly replies that he has always lived inside this miserable, decaying prison, leaving Dante to stare back in absolute confusion at this highly cryptic response. But the kid quickly snaps at him for asking way too many annoying questions, deadpanning that our sweating investigator talks far too much and way too loudly. As the harsh sun finally breaks through the dense, suffocating fog above them, our exhausted teacher suddenly collapses onto the cracked concrete floor from sheer exhaustion, complaining that they have been walking in circles for 2 straight hours, only for his bag-headed guide to casually admit he has absolutely no idea where they are going, prompting Dante to fly into a hysterical rage over this monumental waste of time, flatly refusing to take another step unless his savior carries him or finds some food. Just as Dante decides to go on strike, One Arm suddenly collapses face first right next to him, prompting our exhausted teacher to sit up and ask what kind of weird game he is playing. But the kid remains completely unresponsive, his breathing shallow as Dante crawls closer to investigate, only to freeze in absolute horror when he catches a glimpse of the kid's face. One Arm's eyes are completely glazed over, with dark fluid leaking from his mouth and nose, sending Dante into a frantic panic as he desperately shakes the legendary powerhouse's shoulders, looking around the desolate, foggy ruins for any sign of help in this godforsaken wasteland, realizing that if his overpowered bodyguard dies here, he is as good as dead too. So he aggressively grabs the kid's collar, screaming at him to wake up and stop slacking, letting out a desperate, echoing plea as a mysterious glowing energy suddenly begins to manifest. Dante's desperate screaming suddenly attracts a massive, caped shadow looming directly over his head, leaving our terrified teacher to brace for impact as debris rains down around him, only to find a mysterious, white-masked stranger silently observing their chaotic situation. Before a pale hand suddenly reaches out to grab Dante's face in a flash, with the stranger marveling at the incredibly rare sight of a completely normal human, prompting our sweating investigator to blink in absolute confusion as the hand retreats, while the cheerful newcomer explains that pure curiosity brought him to this noisy spot, taking refuge in a dusty, abandoned kitchen filled with rusty stoves and gas tanks. Our starving teacher immediately starts aggressively stuffing his face with whatever stale food he can find, earning a dry warning about imminent indigestion as he crams another massive bun down. This blue-haired kid kindly tells him to slow down, promising there is plenty of food to go around, prompting Dante to offer his sincere thanks while silently celebrating the fact that they actually seem normal. Until the spiky-haired guy introduces himself as Rambutan, while his blue-haired companion claims the name Lychee, leading Dante to introduce himself, relieved to finally have a civilized conversation with actual human beings, though he cannot help but point out how surprising it is to find a woman here, which gets a laugh out of Lychee, who playfully asks if she really looks like a woman, explaining that she cut her hair short because being a woman in Tofu Village makes you a target. Rambutan then reveals they actually came from the inside, where the prison's strict block system completely disappears, clarifying that while the center is not normal, Tofu Village is just a dumping ground for weak losers, before casually asking Dante if he is new or if he simply has not faced the fog yet. Adjusting his glasses, Dante casually drops the bombshell that he is not actually a prisoner here, explaining with a nervous sweat that he was actually dragged into this place against his will, pointing directly at the unconscious, white-haired kid currently resting on a nearby cot. This shocking revelation leaves Rambutan completely stunned as Dante nods along in silent agreement, prompting both siblings to gasp in absolute shock at this highly specific kidnapping operation, which instantly sends our sweating teacher into a panic over how they even know about that. Rambutan explains that the enforcers planned the whole thing to monopolize his highly coveted educational services, leading the spiky-haired youth to suddenly wonder if Dante is secretly working as an undercover spy. But Lychee quickly dismisses the spy theory while staring at the unconscious powerhouse on the bed. Dante then reveals the kid's actual motive was learning how to grow a single sweet potato. Hearing that a literal root vegetable caused this entire mess, Rambutan bursts into hysterical laughter, which actually brings tears of pure relief to Dante's eyes since they finally feel like normal people, prompting the spiky-haired youth to ask if Dante is currently being held hostage by the kid. But our teacher explains they are actually traveling together, though his overpowered bodyguard recently collapsed. Looking over at the unconscious kid, Lychee solemnly diagnoses the mysterious condition as a state called limbo, explaining to a highly bewildered Dante that this is actually a severe withdrawal symptom from the fog, reminding him of the mindless, twitching bodies scattered across the streets who could not get their fix, warning that while victims eventually wake up, repeated episodes will literally cause their brains to melt. Sitting back at the table, Dante finally asks the million-dollar question of what this fog actually is, only to receive a heavy, dead silent stare from the siblings that suggests he just crossed a line. Lychee stares at Dante, realizing he is completely clueless about the true nature of Fogland. Rambutan explains that the mysterious fog is actually a divine medicine capable of granting incredible talent, explaining that it amplifies hidden potential or unlocks the exact abilities someone has always desperately craved, which sounds completely impossible until the spiky-haired youth reveals it allows users to transcend human limits. Declaring that they plan to use this overwhelming power to finally break out of the prison, our sweating investigator can only stare in absolute disbelief at their incredibly bold, high-stakes plan. Meanwhile, a heavily tattooed powerhouse prepares to make his move from the shadows of the facility, leaving an empty cell behind as he tracks his target through the dark, decaying corridors, sniffing out Dante's scent and confidently declaring that the elusive teacher could not have escaped very far. As the terrifying enforcers of Block Zero prepare to unleash their most brutal monster, the Bone Eater, these faceless monsters lurking in the shadows are just one of the many horrors, alongside giant, crow-covered beasts waiting to tear apart any unsuspecting prisoners, making Tofu Village an absolute nightmare for anyone trying to survive the lawless slums. But the siblings are completely undeterred, confidently declaring their grand plan to break out, leaving Dante to stutter in absolute disbelief at the sheer insanity of their proposal, especially when Rambutan casually turns around and invites our sweating teacher to join them. Politely declining, Dante explains that a civilian like him should really stick to official channels, fearing he will end up branded as a fugitive for aiding a prison break, and that is assuming they do not get brutally executed during the attempt, which would permanently end his teaching career in the most literal way possible. Rambutan glares intensely, explaining that absolutely nobody is allowed to enter this godforsaken place, leaving Dante to blink in confusion as he processes this grim reality, while Lychee solemnly warns him about the terrifying concept of fog addiction, prompting our sweating teacher to defensively argue that he has never even touched the stuff. But Rambutan counters that personal willpower has absolutely nothing to do with it, because the very air they breathe in this village is completely saturated with it, sending a wave of pure horror through Dante as he covers his mouth in panic, realizing that while manifesting a talent requires absorbing massive amounts of these glowing particles, simply breathing the ambient air allows the toxic mist to slowly seep into your lungs, turning unsuspecting victims into mindless, craving monsters who will do anything for their next fix. Dante instantly clamps his hands over his mouth as the horrifying truth sinks in, with Rambutan explaining that failing to secure enough fog eventually triggers the dreaded limbo, prompting our terrified teacher to frantically ask if he is already hopelessly addicted, realizing his lungs are probably already packed with the toxic, talent-granting mist. But Lychee quickly reassures him that there is still a slim window of hope, explaining that limbo is merely the first stage before the real nightmare begins, meaning they have absolutely no time to relax since everyone's tolerance level differs. This prompts Dante to nervously ask if the siblings can even escape at this point, only for Lychee to cheerfully confirm that they are indeed completely screwed, casually adding that absolutely nobody has ever managed to leave this hellhole alive. Dante stares in shock, realizing their only hope is exposing the truth to find a cure, while the siblings share a bittersweet smile, recalling their solemn promise to survive no matter what, dreaming of the day they can finally stand together under a clear, beautiful sky. And despite his usual cynicism, our sweating teacher can tell their desperate resolve is completely genuine. As the emotional siblings embrace, the white-haired kid silently sits up on his cot behind them, casting a chilling, dead-eyed glare that instantly freezes the warm atmosphere in the room, sending a jolt of pure panic through Dante and the siblings as they spin around, finding their terrifying, overpowered bodyguard fully conscious and staring them down with absolute silence, leaving our terrified teacher to frantically calculate his next move to avoid an immediate beating, wondering if revealing their escape plan will make the volatile kid violently snap on them. Dante panics, imagining his overpowered bodyguard brutally slaughtering their new hosts without a second thought. But instead, the kid just holds up a sweet potato and asks if the coast is clear, leaving our sweating teacher completely speechless as his name is called out, while Rambutan casually asks why he looks so incredibly terrified of a harmless kid, explaining that these weak limbo victims are basically harmless zombies until they get more fog, prompting Dante to fake a sigh of relief while secretly praying nobody does anything stupid, only for Rambutan to suddenly launch a devastating, lightning-fast vertical kick into the air, stopping his foot mere inches from the kid's face in a blatant display of dominance. But one arm merely glares back with dead eyes, calmly asking Dante if he should execute this guy, forcing our terrified teacher to scream at them to stop before a literal bloodbath begins. Dante quickly steps in to defuse the tension, nervously suggesting there is absolutely no need for violence, before turning back to his overpowered bodyguard to announce that he is officially done with this crazy place, firmly telling the kid that they should finally part ways and go their own separate directions. But the dead-eyed kid merely stares back, completely fixated on the fate of his precious sweet potato, prompting our exasperated teacher to snatch the root vegetable right out of the kid's pale hand, as he begrudgingly heads over to the rusty sink to fill a small cup with water, presenting the potato submerged in the glass with the absolute authority of a veteran science teacher, explaining that it will easily grow on its own as long as it gets plenty of sunlight, aggressively shoving the kid toward the exit so he can finally take his leafy friend outside, only for the clueless bodyguard to quietly admit that he has absolutely no idea where to go. Dante frantically begs Rambutan to chase the kid away, only for the bodyguard to declare he is tagging along, leaving the siblings completely stunned before they enthusiastically agree to this highly chaotic joint escape plan. But their celebration is cut short as the precious sweet potato slips and crashes onto the floor, sending the white-haired kid face-planting right beside it in another sudden, dramatic bout of limbo. As he lies motionless on the cold concrete, his mind drifting back into the dark fog, while his beloved vegetable rolls uselessly in the dirt next to the spilled water, triggering a deep, forgotten memory from his childhood before he was trapped in this hellhole, where he and another child sat huddled in front of a static-filled television screen, listening to a young girl explain the concept of normal animals to a completely clueless audience, describing fluffy, loyal creatures that actually run to you when called, unlike the monsters in this prison. This kid remembers wanting to raise a puppy just like any other normal child, dreaming of the day he could finally escape this hell and live outside. But back in reality, he can only weakly reach out for his fallen sweet potato. Meanwhile, a guard measures a tiny crack on the floor with a ruler, realizing with absolute dread that the boundary line has shifted by 20 centimeters, which means a prisoner tried to cross and paid the ultimate bloody price, brutally crushed by the terrifying, multi-faced monster guarding the perimeter of the facility. Back in the cell, Dante places his hand against the cold, barred window, nervously asking the siblings how they actually plan to pull off this impossible escape, prompting Rambutan to immediately power up, ready to break through with pure, unadulterated force. Dante watches in absolute horror as Rambutan flexes his ridiculously muscular legs, launching himself straight through the solid concrete ceiling with a deafening, bone-shattering crash, leaving our terrified teacher to scream in panic while Lychee stands there completely unfazed, revealing a massive, perfectly circular hole that leads directly to the outside world. because turns out his talent is literally just jumping incredibly high over any obstacle. Soon, the trio makes their way across the decaying rooftops of the lawless slums, when Lychee suddenly taps her head to activate her own highly specialized ability, sending a surge of energy through her brain as her eyes glow a brilliant white, allowing her to mentally map out the entire complex down to the very last detail, leaving Dante completely speechless as she reveals a massive, highly detailed blueprint of the prison. Dante stares in utter shock, realizing Lychee's photographic memory talent lets her draw the entire prison, but she quickly clarifies that this massive, sprawling map is actually just a tiny fraction, revealing a mind-bogglingly massive layout of the facility that stretches out into the dark abyss. Judging by their current progress, the blue-haired girl confidently estimates they are incredibly close to the edge, until Dante suddenly points to a blank spot, noting she left a section completely empty, prompting our clever teacher to grab a pen and sketch 4 simple stick drawings instead, explaining that they need to start marking potential threats to avoid getting brutally ambushed, before pointing his finger at a mysterious blood-red devil symbol stamped right on the path, which instantly causes the siblings to freeze up with dead-eyed, bone-chilling expressions of pure dread. Shaking off the sudden tension, Rambutan casually asks for directions as they prepare to move out. Rambutan suddenly grabs Dante's bandaged arm, dragging our terrified teacher along for the ride, before launching all 3 of them high into the air with a single, massive leap, landing them right in front of a group of creepy, glowing-eyed slum residents, who immediately demand to know if the newcomers are carrying any precious fog, their vacant, wide-eyed stares proving they're already far past the point of sanity. Suddenly, a bizarre guy wearing a black paper bag over his head stumbles forward, aggressively demanding they empty their pockets if they do not have any mist to share, which instantly enrages a massive, hulking addict who throws a devastating punch, brutally stomping the bag-headed idiot into the dirt for wasting his precious time. While a starving, spoon-wielding psychopath eagerly suggests they just cook the loser for dinner, this spoon-wielding addict drools over his victim, muttering about eating human flesh for a quick fog fix, leaving the other desperate addicts to watch in horror, though they still crave that sweet, toxic mist, as the crazed cannibal hovers his spoon over the bag-headed guy, debating where to take his first bite. He flashes a terrifying, wide-toothed grin, wondering if he should just decapitate his prey and drink his blood. But before he can decide on gouging out eyeballs, a massive fist suddenly crashes into his face, courtesy of Rambutan, who stands tall and completely unimpressed by these low-level, flesh-eating creeps, sending the spoon-wielding psychopath flying backward with enough force to shatter the surrounding concrete, prompting his chubby accomplice to stare in absolute disbelief at his brutally defeated, bleeding partner, who can only groan in agony as blood pours from his ruptured, completely shattered eardrums, instantly convincing the rest of the gang that picking a fight was a terrible idea. Just as the dust settles, a massive, masked powerhouse in orange prison garb looms over the crowd, sending the terrified addicts scrambling for their lives upon realizing this monster belongs to Hound's crew, while the towering brute silently shadows the trembling bag-headed guy with an incredibly menacing aura, looking down at his target to announce that he has finally tracked him down, his glowing eyes locking onto the helpless victim as he coldly addresses him by his nickname, triggering a brutal memory of a past massacre where blood painted the walls of the facility, where a single devastating punch shattered glass and crushed anyone foolish enough to stand in his way, leaving the ruthless enforcer drenched in the blood of his victims as he completed his mission. Back in the present, the blood-soaked monster stands triumphantly over a dazed and defeated Dante, casually grabbing our helpless teacher by the collar to drag him back into the nightmare. Believing he has secured an easy victory over our helpless teacher, the masked enforcer celebrates his success. He sprints away with Dante slung over his shoulder, mocking the other idiots for being too distracted, completely oblivious to the fact that their high-value target has just been snatched right under their noses, as he recalls how a ruthless rival cowardly used one of his own crewmates as a human shield, shattering any illusion of a peaceful alliance and leaving him burning with a deep desire for revenge. But his angry brooding is suddenly cut short when he senses a presence rapidly approaching from behind. Realizing one of those weird slum residents is actually keeping pace with his monstrous running speed, prompting him to halt and demand to know which rival faction this bold pursuer belongs to, only to find the bag-headed kid standing there, looking like a budget horror villain while holding a sweet potato, who calmly asks if this root vegetable counts as a real animal, leaving the enforcer completely bewildered. This bag-headed kid tilts his head, casually wondering if he should just wake up Dante instead, which absolutely infuriates the masked enforcer who is already having the worst day of his life, prompting the brute to clench his massive fist while the kid keeps asking about his teacher, unleashing a devastating shockwave that completely shatters the concrete beneath their feet. But one arm merely stands his ground, raising his precious sweet potato like a holy shield, as the enforcer's giant fist comes hurtling down with enough force to obliterate a truck, only for the kid's glowing white eyes to lock onto the incoming strike with absolute calm, effortlessly dodging the lethal blow before delivering a lightning-fast counterstrike of his own, leaving the massive powerhouse completely stunned as his target vanishes right before his eyes, realizing too late that he just picked a fight with a literal monster. While the enforcer runs, the bag-headed kid silently snatches the sweet potato right back, delivering a brutal, unexpected kick straight to the giant's lower back that sends him flying, crashing face first onto the hard concrete as his grip on Dante completely slips. This masked brute grunts in sheer disbelief, his single visible eye burning with absolute rage, as he gets launched into the air like a ragdoll by the kid's ridiculous strength. But the enforcer quickly recovers, aggressively grabbing the kid's head while calling him a thief, demanding to know if their precious teacher is actually doing well under their care, only for Rambutan to suddenly crash the party with a devastating kick to the brute's face, coldly declaring that the teacher is officially leaving with them whether the enforcer likes it or not, sending the massive brute spinning backward into the dirt amidst a shower of flying traffic cones. This masked enforcer stares in absolute disbelief, completely unable to process the kid's ridiculous strength. But before he can retaliate, a gray-haired inmate steps up to claim Dante as his prize, prompting the furious enforcer to mock this new challenger for lacking even a shred of fear. Unfazed by the threats, the newcomer lightly balances on his tiptoes like a twisted ballet dancer, suddenly spinning his body at a blinding speed that turns him into a human drill, whipping up a miniature hurricane as he prepares to unleash a bizarre, high-speed underground assault, diving headfirst straight through the solid concrete floor with a deafening, earth-shattering crash. Dante and his companion watch in terror, realizing a subterranean monster is coming right for them, as a massive, jagged fissure rapidly tears through the street directly toward their position, erupting into a violent explosion of shattered rock that threatens to swallow them whole. This masked, glasses-wearing inmate chuckles softly as he prepares to make his move, forcing Rambutan to spring into action as the ground violently ruptures beneath him. But several creepy, glowing-eyed stone pillars suddenly erupt from the cracked concrete, as our muscular hero nimbly leaps through the air to avoid their crushing grasp, only for a sudden, powerful shockwave to blast him backward with a deafening scream. But even while falling, Rambutan's sharp eyes instantly spot a crucial opening in the defense, allowing him to deliver a devastating, bone-shattering kick that completely shatters the rising stone pillar, while Lychee executes a flawless, high-flying flip to join the chaotic battlefield. She desperately screams her brother's name as the situation rapidly spirals out of control, leaving the nearby, brain-fried addicts completely stunned to hear a woman's voice in this hellhole. Realizing her voice just gave her away, Lychee covers her mouth in absolute horror, while a bizarre, cone-headed addict turns around with wide, completely bloodshot eyes, instantly grabbing her from behind to tear her collar and confirm their wild suspicions, leaving Dante to watch in absolute terror as the desperate thugs drag her away. Seeing her brother brutally beaten on the ground, Lychee blames herself for this entire disaster, which finally pushes Dante past his breaking point as he desperately grabs a heavy stone, chucking it with all his might to nail one of the captors right in the head, forcing the stunned thug to release his grip while Lychee stares back in utter disbelief. As our trembling teacher stands his ground, his body shaking from pure adrenaline, suddenly he lets out a feral scream, unleashing a blinding barrage of rapid-fire strikes forward. Dante's desperate rock barrage actually connects, pelting the startled thugs and sending them reeling in pain. Seizing the brief distraction, Lychee grabs Dante's hand to pull him out of the chaos, screaming at our dazed teacher to wake up before asking if he can even run, and without waiting for an answer, the duo bolts down the street away from the madness. Meanwhile, a creepy, wide-eyed addict mutters about how pretty Lychee is, completely ignoring the danger, which instantly earns him a death glare from an incredibly protective and furious Rambutan, who charges forward with enough explosive force to shatter the concrete right beneath his feet, delivering a devastating, high-speed spin kick that sweeps the remaining thugs off their feet, slamming them face-first into the dirt and ending their creepy pursuit once and for all. But as Rambutan turns around, his eyes widen in pure horror as he screams Dante's name. This drill attack crashes down violently, triggering a sudden flashback to a grim prison gym, where a heavy punching bag hangs silently as a menacing voice asks about military service, revealing a towering hound looming over a battered inmate to question his special forces background, casually boasting that he also used to fight real, high-stakes battles in his past life, long before he ended up trapped in the lawless, fog-drenched nightmare of this wasteland. Before turning around to order his subordinate Slick to brutally finish off their opponent, demanding to see every dirty trick in the book while cutting off the victim's supply. Back in the present, the heavy metal doors of the hideout violently slam shut, leaving Slick and his tattooed crew sweating bullets as they realize Hound is on a rampage, while his nervous allies frantically debate their next move before the monster destroys them all. Slick turns his back on his crew, declaring that Hound lacks the qualities to be their leader. He argues that in a world choked by toxic fog, anyone has a fair shot at the crown, pointing directly at Inko, claiming his artistic skills somehow qualify him to run the entire show, before reminding Bulk that throwing his massive weight around gives him just as much potential, prompting the spiky-haired brute to turn the question back on Slick with a nervous sweat, who proudly taps his temple, claiming his ick rises daily just enough to realize Hound is an idiot, declaring to the entire room that the age of pure muscle is officially dead, which prompts his stunned allies to ask what his grand plan is to secure the missing teacher, as Slick reaches into his pocket with a sinister grin, refusing to share their prize with Hound, leaving his crew completely speechless as he casually dumps the final decision right into their laps. Standing over the battered, white-haired kid, the massive enforcer demands to know who he will follow. Leaning in with a sinister grin, the brute asks if he really wants the prize that badly, as he casually flaunts a glowing blue orb of fog right in front of his face, promising to hand over the precious supply if the desperate kid simply cooperates with his demands. Meanwhile, a dazed inmate in orange slides headfirst out of a sewer pipe into a dark tunnel, where a pale, cone-headed freak watches him with a deeply unsettling and twisted smile, welcoming the disoriented newcomer who can only stare back in absolute, wide-eyed confusion, proudly declaring that the poor guy has officially entered his bizarre underground kingdom. Back at the negotiations, the tattooed brute tosses the glowing blue candy into the air, teasingly balancing it on his tongue while giving the desperate kid a final chance to submit. Slick delivers his final, arrogant warning to the kid with a smug grin, but before he can even finish his sentence, a sudden gasp escapes his lips, as a blinding flash of steel slices clean through his throat in a spray of crimson, leaving the entire room frozen in absolute, heart-stopping silence as the tension peaks, leaving everyone completely baffled as to who could have pulled off such a lethal strike, while Slick's limp body begins to collapse onto the cold, concrete floor, forcing his closest allies to stare in absolute, wide-eyed horror at the sudden execution, as the rest of the gang completely loses their minds over this sudden betrayal, leaving their self-proclaimed genius leader drowning in his own blood on the floor, while the panicked crew crowds around his lifeless body, screaming in absolute terror. This surviving gang members freeze as a wet, sickening dripping sound echoes through the tense room, only to realize the white-haired kid is casually chewing on his own bloody fingers with a manic grin, sending a wave of pure, unadulterated terror straight down the spine of the remaining thugs, who can only watch in horror as this feral monster stands over their dead leader's body, completely consumed by a terrifying, blue-eyed madness that promises to paint the entire room red. Meanwhile, the chaotic struggle for survival plunges deeper into the dark, lawless depths of limbo, where the brutal battle to crown the ultimate king of the underground officially begins. Far below the surface, Dante stares at the ceiling, wondering if his companions managed to escape, assuming they rightfully abandoned him to save themselves from this absolute hellhole, as he sits helplessly before the creepy, cone-headed ruler of this bizarre subterranean kingdom. This cone-headed boss leans in, bluntly asking Dante if he can actually manufacture the toxic fog, explaining that rumors claim our teacher whipped up a storm, ate it, and broke a tower's neck, leaving Dante sweating bullets as he wonders how such a ridiculous rumor even got started, because there is absolutely no way he possesses that kind of godlike power. Meanwhile, a creepy, long-haired inmate swings a weapon downward, screaming about someone's utter uselessness, which only adds to Dante's growing panic as he tries to process his bizarre situation. But instead of denying it, he boldly claims the ridiculous rumor is actually true, spinning a wild lie about swallowing fog and getting crushed by a falling tower, prompting the cone-headed boss to scoff, declaring he is far too smart to believe such superstitions, forcing Dante to realize that if nobody knows how to make fog, its existence makes no sense. This cone-headed boss stares wide-eyed, dropping a massive truth bomb that the fog was never actually manufactured, but instead, it literally plummeted straight out of the cosmos like some twisted gift from the gods, crashing into the desert 50 years ago in a massive, world-altering explosion that changed everything, leaving Dante to put the pieces together as his mind races to connect the dots, realizing that this glowing space rock is the actual source of the entire toxic atmosphere. Unfortunately, 50 years of constant consumption means the supply is running dangerously low, turning this precious commodity into a ticking clock that has every desperate inmate at each other's throats. Suddenly, the boss snaps his fingers and orders his cone-headed lackeys to bring out a special exhibit, revealing the bloated, lifeless body of an inmate who clearly had a very bad day, which serves as a grim warning of what happens when you overdose on the raw stuff. Leaning over the corpse, the cone-headed boss asks Dante if they can extract fog from its blood, leaving our favorite teacher completely flabbergasted by this absolutely wild and unscientific proposal, as the boss gestures wildly, suggesting they use some kind of high-speed centrifuge to spin it out, explaining that heavy users have their veins absolutely packed with highly concentrated space dust, which basically means they would have to literally squeeze the dead guy like a juicy orange, prompting Dante to sarcastically suggest just opening their nostrils wide to sniff the air instead. But this smart aleck remark instantly earns him a violent, throat-grabbing reality check from the furious boss, who screams that you cannot just gather air, you have to scrape and compress it, while the dark, toxic night slowly settles over the decaying ruins of the prison city. Soon, a massive, glowing sun rises over the horizon, signaling the start of a brand new day, as the morning light filters through the barred windows of the underground facility. Condensation begins to pool along the cold metal rafters, dripping slowly into the dark, forming a single, highly concentrated droplet of pure glowing blue space dust right before their eyes, which absolutely blows the mind of the cone-headed boss as he realizes it actually works, while Dante smiles through his chokehold, smugly pointing out that even air can be harvested. Suddenly, a massive metal door slams open with a deafening clang across the hideout, as Hound bursts into the room, loudly demanding breakfast from his supposedly loyal crew, only to freeze in his tracks as an unsettling, dead silence greets him instead, revealing a literal slaughterhouse of twisted, bloody corpses scattered across the cold concrete floor, sending the massive enforcer into a state of pure, bloodshot rage at this sudden massacre. Hound drops to his knees, letting out a gut-wrenching roar of pure agony and frustration. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the prison's heavily rusted and depressing Chow Hall, where a mutated, swollen hand reaches out from beneath a tattered orange jumpsuit, revealing our feral, bag-headed kid dragging his feet past the stunned lunch crowd, completely ignoring the cue to demand service from a very confused, bucket-headed lunch lady, who bluntly tells him to stop causing a scene and get in line like everyone else, prompting the impatient inmates behind him to start jeering at the clueless newcomer. But instead of backing down, the kid simply clenches his mutated fist in silence, slamming it violently into the metal counter and sending lukewarm prison slop flying everywhere, leaving the terrified server staring into a single glowing blue eye that still demands water. A single sweet potato carved with the number 182 sits soaking in a glass of water, while our bag-headed kid sits in his dark cell, silently staring at his sad little plant. Back underground, Dante looks up in absolute shock as a heavy droplet finally begins to fall, splashing directly into their collection tray to prove his ridiculous theory was actually right on the money, prompting the ecstatic teacher to proudly display the freshly harvested liquid to his stunned captors, sporting a manic grin as he realizes this scientific breakthrough just saved his skin from certain death. But back in the cell, the kid realizes his sweet potato is completely dead and will not grow, instantly swearing to hunt down and destroy the teacher who tricked him with this useless potato. Meanwhile, a few desperate inmates huddle in the shadows to plan a massive prison break together, as their nervous companion reveals he actually knows the secret path to secure their ultimate freedom. One of the plotting inmates mutters about a legendary device that everyone seems to know about, but a nearby thug pulls a knife, telling them to shut up and get lost, as crows caw ominously from the rusted rooftops of the decaying prison yard. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl explains that absolutely everyone in this hellhole knows about the secret, leaving her companion to realize that Dante is literally the only clueless idiot left. As she points out Drillhead's hideout on their map to plan their next move, turns out the secret is a simple fog catcher used to pull water from thin air, relying on basic science where dropping temperatures force moisture to condense on a surface, trapping tiny droplets along a fine mesh net as the cold morning air rolls in. But replacing that net with a basic insect screen lets them harvest the glowing blue dust instead. Shaping the bottom of the screen into a curve guides the dew straight to the collection tray, and the resulting liquid is guaranteed to be packed with highly concentrated glowing blue space dust, leaving the cone-headed boss absolutely flabbergasted as he stares at the glowing blue puddle, while Dante nervously explains that this is pure fog water, though he cannot guarantee its exact potency. Without hesitating, the bizarre boss dips his finger into the liquid and takes a cautious taste, his eyes instantly widening in pure shock as the intense flavor hits his tongue, screaming to his traffic cone-headed lackeys that this is indeed the genuine, legendary stuff. Suddenly, the ecstatic leader bursts into a joyful ballet leap, celebrating their newly acquired infinite supply, before his overexcited crew members suddenly grab Dante, lifting him high into the air like a hero, repeatedly tossing their terrified new savior toward the ceiling while chanting his name in absolute adoration. Meanwhile, Dante gets a major upgrade as he is escorted into a private dressing room, where he swaps his ragged clothes for a surprisingly sharp, tailored orange prison uniform, looking less like a desperate inmate and more like a high-class corporate hostage, as the cone-headed boss pops up to admire his handiwork with creepy, wide-eyed enthusiasm. This boss proudly declares that Dante is officially off-limits to any bullies in this joint, welcoming him into the inner circle of the Drillhead gang with the highest possible respect, which apparently makes this cone-headed weirdo the closest man to the prison's supreme leader. Turns out, the only way to actually escape this hellhole is to become that supreme leader, giving Dante a brilliant new goal to use this gang to contact the prison administration. While the ecstatic boss announces a massive, celebratory fog festival to burn through their new supply, this cone-headed boss leans in close, declaring they will burn through their entire stash of fog, revealing that this massive sacrifice is all for his ultimate, highly anticipated ascension, leaving Dante to sweat in silence as he tries to process what that even means, before a massive mountain of glowing blue space dust is dumped into the center chamber. While the cone-headed gang members begin a bizarre, synchronized ritual dance around the glowing pile, several lackeys blow into long metal pipes, filling the cavernous room with a deafening metallic drone, as others violently beat massive drums to keep the chaotic, cult-like rhythm going strong, until the boss suddenly claps his hands to halt the music, calling for absolute silence. Dante stares at the shimmering blue mound, completely overwhelmed by the sheer volume of concentrated dust, wondering if these absolute lunatics are about to throw the wildest mass trip in prison history. Standing before his crowd of loyal followers, the cone-headed boss proudly declares his supreme underground reign, shouting that with all the saved fog, he is finally ready to challenge his ultimate ascension today, prompting his traffic cone-headed lackeys to pump their fists and scream their absolute belief in his destiny, as the entire cavernous room erupts into a deafening chant demanding their leader finally ascend to greatness. While the creepy boss holds a handful of glowing blue balls, telling Dante to watch closely, Dante can only stare in absolute bewilderment, sporting a ridiculous flower crown while questioning his life choices. This boss raises the glowing blue spheres high, dramatically declaring the official birth of a brand new king, before suddenly shoving the entire handful of highly toxic space dust balls straight into his wide-open mouth, sending his loyal, cone-headed followers into a state of pure, unadulterated shock at this reckless display, leaving Dante utterly horrified as he realizes this absolute lunatic is consuming the entire stash all by himself. This cone-headed boss violently crams the glowing blue spheres into his mouth, screaming for his ultimate ascension. While his loyal, traffic cone-headed followers watch in absolute suspense, chanting for his transformation to begin. But as the remaining glowing balls rattle around in the metal bowl, nothing seems to happen, prompting the boss to suddenly gag and drool glowing blue fluid, halting the crowd's excited cheering instantly. Shaking violently, his pale hand reaches back into the bowl to grab even more of the toxic dust, only to end up with a stomach so ridiculously bloated it looks like a glowing blue wrecking ball, leaving the trembling leader to sigh in disappointment that his grand ascension has failed yet again, though his loyal lackey quickly reassures him that his vast talent simply requires a much larger dose. Suddenly, one of the cone-headed followers gasps in shock, pointing out a very bizarre physical change. As they realize the boss's pointed head has actually stretched into a ridiculously long, glowing spire, this loyal, cone-headed followers pump their fists in absolute ecstasy, chanting for their leader's ultimate ascension. While the trembling boss drools glowing blue fluid, his eyes completely blank as power surges through him, whispering that he can actually feel the vast, infinite secrets of the universe unfolding before him. As his mind drifts into deep space, visualizing his ridiculously bloated body floating among the stars, prompting Dante to watch this absolute train wreck in silence while the boss claims to see ultimate truth, before the mutated leader mutters a grim realization about everyone living in a pale blue hell. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of volatile blue energy violently erupts from the boss's bloated body, sending Dante into a state of pure, unadulterated terror as glowing debris flies past his face, until the overcharged leader completely detonates in a spectacular, blinding flash of highly toxic space dust, leaving the entire gang blown off their feet as they realize their king's ascension was actually a massive fall. While Dante stares in absolute shock, a hand raises a single forkful of food high above him. Turns out the boss's sudden explosion has showered the entire room in a massive rain of glowing blue dust, and leaving our favorite teacher completely drenched in the highly concentrated space dust, his eyes wide with sheer panic. But instead of mourning their leader, the loyal lackeys start dancing under the glowing blue downpour, scooping up the toxic puddles from the floor and greedily stuffing their faces with the raw energy, officially kicking off a chaotic, drug-fueled festival of pure self-destruction right before Dante's horrified eyes. Suddenly, one overcharged inmate's face violently ruptures with a blinding flash of volatile blue light, triggering a chain reaction of mini explosions as bodies begin popping like overfilled balloons across the room, prompting a terrified survivor to scream for everyone to stop before they all end up completely vaporized. As he grabs Dante's shoulder, begging the brilliant teacher to step up and become their new savior, Dante recoils in absolute horror, flatly refusing to lead this gang of exploding lunatics. He bolts down the corridor, desperately fleeing as the surviving cultists chase after him. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he tries to convince himself this is just a nightmare, pleading with his own brain to finally wake up from this absolute madness. But a sudden, familiar voice cuts through the chaos and freezes him in his tracks. Standing at the end of a glowing blue tunnel is the brother he lost, who calmly reminds Dante that he warned him about the dangers of this world, prompting Dante to desperately beg his brother to pull him out of this nightmare. But the mysterious brother simply tells him that physical appearances do not actually matter, explaining that his terrifying new reality is nothing more than a ridiculous mask. This brother's head transforms into a giant, glowing globe, calling Dante's reality a cowardly mask, prompting the overwhelmed teacher to scream in agony, begging the voice to finally shut up. But the truth is, Dante cannot even remember his own brother's actual face anymore, recalling a childhood drawing where he literally just scribbled a blank circle for his head, which earned him some classic sibling teasing about his absolute lack of artistic talent. Turns out his brother's face constantly shifted between terrifying monsters, weeping women, and demonic skulls, making it way easier for the kid to just visualize him as a simple black void. Suddenly, the giant blue sphere screams his name, jolting Dante awake with a terrified shriek, only to find himself lying on the cold ground with a clean uniform draped over him, as a nearby voice suddenly calls out to him, leaving him completely dazed and confused. Peeking into the dark tent, Lychee and Rambutan look relieved to see their favorite teacher finally awake. Dante sits up in a daze, wondering if that entire explosive cult ritual was just a fever dream. But the blue-haired girl explains they actually dragged him all the way to safety, having discovered his unconscious body face down in the sewers after the massive explosion. She offers a warm smile, reminding him of their pact to escape this hellhole together, leaving the usually cynical teacher completely speechless at their unexpected display of genuine loyalty. He immediately tries to scramble up to avoid delaying their escape any further, only for Lychee to pull back the tent flap with a triumphant grin, telling him to look outside, revealing they have pitched their camp directly in front of the prison's massive outer wall. Nearby, a makeshift trashcan fire crackles quietly, keeping the cold night air at bay. Sitting around the campfire, the trio processes the sudden demise of the drill-headed boss, as Dante frantically explains how the entire underground gang went completely and utterly feral. But Rambutan calmly explains that this explosive death is simply called falling, prompting a horrified Dante to ask if his new friend is also doomed. Turns out, consuming the blue fog temporarily boosts a person's physical potential to insane levels. Except everyone has a strictly unique limit to how much power they can handle, and crossing that invisible line means your body literally detonates like a bomb. Since nobody actually knows their own limit, they just keep pushing until they pop, leaving everyone in this hellhole constantly waiting for the next person to explode. Because in this prison, you either ascend to greatness or fall to your death. Dante pushes for answers, questioning what this legendary ascension actually means if it is not just surviving. Rambutan explains that a person who reaches their absolute peak can miraculously unlock a second game-changing talent, which instantly turns them into a worshipped icon destined to rule as the prison's supreme leader. Though the white-haired fighter admits this miracle is incredibly rare, since almost everyone ends up exploding instead. Our favorite teacher marvels at the sheer stupidity of risking your life for a second power, but Rambutan reveals a prophecy about a savior born with an infinite number of unique talents, a literal godlike entity destined to break the laws of this world and free them all. Suddenly, a heavy silence falls as the weight of this impossible prophecy sinks in, while memories of the brutal, chaotic struggles inside these walls flash vividly through their minds, prompting Dante to push up his glasses, his sharp gaze locking onto Rambutan's suddenly glowing blue eyes. High above the chaotic prison yard, a mysterious observer spots his target from a massive water tower, while down below, cleanup crews in heavy gas masks begin breathing heavily through the toxic air, carefully scooping up the volatile blue residue left behind by the boss's spectacular explosion. Dozens of these hazmat-suited workers scrub the floors, trying to contain the highly concentrated space dust, though the glowing blue energy has already contaminated almost every single corner of the facility, prompting a weird kid wearing a paper bag over his head to casually stroll past them, before crouching down to greedily scrape the leftover toxic sludge straight off the dirty pavement, only to be suddenly interrupted by a stern voice calling him a mere tourist. This red-haired warden steps forward, offering a massive bag of pristine, high-grade blue spheres instead, leaving the paper bag-headed kid absolutely thrilled with his new stash while wondering if their savior has finally arrived. This paper bag-headed kid tilts his head, wondering if they are talking about the infamous one-armed fighter, prompting the red-haired warden to scoff at his lack of progress over the past year. But the mercenary simply shrugs, complaining that working for the Operations Bureau is completely unprofitable, especially since inflation has apparently hit the mercenary market harder than the prison itself, leaving the masked kid to lean in close and boldly demand a massive pay raise. Turning his back, the sinister warden promises a massive payout if the target is delivered, flashing a terrifying, glowing blue grin as he promises to pay whatever price it takes. Meanwhile, back in the cold cells, a shivering inmate regrets changing out of his warmer form, only to hear a bizarre romantic whisper asking if he needs some extra body heat, as two overly affectionate cellmates suddenly pile on top of him, ruining his peace entirely. Dante wakes up to a rather awkward morning, finding his two companions huddled together right beside him. Rambutan nervously blushes as Lychee clings to him, claiming the morning air is just a bit too chilly. Leaving our favorite teacher to shield his eyes from this deeply unpleasant display of early morning affection. Stepping outside, the trio is greeted by a massive, towering wall covered in fresh, terrifying blood splatters, which stretches so high into the sky that it makes their escape plan look incredibly daunting, especially since nobody heard a single sound during the night to explain those massive, gory stains. Wanting to be useful, Dante asks if there is any way he can help with the preparations, prompting the white-haired fighter to immediately hand him a heavy trash bag to carry for them, before suddenly turning back with a deadpan expression to ask a surprisingly serious personal question, making the confused teacher stammer about his family's Catholic background while wondering where this is going. Rambutan turns to him with a completely straight face, asking if he knows how to pray, leaving the highly skeptical teacher to flatly reply that he does not even believe in God. But Lychee grabs his shoulder, insisting that desperate times require desperate measures regardless of his faith, prompting Dante to nervously admit that the only prayer he actually remembers is the Lord's Prayer, which is apparently more than enough for Rambutan as he warmly extends his hand to him. Adjusting his backpack, the teacher stands tall and prepares himself for whatever crazy ritual comes next, only for the white-haired fighter to suddenly grab him and launch them straight up the wall, while Lychee clings tightly to his back, screaming for him to start reciting those holy words, forcing the terrified teacher to frantically stammer out his prayer as they rocket through the air. As Rambutan begins a wild countdown while they hurtle toward their ultimate escape, Rambutan lands a massive, glowing stomp on the wall as Dante desperately continues his holy prayer. The sheer speed leaving Dante completely dizzy, his upside-down face chanting scriptures through pure survival instinct. Suddenly, a massive fist crashes directly into Rambutan's face, completely interrupting their high-speed ascent, sending all three of them hurtling backward, completely ruining their perfect escape plan. They crash violently back into the dirt, kicking up a massive cloud of suffocating dust, leaving the battered trio groaning in pain as the heavy dust slowly begins to settle. Lychee frantically calls out to Rambutan, who lies there coughing up blood from the brutal impact, prompting Dante to try and snap them out of it, only to freeze as a shadow looms over them, standing right in front of them as a terrifying inmate with glowing blue eyes, leaving a completely stunned Dante to point his finger, instantly recognizing this unexpected new threat. This crazed inmate glares with terrifying, glowing blue eyes, accusing Dante of lying to him. He swings a massive, dust-kicking punch while Dante panics, completely clueless as to why he is targeted. But the aggressive attacker does not hesitate, launching himself forward with terrifying, explosive speed, his gaze locked entirely on his target with a level of pure, unadulterated hatred. Fortunately, Rambutan scoops up Dante and Lychee, sprinting away to escape the incoming onslaught, while Lychee frantically screams at their white-haired protector to fight back and jump the wall. Yet the furious pursuer keeps pace easily, turning this escape into a high-stakes foot race, prompting Dante to wonder if this psycho has a literal cheat code for running, especially since the attacker threatens to break his legs if he does not stop immediately, before delivering a devastating sweep that sends the entire trio flying helplessly through the air. This devastating sweep sends them tumbling across the dirt like a bunch of discarded ragdolls, leaving our favorite teacher face-planting hard into the dust with his heavy trash bag. But as Dante struggles to push himself up, a terrifying shadow looms directly over him, revealing the crazed, blue-eyed inmate staring down at him with a completely vacant expression. Desperate to survive, Dante frantically screams that he never lied about how to grow sweet potatoes, only for the psycho to complain that his crops did not instantly sprout from water and sunlight, prompting a completely dumbfounded silence as the teacher processes this absolute peak level of stupidity, realizing this agricultural genius expected a full harvest after literally only 24 hours. While the impatient inmate sighs, muttering about how he is totally wasting his precious time, Dante clutches his head in pure agony, begging the idiot to listen to a basic biology lesson. Dante yells that crops actually need time to grow, which the dumbfounded inmate surprisingly accepts. Our favorite teacher asks where he is going, only for the psycho to casually announce his departure, leaving a heavy, tense silence hanging in the air as the crazed inmate stares down, before he suddenly points toward the injured duo, asking if they are the reason Dante is staying, prompting a panicked Dante to step in front of them, warning the psycho not to touch them, explaining that he already gave him all the farming advice he wanted, so they should just part ways. But the blue-eyed psycho simply tilts his head, coldly asking the teacher if he wants to die, pointing out the massive hypocrisy since Dante previously claimed his only goal was to survive. Yet here he is, apparently ready to throw his life away just to protect his new companions. This hypocritical accusation completely snaps Dante's patience, prompting him to scream at the top of his lungs. While Dante feels incredibly uneasy, the crazed inmate tells the other two to stop bothering them, as both sides desperately call out to the teacher, forcing him to make a choice. But Rambutan immediately grabs him, dismissing the psycho's words as the ramblings of a melting brain, prompting Lychee to urge their white-haired protector to just grab them and run for it. Scooping up his companions, Rambutan prepares to launch them back up the massive wall. He demands that the terrified teacher start praying faster if he actually wants to escape. Sweating bullets, Dante stammers that he definitely wants out, but he has a terrible feeling. Suddenly, they rocket straight up the bloody wall once more with insane, explosive speed. They land right at the top only to find an even worse surprise waiting for them. A mysterious masked squad is already waiting, demanding that the teacher come with them. Rambutan immediately launches a devastating kick, sending one of the masked ambushers flying backward. This white-haired fighter holds a perfect high kick, casually asking Dante if he should execute them. Lychee happily chimes in, declaring that they have officially decided to stick together because they genuinely like him. Dante realizes these chaotic gladiator types actually care about his safety in their own twisted way, but his heartwarming revelation is cut short as Rambutan steps right on his shoulder. Apologizing first, the white-haired fighter brutally launches Dante backward with a massive, high-velocity kick, sending our favorite teacher hurtling through the air as a massive explosion rocks the wall behind them, leaving the terrified teacher to scream in absolute betrayal as he flies away from the blast zone. Turns out, Rambutan had a plan all along when he handed Dante that heavy trash bag earlier, which now tears open to scatter high-grade blue energy spheres all over the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, two inmates carefully measure a strange gap on the ground with a ruler, realizing with absolute shock that the boundary line has mysteriously shifted 30 centimeters, which means someone else is currently trying to make a desperate run for it, only to get instantly swallowed whole by a terrifying, giant stone monster guarding the perimeter. Back in the courtyard, a blue-haired inmate warns her companion not to touch the massive stone leg, pointing out the towering, monstrous entity that looms silently over the entire prison yard. A legendary skull-faced gargoyle designed to keep everyone trapped inside this living hell. But the spiky-haired rebel dismisses it as a harmless statue that only activates during actual escapes. He aggressively kicks the giant foot, determined to prove this stone guardian is completely useless, prompting the girl to explain its mysterious origins as a government weapon born from the fog. This spiky-haired rebel listens closely as she explains the gargoyle's job is to prevent fog leakage, and she adds that the system desperately blocks any of that precious fog from escaping, which apparently means this giant stone monstrosity is actually capable of thinking for itself. Turns out, it senses fog to instantly pinpoint anyone even remotely dreaming of an escape. leaving the blue-haired girl completely hopeless about ever breaking out of this high-security prison, since merely dreaming of sunlight and freedom only breeds more agonizing despair inside her. Suddenly, the spiky-haired rebel firmly grabs her hand to reassure her that they will escape, standing tall together in their bright orange jumpsuits as they share a quiet, emotional moment, before he flashes a confident, reassuring smile and tells her to trust him completely, prompting her to look up with teary eyes, ready to follow him anywhere. This spiky-haired rebel confidently takes his first step past the boundary line, screaming at the top of his lungs as he prepares to make his grand escape, only to get instantly swallowed whole by the terrifying, skull-faced gargoyle waiting in the shadows, which is exactly the distraction Rambutan was hoping for as the monster attacks. Realizing Dante's bag of blue fog successfully tricked the giant guardian into targeting the wrong guy, giving the white-haired fighter the perfect window to leap over the massive wall, crashing heavily into the dirt on the other side with an explosive thud, where he is finally greeted by the warm, blinding glow of actual sunlight. Covered in fresh blood, Rambutan smiles with pure joy, celebrating their hard-fought freedom, before immediately turning around to frantically call out for his beloved companion Lychee. But as Rambutan looks back, his joyful celebration instantly turns to pure, unadulterated horror, because he realizes something went terribly wrong during their high-speed leap over the wall, staring down at the empty, blood-soaked spot where his companion was supposed to be clinging, realizing with absolute dread that Lychee never actually made it over the wall with him. While back inside the courtyard, the towering stone guardian stands tall under the eerie moonlight, its massive, razor-sharp stone teeth brutally crushing down on the helpless girl's skull, leaving her staring blankly in sheer terror as her life flashes before her eyes, before the monstrous statue completely shuts its jaws, swallowing her whole in one brutal gulp. This horrific sight pushes the white-haired fighter past his limits, prompting him to scream her name. As he recklessly charges back over the wall to tear the stone beast apart, this giant stone monster charges a massive glowing blue energy beam right inside its gaping maw, unleashing a devastating torrent of pure destructive power that tears through the night sky. But Rambutan simply screams through the blood on his face, completely unfazed by the blinding light. This towering stone gargoyle crawls over the edge, staring down with its cold, glowing eyes. Standing at the base of the wall, our white-haired fighter prepares to face the colossal beast alone, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turn white as his anger reaches a boiling point, before he suddenly sprints straight up the vertical wall, defying gravity to close the distance. He leaps directly at the monster's massive skull face with a punch packed with pure rage. A deafening explosion rocks the entire prison yard as his fist makes violent contact with the stone, sending shockwaves through the air as Rambutan brutally cracks the giant guardian's armored head. This massive stone skull cracks under the sheer weight of Rambutan's rage-fueled punch, sending a massive shockwave of blue energy rippling across the entire prison courtyard. But the white-haired fighter is not done yet, his blood-spattered face twisted in pure malice, as he coldly mutters how incredibly annoying this giant stone nuisance really is. He unleashes a relentless barrage of heavy punches, screaming for the monster to just break, shattering the stone guardian's face completely and revealing a dark, hollow chamber inside, where Rambutan prepares to strike again, his glowing blue eyes scanning the dusty rubble, only to find our favorite teacher huddled inside the darkness, trembling in absolute terror. Tears stream down Dante's face as he looks up, desperately whispering the fighter's prison number, begging for help and admitting his mistakes while the white-haired warrior stares back in silence. Dante looks up in absolute shock as a massive, pale hand reaches down toward him, but Rambutan suddenly intercepts, delivering a fierce kick straight to the giant monster's face, sending both Dante and his white-haired savior crashing hard into the dusty ground below, where Dante frantically clings to Rambutan, sobbing about how terrifying the fighter's rescue attempt actually was. While Rambutan, bleeding heavily from his face, coldly tells the weeping teacher to open his eyes, prompting Dante to freeze in confusion, his tear-filled eyes widening as he looks up, only to see the colossal stone guardian looming directly over them, its mouth wide open, causing Dante to scream in pure terror, desperately begging Rambutan to get them out of there. But Rambutan brutally stomps Dante's head into the dirt, demanding he repeat a specific promise, staring down with a terrifying, blood-stained expression as he reminds the teacher that escape is impossible. Pinned to the dirt, Dante is ordered by the blue-eyed psycho to repeat his survival vow, and with his face eating dust, our favorite teacher has no choice but to comply, whimpering that he will never try to escape again while the massive gargoyle looms overhead, prompting the crazed inmate to stare down with a chilling, blood-splattered expression of absolute dominance. As the giant stone guardian's glowing eyes suddenly begin to fade into the dark night, leaving a sweating Dante to slowly lift his head as the suffocating pressure finally lifts, only to realize the terrifying stone monster has vanished into thin air like a ghost, making him wonder if the entire near-death experience was just a twisted, fog-induced illusion, before he quickly turns to ask if Rambutan and Lychee successfully made it over the wall. But the psycho coldly delivers the brutal truth that his friends are already dead. This white-haired fighter grimly warns that the terrifying monster is no illusion, promising death to escapees, and it does not matter how powerful you are when the system decides to crush you, because absolutely nobody survives a direct encounter with the legendary soul-crushing guardian. Meanwhile, a massive, iron-masked giant looms in the shadows with a grotesque, slithering tongue, confronting a brave kid wearing a paper bag who finds his cannibalistic title pretty intimidating, prompting the kid to casually ask if he actually eats people or just likes the edgy branding. This massive cannibal slithers his tongue closer, offering a very hands-on demonstration of his culinary habits, which immediately grosses out the kid who frantically demands he put that slimy thing away. But the giant insists on a taste test, leaving the kid to scream in absolute disgust. Shifting gears, the massive brute finally asks what business brought this unusually brave kid to his cell. Our paper bag-wearing kid gets straight to the point, holding up a photo of his target. He lists off the target's physical details, including a missing right arm and specific facial moles, presenting the crumpled picture of the chained-up prisoner to the massive cannibal, who immediately licks the photo and asks if he can just eat the guy instead, prompting the kid to casually agree before the giant questions his true identity. Claiming they are exactly the same, the kid stands calmly among the creepy, masked inmates, though the iron-masked giant remains highly skeptical of this smooth-talking village kid, as he proudly boasts about surviving a brutal district where only the strongest can make it. Meanwhile, panic erupts back in the main courtyard as the colossal stone golem suddenly returns, leaving the terrified inmates to brace for total slaughter until they spot something even crazier. This inmates stare in disbelief at the giant stone golem's completely shattered, toothless mouth, whispering in absolute shock about whether a legendary prison guardian can even be injured, until a mysterious, hooded inmate known as Baba Yaga steps forward to declare it an omen, laughing creepily after 5 years of absolute silence, though his breath apparently smells like hot garbage, as he cryptically mutters about a massive crack finally appearing on the system's chains. This surrounding inmates immediately panic, frantically screaming for someone to write down this legendary prophecy, while the creepy prophet dramatically spreads his arms and declares that the bird has taken flight, warning everyone that the fateful day of reckoning is finally drawing near. Meanwhile, Dante questions Rambutan about the giant white monster that supposedly killed his friends, only to learn these terrifying hollow guardians specifically hunt down anyone trying to escape the fog. Rambutan coldly dismisses Dante's desperate denial, calling his dead friends nothing but dirty liars, leaving the panicked teacher to scream in absolute disbelief about this hidden, murderous security system. But the white-haired fighter instantly shuts him down, reminding him of the brutal reality they just witnessed, delivering the ultimate soul-crushing truth that there is absolutely no way out of this hellhole, which completely breaks Dante's spirit as he stands trembling in the dirt, muttering in denial, before he completely loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs through his tears, only to get immediately silenced by a swift, heavy punch straight to his crying face. While back in the quiet corners of the prison, a lonely sweet potato sits in water, as a pair of polished black shoes approaches a messy, half-eaten metal food tray on the floor, where Dante quietly ponders the true nature of the monster while eating beside his paper-bag-wearing cellmate. Dante realizes this terrifying system is specifically designed to keep these superhuman freaks locked up tight, remembering how that loud-mouthed rebel was instantly turned into monster bait during their escape attempt, sending a cold shiver down his spine as he realizes just how close he came to dying, especially when other inmates are busy clinging to life and have zero time to worry about strangers. It turns out his entire plan was completely doomed from the very beginning, because his desperate obsession with escaping completely blinded him from seeing the obvious danger. But as he looks over at his quiet, paper bag-wearing cellmate, Dante wonders why this kid saved him, realizing the rescue had absolutely nothing to do with sweet potatoes, clothes, or the fog, recalling how the mysterious kid simply shared his meager food and told him to eat, leaving our favorite teacher to wonder if this bizarre cellmate is actually just a genuinely good person. Dante feels a sudden wave of guilt for saying such incredibly cruel things to his cellmate, especially since he treated the mysterious kid so coldly despite receiving nothing but kindness. But his train of thought halts when he spots the kid's ridiculously swollen hand, prompting the teacher to ask why his hand suddenly looks like a giant white balloon. Our paper bag-wearing hero casually claims he is fine, completely ignoring his cartoonishly deformed limb, which only makes Dante panic more as he insists they need to find a hospital immediately, though the stubborn kid simply shrugs it off as a minor fracture not worth worrying about, leaving the teacher to stare in absolute disbelief at this level of sheer pain tolerance. Gently squeezing the giant, puffy hand, Dante asks one more time if it really does not hurt, only for the kid to sharply inhale in silent agony, proving he is just enduring the pain. This kid's arm is wrapped in a massive, comical bandage sling that looks like a giant cocoon, but he immediately tries to tear it off, ignoring Dante's warnings about making the injury worse, claiming he still needs to eat and use the bathroom despite his completely shattered limb, leaving Dante to clutch his head in pure frustration over his cellmate's absolute lack of self-preservation, pointing out that surviving in this brutal prison with only 2 working legs is a death sentence, especially since they are currently nothing more than 2 weak targets waiting to get crushed, warning that running into any random thug outside their cell would mean instant, unceremonious death. Hearing this, the paper bag kid casually suggests they just take a trip to the local hospital, which completely throws Dante off guard as he turns around with a look of pure bewilderment, demanding to know if a real doctor actually exists in this godforsaken, monster-infested hellhole. This paper bag kid casually admits he has no clue, leaving Dante sweating in sheer disbelief, but the kid quickly mentions he once fought a doctor somewhere over in Zone O, which instantly triggers Dante's memory about his late friends drawing a secret map of this massive facility, realizing that a complete layout of the prison might actually still exist somewhere, and his eyes widen as the pieces of this desperate puzzle finally fall into place, leading him straight to a discarded white bag lying quietly in the dark corner. He eagerly tears it open while his injured cellmate watches in silent, confused curiosity, revealing a stash of glowing blue marbles, writing tools, and a thick stack of papers, prompting Dante to hoist the documents high above his head in a moment of pure triumph. As he spreads out the massive, incredibly detailed blueprint of their entire prison world, Dante traces the incredibly detailed map, realizing his dead friends left behind a massive legacy. And right there in plain sight, a fully functional medical center is circled in red, proving that this map holds way more than just a simple route to a doctor, revealing a massive pizza-shaped layout of the entire facility divided into alphabetical zones. But Dante quickly notices a glaring issue right at the very center of the diagram, prompting him to freeze in absolute shock as a sudden realization hits him, because the middle section of the paper is not actually missing, just carefully folded over, leading him to peel back the tape with trembling hands to uncover the hidden truth, which slowly unfurls to reveal a secret, highly classified section of the prison blueprint, exposing the heavily guarded command center right in the heart of the fog. Staring intensely at the map, Dante realizes the absolute center holds the ultimate secret, and right in the middle of this fog-covered wasteland sits the general headquarters, prompting him to eagerly turn to his paperbag-wearing cellmate with a brand new plan, only to find the kid doing some bizarre, spine-snapping yoga stretch in the corner. Meanwhile, outside a heavily guarded cell, a couple of beefy inmates stand watch, where a smug, red-haired information broker happily counts his massive bag of glowing marbles, hoping his luck holds out long enough to locate a specific one-armed target. But his quiet counting is interrupted when a sweating guard announces some unexpected visitors, as the colossal, iron-masked cannibal looms menacingly right behind the trembling guard, leaving the smug broker completely frozen in sheer terror at this unwelcome surprise. This red-haired broker stares up in absolute shock at the legendary iron-masked giant looming over him, recognizing this monstrous brute as the most dangerous, gluttonous thug in the entire district, forcing him to quickly mask his terror with a sweaty, incredibly tense grin. But the giant simply holds up a crumpled photo of their chained-up, white-haired target, which instantly makes the broker realize this is the exact guy the bloodhound is hunting, prompting the giant to coldly ask if he has ever seen this face before, giving the greedy broker a brilliant idea to cash in on a lucrative double request. He smugly asks how much the giant is willing to pay for this exclusive information, only for the giant to flatly state that the price will be his very life, leaving the terrified broker to nervously laugh off the threat while desperately citing underworld rules. This iron-masked giant grabs the terrified broker's head, casually asking about the texture of his massive ears, before a blood-curdling scream echoes through the dark, narrow alleyways of the district, sending the crumpled photo of their target tumbling onto a blood-splattered bag. While the broker lies in a pool of blood, completely traumatized by the giant's bizarre culinary critique, terrified henchmen rush to their bleeding boss as the massive cannibal casually walks away, spitting out a bloody chunk of ear while warning them to find his target immediately. Meanwhile, Dante stumbles down the street with a bizarre, zombie-like waddle beside his paper-bag-wearing cellmate, prompting the glowing-eyed kid to question his ridiculous walk as they carry their gear, only for the teacher to proudly show off his own makeshift paperbag mask, which earns him a swift shove from the kid for breathing too loudly and moving too slow. This paperbag kid suddenly halts, stubbornly demanding food while Dante loses his absolute mind. Dante points out that throwing a tantrum over lunch in a highly dangerous cafeteria is pure suicide, but the stubborn kid insists that basic survival instincts should always trump their current escape plans, reminding his injured cellmate that a shattered arm completely changes their odds of surviving this hellhole, since they can no longer afford to fight or even pause for a single second, leaving them with their backs against a cliff where any retreat means instant, unceremonious death. With no other options left, the duo continues their slow, awkward march deeper into the dangerous district, heading straight toward a shady establishment run by the local, highly sought-after information brokers, who have painstakingly compiled a highly classified master list of every single inmate in the facility, constantly updating the registry as dead prisoners are replaced and their numbers are recycled. But the official records show that prisoner number 182 actually died over 22 years ago, leaving the broker to stare at the photo and wonder who this mysterious kid really is. His henchmen quickly suggest the kid probably just stole a dead man's rare number tag. But the red-haired broker knows that receiving brand new clothes means the system recognized him, confirming that this legendary, long-dead prisoner number is somehow completely and terrifyingly legitimate. One of his lackeys nervously points out that the kid looks way too young to be a 22-year veteran, jokingly wondering if he somehow unlocks some mythical, youth-preserving talent to stay this fresh. This broker bites his thumb, knowing a 22-year delay is impossible for an information network, realizing that someone at the very top deliberately wiped the kid's records from existence, leaving only one terrifying group of people capable of pulling off a cover-up that massive, and that massive cover-up points directly to the highest authority, the prison's own administration bureau. Meanwhile, our duo finally arrives at the entrance of the legendary Dumpling Village, where Dante eagerly celebrates finding the one place that actually has a working hospital, prompting the teacher to ask his quiet cellmate if this bustling area rings any bells, only for the kid to dryly reply that he at least knows it is not Tofu Village. Checking his notes, Dante realizes the name actually changed, but his cellmate quickly kills the vibe, warning him that the deeper they venture, the more dangerous the local thugs become. Passing under the cracked neon sign, they officially step into this chaotic, lawless market district, which turns out to be a bustling hub packed with shady inmates trading illegal goods, making it the perfect place to blend in provided they do not get stabbed first. Stepping into the market, Dante is completely blown away by the sheer scale of the place, realizing that this lawless prison district has somehow transformed into a fully functioning town, complete with bustling food stalls, working electricity, and even a fully established economic system. Though the sheer number of sketchy inmates walking around keeps him on high alert. Studying his late friend's map, Dante remembers that most of these sectors are heavily controlled, but the mysterious medical center they are targeting does not seem to have any listed ruler, prompting Dante to suggest they quickly duck into a quiet alley to avoid drawing attention, only to turn around and find his stubborn cellmate already ordering food at a stall, where the blocky-headed vendor demands a fraction of a gram of fog for one dumpling, leaving the broke kid to casually admit he does not have a single cent to his name. A sudden, explosive crash echoes through the busy market, instantly halting the bustling crowd, and the blocky-headed vendor looms over his wrecked stall, roaring about a thief in their midst, leaving the nearby onlookers completely stunned that anyone would dare rob this legendary shop. Hearing the sudden uproar, Dante clutches his head in absolute panic as the crowd points fingers, but his stubborn cellmate simply sits in the dirt, demanding the vendor hand over the food anyway, prompting the massive chef to ask if the kid expects to eat their historic recipe for free, only for the clueless kid to glare back and ask if dumplings are some kind of joke. Before another word can escape, Dante's hand flies out to muzzle his suicidal companion, desperately bowing and begging for forgiveness to keep them both from getting slaughtered on the spot. Instead, the towering chef slowly raises a massive meat cleaver, coldly asking if Dante is a thief too. Dante desperately covers his cellmate's mouth, frantically claiming his younger brother is severely mentally ill. But the blocky-headed chef only roars louder, accusing them of being suspicious masked robbers, raising his massive cleaver to rally the angry crowd for an immediate public execution, leaving Dante sweating bullets under his paper mask as he realizes how incredibly fast things escalated, until a tiny dumpling-headed elder casually strolls into the alley and commands everyone to halt. This towering chef instantly freezes in absolute shock, his jaw dropping at the sudden interruption, revealing this tiny newcomer is actually the highly respected elder Mongol dumpling herself, who slowly approaches the trembling duo to ask if the kid's brother is truly sick, pointing out that the injured kid does not even have a functioning hand to steal with, before calmly telling the stunned partners to follow her deeper into the village. Elder Mongol leads them to her shop, immediately questioning why they are wearing such ridiculous, suspicious masks. But Dante completely ignores her to aggressively stuff his face with hot, freshly steamed dumplings, prompting the polite teacher to quickly apologize for the massive scene they caused earlier. Stunned by the incredible flavor, Dante eagerly asks how they even managed to source fresh ingredients here, only for the sweet old lady to calmly reveal they just recycle leftover cafeteria slop, causing Dante to violently spit his food out in horror while his cellmate aggressively forces another down. Though the proud chef pays no mind, claiming people travel from all over for her legendary recipe, before her warm expression suddenly softens as she admits some visitors arrive with a different motive, revealing that many desperate souls enter this lawless district specifically to find the hidden hospital, leaving the duo completely frozen as she asks if they are seeking the exact same thing. Elder Mongol warns them to stop right there if they are looking for that hospital, because that old medical facility has recently transformed into something far more sinister, a terrifying stronghold known to the locals as the Demon King's Castle. This former sanctuary is now wrapped in bloody barbed wire and constant, ominous lightning, prompting Dante to nervously ask what kind of monster could possibly rule such a place, only for the elder to warn them that the legendary beast Uruk was born there. Dante wonders if she just means some local gang leader with a scary reputation, but she grimly clarifies that even approaching the perimeter is a guaranteed death sentence. Panicking, the teacher desperately asks about the doctor they need to heal his cellmate's arm, which leaves Dante completely devastated as she tells them to leave the village by morning. This duo ends up staying at a sketchy local establishment called the Mongol Hotel, where Dante sits on the floor, desperately trying to decode the elder's cryptic warnings, wondering if this terrifying demon king actually slaughtered every single medical professional in the sector, prompting the teacher to ask his quiet cellmate when he last visited that hospital. But the kid's vague answer only makes Dante press him for the exact timeline. Staring blankly into the dark room, the kid slowly begins to recall his past, revealing that during his first visit, he was actually missing an entire arm, back when he stumbled through the wasteland, bleeding out and desperately searching for medical aid, until he finally crossed paths with a mysterious physician standing in the foggy ruins, demanding a brand new arm while Dante listens in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief. Dante stares in absolute disbelief, desperately asking how the mysterious doctor responded to that insane demand. This kid blankly recalls the doctor's bizarre response regarding his missing limb. This shadowy physician had simply asked if the idiot wanted it attached right then and there, which the kid felt was an incredibly rude way to treat a paying customer, prompting him to casually admit that he solved the customer service issue by punching the doctor. Dante's soul nearly leaves his body as he frantically asks if the kid murdered their only hope. But the kid reassures him that the doctor is definitely still alive and kicking, because it turns out the doctor was actually the one who beat him into a bloody pulp. Now the kid is fully energized by spite, determined to march back and settle the score, leaving Dante screaming that the doctor might be dead and the hospital is completely abandoned. But the white-haired kid simply scoffs, completely unbothered by Dante's frantic logical protests, leaving the anxious teacher utterly bewildered as the kid casually claims he can hear something, specifically, the distinct metallic ringing of the doctor's surgical tools echoing from the distance. Soon, the duo arrives at the heavily fortified perimeter of the ruined medical facility, where the blood-splattered sign of the Noah Medical Center hangs as a grim warning, surrounded by a horrifying display of fresh and decaying corpses tangled in barbed wire, proving that the Elder's terrifying warnings about this lawless zone were entirely accurate, which has Dante sweating bullets while his stubborn cellmate marches forward without a care, prompting the terrified teacher to desperately ask if they are truly walking into a trap, only to realize that his mysterious partner possesses an incredibly sharp, almost superhuman sense of hearing. Dante nervously whispers, wondering if the faint noise echoing through the corridor is actually the doctor's voice, but our boy simply tilts his head back and lets out a soft, casual whistle, leaving the confused teacher to ask if he is absolutely sure about what he is hearing, prompting Dante to wonder if his strange cellmate possesses some kind of mythical, super-sensitive hearing talent, though the kid flatly denies having any special abilities while they creep closer to the door, ignoring Dante's frantic insistence that a cheat code skill like that would make their lives way easier. Suddenly, a pale hand flies out and firmly clamps over the teacher's mouth mid-sentence, cutting off his rambling as a strange, ominous murmuring begins to echo from the shadows, while the kid's eyes flash with a cold, glowing blue light as he senses danger, forcing Dante to sweat in absolute terror as he finally realizes they are not alone in this dark hallway. To prove his point, our boy suddenly delivers a brutal kick to Dante's face, leaving the dazed teacher to realize the kid actually heard his barely audible whisper, which means this creepy hospital might truly be the legendary Demon King's castle, forcing them to step closer to the blood-splattered entrance to investigate the truth. But Dante quickly drags his partner behind a concrete barrier to hide. Peeking out from their cover, the anxious teacher points toward the dark entrance, asking if our boy can hear the faint voices echoing from inside. Before they make a move, Dante makes the kid repeat their basic plan, confirming they will knock, hide, and run if anyone besides the doctor emerges. And with a confident smirk, the teacher signals that it is time to move. This plan is simple, elegant, and incredibly stupid, literally named Ring the Bell and Run, allowing Dante to safely monitor the hospital's entrance from behind a crumbling concrete wall. And with a swift, heavy kick, our boy slams his boot against the door, immediately turning on his heel to sprint back to safety like an absolute madman, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as he dashes across the blood-stained courtyard. Peeking out from their hiding spot, the duo holds their breath in tense silence. But after several agonizing seconds, absolutely nobody emerges from the dark, foggy building, prompting Dante to ask if the place is empty, only for the kid to suggest a harder knock. Without a second thought, our boy marches right back and delivers an absolute wallop of a kick, sprinting away once again to leave the entrance completely silent and undisturbed. This front of the creepy medical center remains completely silent and dark. Dante peeks from behind the pillar, confirming that there is absolutely no sound inside, leaving the anxious teacher to wonder if the kid was just hallucinating earlier. But our boy decides the solution is simply to go back and kick harder, launching his boot straight into the glass door with absolute reckless force, shattering the entire entrance into a million pieces with a deafening crash, which instantly sends Dante into a state of absolute screaming panic as he watches, especially when he realizes the kid is just standing in front of the dark hole, desperately screaming for his reckless partner to get away from the entrance immediately, only for a sudden, terrifying force to violently drag the kid into the darkness. Dante watches in horror as our boy is violently thrown back onto the concrete floor, leaving the terrified teacher to wonder if they just awakened the legendary Demon King. But instead, a pair of calm, steady footsteps slowly crunches over the shattered glass, accompanied by the chilling, rhythmic spin of a razor-sharp surgical scalpel in the dark. Peeking closer, Dante realizes this terrifying presence is not some mindless, bloodthirsty monster. While our boy groans on the floor, complaining about the incredibly rude reception, revealing a scarred, stitched face that looks far more like a villain than a savior, as the legendary physician himself stands tall, thoroughly annoyed by their loud, uninvited visit. With our boy completely flattened and cowering, the doctor slowly approaches his uninvited guests, prompting the bruised kid to casually confirm that this violent maniac is indeed their doctor. This stitch-faced physician stares back with absolute silent confusion at his uninvited guests, prompting our boy to boldly step forward and confirm they are indeed looking for medical aid, while he aggressively thrusts his heavily bandaged, useless arm straight into the doctor's face. Unimpressed, the scarred physician coldly gives them exactly 3 seconds to get lost, which sends Dante into a panic as he frantically whispers for the kid to act pitiful. But the doctor simply reaches out and aggressively grabs the kid's makeshift mask, leaving the terrified teacher to watch in absolute horror as their cover is blown. Pulling the hood back, the doctor sneers, asking why trash criminals expect to be treated like humans, though our boy merely stares back with glowing eyes, reminding him of his medical oath, only for the cold-hearted physician to ask what his profession has to do with their survival. Without warning, our boy launches a sudden high-flying kick straight at the doctor's head, leaving Dante to scream in absolute terror as he watches the negotiation completely break down. But the cold-hearted physician effortlessly catches the incoming boot with a single, rock-solid hand, flashing a sinister, mocking grin as he points out their incredibly predictable behavior, before violently throwing the kid backward, calling them a bunch of ill-mannered idiots. Our boy crashes hard against the concrete floor, tumbling backward from the sheer force, only to look up and see the doctor's heavy boot coming down to crush him, which he barely dodges by rolling away, earning a mocking compliment from the physician, who immediately spins around to launch another devastating high-speed follow-up attack. But our boy counters with a brutal, direct punch straight into the doctor's gut. This doctor effortlessly catches the kid's fist right before it impacts his stomach. This physician mockingly praises the kid's tough act with a chilling, stitch-face grin, before violently slamming our boy headfirst into the concrete with absolute bone-shattering force, leaving Dante completely knocked out on the floor with his glasses knocked aside. But the stubborn kid somehow grabs the doctor's boot midair, asking what to do next, only for the physician to brutally stomp down and render his legs completely useless, mockingly asking what a one-legged bastard can possibly do to stop him now. But our boy suddenly swings his entire body upward with insane core strength, wrapping his remaining good leg tightly around the surprised physician's neck in a flash, and sinking his teeth straight into the doctor's shoulder with absolute feral rage. This doctor instantly analyzes the bite, recognizing the exact thumb flexor muscle clamping down on him, and instead of screaming in pain, the stitch-faced physician simply grins with twisted amusement, before unleashing a blindingly fast counterattack to slice his feral patient right off him, catching our boy completely off guard as blood sprays from the sudden, precise cuts, followed by a rapid succession of surgical slashes that tear right through his orange jumpsuit, culminating in a brutal kick that sends the kid flying backward through the air, though he somehow manages to slide back on his feet, bracing for the next strike, only for the doctor to coldly list the damaged masseter muscle in the kid's jaw, pointing out the deep, bleeding lacerations across his internal oblique and lumbar muscles, before concluding his grim diagnosis with the severed peroneus longus muscle in the kid's leg. Our boy collapses heavily onto the cracked concrete, his body completely giving out from the damage, while the stitch-faced physician smiles coldly, holding up his gleaming surgical scissors like a twisted trophy, casually spinning the sharp metal tool around his finger with terrifying, effortless precision, before snapping it into a tight, deadly grip to deliver a final, fatal blow, looming over his defeated patient as he raises the weapon to end this annoying house call. But Dante suddenly bursts into the frame, screaming at the top of his lungs to stop the madness, desperately throwing his hands up to clarify they only came here seeking actual medical assistance, leaving the annoyed physician to demand who these sneaky, bug-like intruders actually are. This cold-hearted doctor sneers, telling them to just go drop dead like the trash they are, forcing a sweating Dante to realize this psycho has a massive, deep-seated hatred for prisoners. This doctor scowls, completely unimpressed by Dante's sudden claim of not being a prisoner, pulling down his eyelid to prove he has never used the prison's fog, which only earns him a deeply skeptical look from the stitch-faced physician, prompting the sweating teacher to frantically point to himself to reiterate his civilian status, explaining that he is just an innocent educator trapped here by the sudden prison riot. Dropping to his knees, Dante desperately begs the towering physician for actual medical assistance, but the doctor just covers his face and bursts into a low, mocking laugh, forcing the panicked teacher to wave his expensive Italian designer tie as absolute proof of his wealth. Surprisingly, this ridiculous fashion defense actually works, prompting the doctor to finally ask what they need. So Dante immediately begs him to call the warden while pointing to his thoroughly battered partner. Looking at the battered kid, the doctor highly doubts this absolute gremlin is also an educator, especially since our boy is currently screaming like a feral, foaming-at-the-mouth lunatic, leaving Dante to sweat under the pressure of maintaining this incredibly thin lie, before boldly claiming the bruised kid is actually a highly respected physical education teacher. Meanwhile, deep inside the prison yard, a pack of mutated, lanky inmates begins to gather, as the red-haired inmate confidently announces that their long-awaited day of reckoning has finally arrived, only for a massive, cage-headed monster to loom behind him with a deeply unsettling greeting, instantly ruining the red-haired leader's cool vibe as he nervously tries to renegotiate their schedule. But the terrifying giant merely leans in closer to deliver a chilling, cannibalistic threat, leaving the gang leader completely frozen in silent, sweating terror as his plan falls apart. To save his own skin, Kasim immediately spills the location of a witness hiding in Tofu Village, which instantly lights up the terrifying giant's eyes with a chilling, blue-glowing hunger, prompting one of the panicked lackeys to bolt out the door to escape the madness, leaving the bald underling to nervously question if giving up such high-level intel is actually safe, pointing out that Kasim is the only fog distributor left in their entire zone. But the sweating leader snaps back, reminding him that survival always overrides any long-term business calculations, explaining that the terrifying monster does not care about unwritten rules or prison management boundaries, because when a beast is driven by pure insatiable hunger, nothing else matters. Meanwhile, the monstrous giant charges out into the foggy streets, leading his pack of mutated beasts. Completely unaware that their target is currently recovering inside the quiet Noah Medical Center, Dante stares wide-eyed in absolute disbelief as he takes in their current, incredibly sketchy surroundings, noticing the thick layers of cobwebs and massive cracks running along the decaying walls, which makes the entire facility look far more like a haunted house than a functional clinic, leaving the anxious teacher to wonder what kind of twisted experiments actually happen in this place. But his dark thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a sharp, metallic sound from the doorway, revealing the stitch-faced physician now fully prepped in clean scrubs and pulling on sterile gloves, prompting Dante to eagerly introduce himself, only to get immediately shut down for hygiene reasons. This cold-hearted doctor casually introduces himself as Ha-Yura Lin with a sharp, intense gaze, telling the relieved teacher to drop the formal titles while keeping his gloved hands raised. Before asking for the name of the unconscious, heavily battered kid lying on the table, Dante nervously blurts out the first name that comes to mind, inspired by a literal masterpiece. While the doctor questions Dante's aggressive tone before the teacher pivots to some creepy local rumors, mentioning whispers of a hidden demon king and the clinic's incredibly sketchy, run-down appearance, prompting a heavy, dramatic sigh from the physician as he admits something terrible did happen, leaving Dante completely stunned when the doctor reveals why he refused to contact the warden, explaining that his own situation in this godforsaken prison is not any better than theirs, dropping the massive bombshell that he is actually being held captive here as well. This shocking revelation sends Dante into a spiral of confusion, questioning how an official employee is trapped. But the doctor calmly prepares his surgical tools, explaining that the teacher has completely misunderstood his role, revealing he was sent here years ago on a twisted mission to perfect his surgical skills. Years ago, a massive wave of medical staff and eager interns arrived at this very facility, but every single one of them was brutally slaughtered when a patient suddenly lost control, leaving this scarred physician as the sole survivor of that horrific, blood-soaked massacre. Confused, Dante asks why the outside world never sent a rescue team to save him, prompting the doctor to bitterly point out his 4-year imprisonment as the obvious answer, while the sweating teacher weakly argues that the thick fog simply made rescue missions impossible, only for the physician to mockingly repeat the excuse with absolute chilling skepticism. This cold-hearted doctor then asks if the clueless educator still has not realized the truth, explaining that the real administrators are the ones calmly walking around wearing protective masks, delivering the terrifying realization that the authorities never actually wanted to rescue them. This harsh reality is that the higher-ups deliberately abandoned everyone inside this facility, leaving the operating room to rot in complete darkness and decay, which explains why the doctor sits in absolute brooding silence on the bench, recalling how the thick, toxic fog had already covered the entire entrance, while the staff had absolutely zero protective gear to shield themselves, meaning every single person back then inhaled the poisonous fumes. This guards only wore basic, ordinary masks that offered no real protection, prompting the doctor to reveal he was merely sent here under orders, only to watch in horror as everyone around him brutally died. Leaving Dante completely speechless as the terrifying truth finally sinks in, Dante sits in the dim light, realizing even the prison guards might have been completely brainwashed, leaving him to desperately wonder why the authorities selected him for this nightmare in the first place. Recalling the day a special envoy from the International Penal Agency suddenly showed up at his door. This smug agent named William Cox had arrived with 2 massive, silent bodyguards in tow, catching the young educator completely off guard while he was just trying to relax at home. This agent casually insulted Dante's modest apartment, immediately setting a tense, incredibly awkward tone, before bringing up Dante's incredibly wealthy parents and their legendary medical legacy. But when Dante assumed they wanted something from his family, the agent quickly corrected him, revealing the terrifying truth that Dante himself was their one and only target, specifically targeting the guy who walked away from a massive inheritance to become a simple schoolteacher. Dante narrows his eyes in utter confusion, trying to process this bizarre sales pitch, while the smug agent starts clapping slowly, praising the teacher's noble decision to reject his family's wealth, leaving the young educator sweating as the man casually references his exceptional genetic code, before slapping down an official folder detailing a highly classified prison education project, prompting Dante to stare in absolute shock as the agent asks if he wants the job. Looking down at the official seal of the Crater Detention Office, the teacher feels a sudden chill, as the agent explains they want him to take charge of a long-term educational project, forcing Dante to slowly realize they are actually asking him to work inside a literal jail, which the creepy agent confirms with a wide, unsettling grin about needing open-minded talent. This sudden wave of aggressive flattery only makes him highly suspicious of their true motives. This creepy agent points a finger, praising Dante's rare and valuable mindset with a wide, unsettling grin, leaving the young educator completely speechless as the man hypes him up as some legendary beacon of hope. Back in the present, the stitch-faced physician holds up a gleaming scalpel, addressing our boy directly, warning the battered kid that this highly sketchy operation will have to proceed without any anesthesia, before slapping a sterile green cloth over our boy's forehead to prepare him for the pain, promising to patch up every single one of his horrific injuries in one single, swift go. Suddenly, the doctor's eyes flare with a terrifying, hyper-focused intensity as he prepares to make the cut. And with a blinding flash of light, the razor-sharp scalpel slices down with absolute terrifying precision, cutting deep into the damaged muscle tissue while our boy's eye dilates from the sudden, agonizing shock. As the skilled surgeon begins weaving his needles through the torn flesh with superhuman speed, this doctor's hands move like a blur, stitching torn muscle fibers back together with terrifying speed. As blood splatters across the operating table while the sutures snap tightly into place, finishing the brutal, lightning-fast procedure with a satisfying metallic click of his surgical tools, our boy lies there with tears streaming down his face, his neck muscles completely rebuilt, while fresh bandages now cover his newly repaired abdominal and thigh adductor muscles, followed by a tight wrap around his shredded calf muscles to complete the physical overhaul. Holding up a bloody tray, the doctor casually announces that everything has already been reconnected, grabbing the kid's face in sheer disbelief that he survived the agony without even screaming, before peeling off his bloody gloves to address the kid's severely broken arm next, gently inspecting the swollen limb while casually mentioning their X-ray machine broke down years ago. Deciding to skip the guesswork, the doctor casually prepares to slice the arm open to inspect it directly, while telling our boy to clench his teeth as the cold scalpel bites deep into his flesh, which sends a massive jolt of pure, unadulterated agony straight through the kid's entire system, exposing a horrific mess of shredded muscle and shattered bone beneath the bloody incision. Staring at the wreckage, the surgeon demands to know how anyone could possibly survive such devastating trauma, as he uses his tweezers to carefully pull back the jagged bone fragments for a closer look, only to freeze in absolute bewilderment as something completely impossible catches his attention, noticing strange, organic threads stretching between the broken shards like some kind of living glue. But a closer look reveals this is not just some weird, sticky biological connection, because the shattered bone fragments are actively pulling themselves back together to heal on their own. This doctor suddenly stops, staring down at the self-healing bone with absolute furious disbelief. And he slams the operating room doors wide open, stepping out into the hallway, catching Dante completely off guard as the teacher jumps up to ask if it is over, only to freeze when he sees the sheer, unbridled rage written all over the doctor's face, because the furious physician is literally carrying our boy over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, growling that Dante has some serious nerve tricking him into treating one of those monstrous prisoners, leaving the sweating teacher completely speechless as his elaborate cover story instantly falls apart, prompting Dante to desperately chase after him as the doctor threatens to dump the kid outside, while the panicked educator frantically tries to piece together how the doctor realized our boy's true identity, especially when the angry surgeon demands to know why a simple gym teacher has such a monster. This doctor scoffs at Dante's claim that our boy has only been here a few years, insisting that his medical expertise makes it absolutely impossible for him to be mistaken, pointing out a massive, highly abnormal growth on the kid's body that Dante completely ignored, before casually tossing our boy down the concrete stairs like a sack of garbage. This reckless move sends Dante into a panic, screaming that no doctor should ever treat patients this way, but the angry physician instantly cuts him off by grabbing the teacher's collar with a bloody hand. Demanding to know why a simple educator is hanging out with a dangerous, self-healing monster, Dante desperately defends our boy, arguing that the kid has saved his life multiple times already, which only earns him a chilling glare from the doctor who questions his sanity, asking if the horrors of this prison have already driven the poor teacher completely insane. This doctor warns that Dante needs to understand exactly what kind of hellhole they are dealing with, explaining that survival in this place requires choosing allies with extreme, calculated caution, as he aggressively pulls his blood-stained glove off with a sharp, dramatic snap, admitting that he does not trust a single guard or prisoner in this entire facility. He advises the sweating teacher to make a smart choice and stay put, offering to guarantee Dante's safety inside the clinic while completely excluding our boy, leaving our boy sitting silently on the cold ground, looking battered but strangely calm. While Dante listens in tense silence, his mind racing to find a logical counterargument, recalling a memory of a small, injured bird lying helpless on the ground, as a faceless passerby on a bicycle tells him to stop crying over something so trivial. As the story plunges back into the depths of limbo, the stakes have never been higher. Dante finds himself carrying our boy up a steep, blood-stained concrete slope while carrying a massive sack, this stressed teacher frantically complaining about how the kid managed to get caught in the first place, only to feel a sudden warm trickle of drool landing directly onto his head from above, prompting Dante to scream in absolute disgust as our boy weakly denies doing anything wrong. Before they can argue further, they are violently kicked straight down the steep concrete hill, leaving the battered educator to bitterly question the genius of building a clinic on a steep cliff, while our boy casually demands they throw away the massive black sack he was carrying, complaining that the heavy load is making it absolutely impossible for him to walk another step. This ridiculous complaint completely breaks Dante's sanity, prompting him to scream at the kid to finally cooperate. Dante points back up the blood-splattered slope, furiously ranting about the massive risks he took, while our boy just sits there looking completely drained, barely processing his teacher's dramatic breakdown. Pinching the bridge of his nose, the stressed educator deeply regrets choosing this stupid, dangerous path again, before suddenly slapping his own face in a desperate attempt to snap himself out of it, only to be interrupted when a rough hand suddenly grabs his face out of nowhere, revealing the dumpling-headed old lady and her massive, block-headed companion marching up the hill, leaving Dante completely stunned as he recognizes the familiar face of the local dumpling vendor, who apparently runs a rather sketchy, run-down establishment nearby called the Mongol Hotel. Once inside, the giant gently lays our boy down while the old lady aggressively scolds them, prompting Dante to defend their return by pointing out just how dangerous the kids' injuries actually are. This old lady freaks out over our boy's battered state, demanding to know what trouble he found. She suddenly stops her ranting, her eyes locking onto the neatly wrapped bandages covering his arm, before turning her suspicious gaze toward Dante, wondering if the teacher dragged the kid to get help. Dante quickly denies it, kneeling down to check on the kid while explaining what happened during the treatment, only to freeze mid-sentence as a sudden realization hits him right in the face. He notices the swelling on our boy's arm has already vanished beneath those perfectly wrapped bandages, leaving the teacher to wonder what kind of insane miracle worker that angry doctor actually is. His silent awe is cut short when the old lady demands to know how they managed it, explaining that the infamous Dr. Hearn normally despises prisoners and would never agree to treat them, prompting Dante to look back in surprise, realizing these sketchy hotel owners know the doctor personally. This old lady sighs, defending the doctor's reputation despite his terrifying local nickname, explaining they only hid his existence to prevent desperate prisoners from swarming the clinic, before she begins drifting into a nostalgic memory of how things used to be, reminding Dante that while Fog Land is currently treated like a giant garbage dump, having a fully functioning medical center here was once considered an unbelievable luxury. Staffed by incredibly kind doctors who treated the wretched locals with genuine devotion, offering unconditional medical care to every single desperate soul who walked through their doors, choosing to see the value of human life instead of their criminal pasts, which slowly began softening the hardened, violent hearts of the local villagers over time, prompting a younger version of the old lady to happily bring them fresh dumplings. She happily calls out to a young Dr. Hearn, inviting him to eat some fresh dumplings, but the young, cynical doctor just lifts the book off his face with a sigh, while the head physician scolds her for making food right after a major surgery, prompting the blushing woman to insist it is the only way she can show her gratitude, hoping her humble cooking can somehow repay the incredible kindness they have shown her. Suddenly, the young doctor reaches out and gently takes hold of her bandaged hand, checking her mobility to ensure her newly repaired fingers are healing up perfectly, which brings a massive, grateful smile to her face as she praises his surgical skills. Seeing her genuine happiness actually coaxes a rare, soft smile out of the cynical young doctor, inspiring other rough prisoners to start bringing whatever food they could find to share. Other grateful patients brought whatever scrap metal and junk they could scavenge from the wasteland, but some absolute fools decided to pay the doctors with highly coveted glowing fog crystals, causing boxes of this dangerous glowing currency to slowly pile up inside the clinic's storage room. This massive pile of wealth instantly painted a giant target on the peaceful medical sanctuary, triggering a brutal, greed-fueled massacre that left the hospital corridors completely painted in fresh blood. When the horrified villagers finally arrived the next morning, they found nothing but a slaughterhouse, searching the empty patient wards only to realize every single treated prisoner had mysteriously vanished, leaving the furious dumpling lady to realize those ungrateful monsters were the ones behind the attack, until she finally opens a dark door at the very end of the hallway. Discovering a young Dr. Hearn slumped in a pool of blood with his legs brutally mangled. Finding the young doctor clinging to life, she desperately calls for bandages to stop the bleeding. But her desperate rescue attempt is instantly met with a weak, hostile demand to get lost, because even while bleeding out, the young surgeon was still desperately clutching a sharp scalpel, screaming at them to get out as his shattered mind completely gave in to the trauma. Back in the present, Dante wonders how the doctor could have possibly survived such horrific injuries, only for the old lady to reveal that the doctor had touched the mysterious fog, gaining some unknown, monstrous ability that allowed him to miraculously piece his broken body back together, though his survival only marked the beginning of a hellish struggle far worse than death. Left with absolutely nothing, the broken doctor was forced to scavenge for scraps just to survive, scraping the very bottom of empty tin cans for any remaining drops of nourishment. He sat alone in the dark pantry, surrounded by empty cans and his own dark thoughts. But back then, even a simple dumpling made from discarded scraps was considered a feast, prompting the hospital staff to debate the ethics of eating food made from literal trash, though the chief doctor quickly shut down the complaints, praising the locals' desperate generosity. Still, Heron could not shake his suspicion, especially with those glowing blue crystals piling up in storage, leading the other staff to gossip about the mysterious, talent-granting properties of the fog, wondering why the authorities had not cleared the addictive mist from the area yet, until she suddenly taps his arm, signaling him to shut his mouth immediately, as a creepy suited official wearing a heavy gas mask silently looms in the doorway. leaving the terrified staff to quickly agree that some secrets are better left completely uninvestigated. This chief doctor warmly urges a young heron to eat his dumplings before they get cold, but their peaceful lunch is instantly shattered by a blaring emergency alarm echoing down the hall, as a panicked staff member bursts through the doors screaming about a critical incoming patient, whose pulse is dropping dangerously fast while blood splatters across the cold clinic floor. This team frantically pumps drugs into the mangled patient, only to realize he does not even have eyeballs, leaving a blood-splattered heron to openly question if their basic equipment can even save this guy, prompting the furious chief doctor to snap at him for giving up on a breathing patient, before aggressively waving the young surgeon into the operating room to assist with the chaotic procedure, drafted on the spot as the assistant surgeon despite his heavy doubts and the sheer horror. As they wheel the dying man inside to begin a surgery that will change everything. Inside the operating room, the team frantically struggles to control the patient's massive, unstoppable bleeding, with the chief doctor sweating bullets as he fails to locate the source of the hemorrhage. But suddenly, a pair of blood-soaked hands confidently reaches into the gory mess, as a young heron calmly pinpoints the exact location of the ruptured facial artery. This sudden display of absolute precision leaves the chief doctor completely stunned in disbelief, and miraculously, the patient's rapidly dropping vital signs finally begin to stabilize. Soon after, the survivor rests peacefully in a quiet ward, wrapped in heavy bandages, while the exhausted medical staff realizes the grueling procedure took them all day, prompting the weary chief doctor to collapse onto a bench right next to Heron, who eagerly asks how the young surgeon managed to find the artery amidst all that shredded tissue. Heron explains he simply saw a brief flash of light right before the blood sprayed everywhere. This chief doctor smiles warmly, deeply impressed by the young surgeon's jaw-dropping focus during the crisis, while Heron sheepishly apologizes for snatching the medical tools out of his superior's hands. This older man dismisses the breach of protocol, reminding him who actually saved the patient's life, offering a heartfelt prediction that the talented young man is destined to become a truly legendary healer. But that beautiful dream of a peaceful future is violently ripped away in an instant, as a sudden, suffocating silence descends upon the dark and empty corridors of the clinic, accompanied by the wet, heavy sound of bloody footsteps slowly echoing through the darkness, leaving a trembling Heron to stare in absolute horror as tears stream down his face, confronting a towering, blood-soaked monster holding his beloved mentor's battered head like a trophy. Staring up at the towering intruder, Heron instantly recognizes the horrifying face of his savior-turned-slayer, realizing the very patient he just saved is the monster who slaughtered everyone, this ungrateful beast who dragged him right back into a living hell of endless suffering. Standing tall as a grotesque warden of this newly created prison of flesh, before a massive, blood-soaked hand slowly reaches down toward the terrified young surgeon, clamping tightly over his face to force-feed him the ultimate agonizing curse, crushing his skull to deliver the ultimate agonizing punishment of remaining alive in this wasteland. Back in the present, an empty tin can clatters violently against the cold wall, as the scarred doctor sits alone in the dark, cursing his miserable existence, his stitched face hardening as he remembers the day his humanity was stolen. Meanwhile, the harsh reality of survival in this dump is represented by a single trash bag, where the local prisoners wander the dusty streets of the slum just trying to get by. And our boy is currently on the verge of starvation, weakly begging for some food. Dante sits nearby in utter disbelief as the kid keeps hallucinating about legendary dumplings, prompting the teacher to piece together the timeline of the doctor's 2-year isolation, before asking the old lady how anyone could possibly survive that long on hospital leftovers, suggesting they use the doctor's old village ties to finally talk some sense into him. But she quickly shuts that down, explaining the doctor only helped them because they are clueless outsiders, while her massive husband steps in to declare that their hands are completely tied, leaving Dante's desperate hope of saving the broken healer to be met with cold silence. This blocky-headed husband warns Dante that the doctor is actually punishing them by staying isolated, reminding everyone that Dr. Heron fully intends to hide away in this dump forever. But Dante simply cannot comprehend why anyone would choose to rot in this place, while our boy weakly mutters that they desperately need the doctor's help to escape, leaving Dante to silently curse the kid for completely ruining his delicate persuasion plan. He snaps at the kid, demanding he show some gratitude and apologize to the doctor, which only leaves the dazed kid staring back up at him in utter confusion, weakly pointing out that the doctor actually tried to beat him to death first, before softly reminding Dante that despite everything, he is still a recovering patient. This simple truth hits Dante like a truck, completely shattering his frustration in an instant. Looking out at the quiet wasteland, Dante realizes this is the first time he has seen the doctor express an emotion that is not just pure blinding rage, realizing the broken healer is actually hiding a mountain of deep, unresolved pain, and perhaps he has been screaming his true feelings this entire time, masking his vulnerability behind a violent shield of anger and hostility, acting exactly like a rebellious teenager who lashes out because they are confused, unable to process the overwhelming storm of emotions brewing deep inside them, using raw aggression to cope with a devastating, soul-crushing sense of personal loss, or perhaps a deep, suffocating shame that he simply cannot bring himself to face, or maybe even a twisted, protective worry for the people he left behind. That crushing weight of guilt keeps the broken doctor chained to his self-imposed graveyard, but Dante believes most human conflicts can actually be resolved with a little understanding, simply by identifying the exact emotion that is holding someone back from moving forward. Meanwhile, the sun finally breaks through the gloomy clouds over the infamous dumpling village, bringing a rare moment of warmth to the dusty streets of this miserable slum, where a few local prisoners are currently debating how to fund their next meal, until one of the chatty gossips is suddenly shoved aside by a massive force, prompting him to turn around and angrily yell at the rude passerby to watch it, only to freeze as a cold, glowing blue eye glares back through a heavy metal visor, revealing a towering, armored warden silently marching through the terrified crowd of prisoners. While the mysterious warden steps into the village, a pair of orange pants catches the light. Back at the shop, a fresh batch of steaming hot dumplings is finally ready, prompting the sweet old lady to pack some up for our recovering boy's breakfast, feeling guilty for acting so harsh toward a starving homeless kid the day before, which only makes her blocky-headed husband smile warmly at her endless, soft-hearted generosity. But their peaceful morning routine is violently cut short by a panic scream, as a terrified villager bursts into the shop, gasping for air and trembling with fear, screaming that the infamous and terrifying Bone Eater has just arrived in their village, leaving the old lady completely frozen in confusion as she tries to process the name, while her husband grits his teeth, instantly recognizing the monstrous cannibal who devours human flesh. This old lady trembles in absolute terror, sweating as she mutters about the incoming monster, while her massive husband, Legos, immediately prepares to rally the local defense forces, but she quickly stops him, warning that fighting back will only bring total ruin, insisting they must swallow their pride and welcome the terrifying beast as politely as possible. Meanwhile, a quiet sweet potato sits soaking in a glass of water on a dusty windowsill. As Dante finally wakes up in his prison uniform, letting out a massive yawn, rubbing his neck in disbelief at how deeply he managed to sleep in this dump, though his stomach immediately starts growling as he realizes he smells absolutely terrible, but his complaints are cut short when he glances over to the next bed. Finding our boy still completely knocked out and snoring away like a baby, Dante notes that he has never seen the kid sleep so peacefully before. Remembering how the boy used to sleepwalk, sleep with his eyes open, or hide like a rat, which makes this sudden defenseless slumber feel incredibly suspicious, prompting Dante to nervously reach out and check if the kid is actually still breathing, only to sigh in relief when he realizes the kid is just a normal, exhausted human. So he quietly slips out of bed and walks down the creaky wooden stairs, calling out to the shop owners to ask if he can use their bathroom for a quick shower. But as he peeks through the doorway, his eyes widen in absolute shock, finding the terrifying, armored Bone Eater sitting right in the middle of the shop, leaving Dante completely frozen in horror as he realizes they are in deep trouble. Dante peeks through the door, sweating and looking completely shocked as he recognizes the intruder, recalling the terrifying moment this exact monster crashed their prison class back in the day, which makes him panic, wondering if the beast actually tracked him down to finish the job. But instead of attacking, the warden holds up a crumpled photo of our chained-up boy, prompting Dante to watch in breathless suspense as the old lady stares at the picture, while the massive brute demands to know if she has ever seen this specific face, hearing the warden refer to the kid by his official prison number, 182. This sweet old lady looks down, carefully preparing her response to the terrifying interrogator, leaving Dante screaming internally for her to keep her mouth shut and play dumb, before realizing he needs to sneak back upstairs and evacuate the sleeping kid immediately. This brave old lady looks the terrifying monster dead in the eye and flatly lies, leaving Dante completely stunned by her sheer guts as he watches from the dark hallway, holding his breath while praying she can actually pull off this insane bluff. Unfortunately, the monstrous warden is already drooling heavily through his terrifying metal visor, warning her that lying will only turn her into a quick morning snack for his beast, before slamming his massive hand onto the wooden counter to shatter her calm composure. This terrifying cannibal peers down through his cage-like mask, wondering aloud who he should devour first, sending a wave of absolute panic through the gathered crowd of helpless villagers, while his creepy, masked lackeys stand ready to back up his horrific threats, forcing a sweating Dante to clench his fist as he prepares for the absolute worst. Just as things are about to get incredibly bloody, the old lady suddenly yells for everyone to wait, boldly offering to cook a fresh batch of her highest quality dumplings for the terrifying warden, betting her very life that her cooking will satisfy his monstrous appetite, declaring that if he finds them disgusting, she will gladly offer herself up as his next snack. Her blocky-headed husband, Legos, can only watch in absolute horror as his wife makes this suicidal bet, while the surrounding villagers turn completely pale, terrified that her cooking skills will not save them. But she just smiles warmly, completely confident in the legendary flavor of her famous dumplings. Watching this insane culinary negotiation unfold from the shadows, Dante is left sweating in sheer disbelief, before turning around and sprinting up the wooden stairs to escape this absolute madhouse, panicking because those dumplings are literally made of garbage and will not save anyone from a hungry cannibal. Dante is completely dumbfounded that the old lady would risk her life for a total stranger, so he wastes no time and kicks the upstairs bedroom door wide open, screaming at the top of his lungs that they are absolutely 100% screwed, before aggressively shaking our boy, who is still sleeping like an absolute log. Suddenly, the kid's glowing blue eye snaps open with a flash of pure, unfiltered hostility, instantly slamming Dante onto the hard wooden floor in a blind, defensive panic. Fortunately, the dazed kid manages to freeze his fist just inches from Dante's face, leaving the terrified teacher to scramble backward while asking if he had a nightmare. While our boy silently stares at his trembling, bandaged hand in utter confusion, Dante quickly checks if the kid can even walk, knowing their escape window is rapidly closing. Dante nervously asks the kid if he can even manage to stand up on his own, but our boy barely wobbles onto his feet, trembling like a leaf while complaining about the hassle, which only makes Dante grind his teeth as he realizes they are completely out of time. Asking the kid if he can somehow manage to escape this village all by himself, explaining that the heavy-hitting wardens have already arrived and are actively hunting for him right now. Our boy looks stunned, asking if his teacher really expects him to just run off alone, but Dante insists on carrying the heavy luggage while the kid slips out through the window, prompting the kid to glare back with those glowing blue eyes, demanding to know his true motives. Asking if his teacher is simply planning to abandon him to the wolves once again, leaving a sweating Dante to desperately explain that he is only trying to save his life. Our boy admits he misjudged his teacher, never expecting to owe his life to him. Dante turns away with his gear, reminding the kid that their hosts are now in mortal danger, prompting the kid to make a selfless choice, begging his teacher to escape while he stays behind. Meanwhile, downstairs, the frantic old lady starts prepping her premium crow meat dumplings to buy them time, as a pair of boots sprints across the stone roof in a desperate bid for freedom, revealing Dante booking it up the steep hill, carrying their heavy gear as fast as possible, though his lungs are absolutely screaming for mercy as he pushes his limits to escape, while the old lady's grim warning about the warden's overwhelming power echoes in his mind, forcing Dante to suddenly stop and scream out Heron's name in a sudden wave of panic. Back in the empty room, the quiet sweet potato sits on the windowsill, witnessing the brewing storm. Back in the room, our boy stands silently by the cracked window, staring out at the bleak landscape, before biting down hard on a strip of bandage to tighten the wraps around his arm, even though his heavily scarred, stitched-up hand will not stop trembling from the sheer exhaustion, prompting him to kneel down and rummage through a pile of black trash bags in the corner, searching for anything useful until his fingers wrap around the handle of a hidden tactical knife. With a swift, practiced motion, he pulls the blade free with lethal intent, looking absolutely unhinged as he readies himself to face whatever nightmare is waiting downstairs. While elsewhere, a group of angry prisoners corners the red-haired snitch who leaked the kid's location, demanding to know if the terrifying Bone Eater paid him a fortune for the valuable intel. But the battered snitch just groans, nursing his wounds while claiming he did it purely to survive. A massive gloved hand violently snatches the red-haired snitch by his bright orange collar, as the hooded enforcer lifts him clean off the ground for selling out their secrets, threatening to carve out his eye or nose next if he keeps making pathetic excuses. This trembling snitch desperately argues that the Bone Eater broke the underworld rules first, but his captor simply raises a massive fist to shut his whining mouth forever, prompting the terrified informant to scream that he actually had a brilliant survival plan, though the enforcer just scoffs, knowing the cannibalistic warden is famous for his brutal methods. Suddenly, a creepy smirk spreads across the snitch's face as he claims there is more, leaving the hooded brute to narrow his eyes in mild curiosity at the sudden confidence, before the other inmates eagerly chime in with ridiculous, terrifying rumors about the monster's tongue. This smug snitch reveals that when the warden tasted his ear, the monster tasted a warm beach, which is incredibly accurate since that is exactly where the terrified informant was actually born, proving that the terrifying cannibal possesses a highly bizarre supernatural sensory talent hidden inside his mouth, allowing him to extract incredibly precise, classified information from absolutely anything his tongue touches, meaning the warden will easily locate our boy just by tasting the environment, leaving the other inmates completely amazed by Kasim's brilliant, multi-layered survival strategy. However, the hooded enforcer remains highly skeptical, pointing out a massive flaw in this plan, swearing that he wants to torture and crush the kid with his own bare hands first. Kasim quickly reassures the angry giant, promising to extract their target before the warden can strike, smugly boasting that he has already sent a secret infiltrator directly into the warden's ranks. Kasim explains that this is not just some random spy they sent into the enemy camp, but a highly trained, elite mercenary from District J's notorious armed assault unit. Meanwhile, the old lady proudly presents her steaming pile of premium level 10 dumplings, desperately begging the terrifying warden to eat his fill of her absolute best culinary creation. This monstrous brute grunts in contemplation, slowly reaching up to unlatch his heavy metal visor, letting the heavy cage-like mask clatter onto the wooden counter with a dull thud, revealing his horrifying, noseless face and a massive, slimy tongue that sends shivers down everyone's spines. This terrified couple can only watch in paralyzed silence, sweating bullets as they await their fate, while that grotesque, dripping tongue slowly slithers out like a hungry snake searching for prey, before plunging directly into the pile of dumplings, leaving the old lady completely breathless with anxiety. This monstrous warden freezes in place, his glowing blue eyes widening as his massive tongue tastes the food, before flatly declaring the old lady's legendary dumplings to be absolute unmitigated trash, prompting her to angrily snap back, demanding he actually chew one instead of just licking it. But his supernatural tongue has already analyzed the exact ingredients, identifying yesterday's stale crow meat, along with some cheap carrots and onions stolen directly from the village supply box, leaving her blocky-headed husband completely horrified as the warden compares the flavor to cafeteria leftovers. He casually flicks a dumpling right past her face, reiterating that her cooking is garbage, which bounces uselessly onto the dusty floor, sealing the poor couple's grim fate. This terrifying giant narrows his eyes, muttering that they know absolutely nothing about true hunger, recalling his brutal past as a starving, homeless drifter who had to steal just to survive. It all started during a brutally cold winter night in the middle of a snowy city, when a starving young boy ran for his life after stealing a bag of hot dumplings, only for the shop owner to chase him down just to offer him even more food, leaving the tearful thief completely overwhelmed by the first genuine warmth he had ever felt. That simple act of kindness became the greatest gift of his entire miserable life. But unfortunately, a warm heart is the last thing this monstrous warden possesses today, as the weeping old lady desperately begs him to just take one single bite, prompting his massive, slimy tongue to slowly wrap around her instead of the food. Her wooden sandals clatter uselessly to the floor as she is lifted off her feet, because the sadistic cannibal decides he would much rather taste her dumpling-shaped head instead. As the terrifying warden's massive jaws close around her dumpling-shaped head, the old lady prepares for the end, silently weeping as she apologizes to a mysterious doctor for failing him one last time. Meanwhile, Dante bursts into a dark building, screaming Heron's name in a state of absolute panic, desperately yelling that a cannibalistic psychopath has invaded the village to hunt down their hosts. However, his frantic warnings are met with nothing but dead silence in the empty corridor, prompting Dante to narrow his eyes and call out to a hidden presence in the shadows, warning this mysterious target that targeting the kind-hearted old couple is crossing a major line, admitting he always wondered how this person managed to survive in this hellhole for 2 years, realizing their survival was entirely thanks to the generosity of the blocky-headed old man. Recalling the fateful day he was kicked out, Dante remembers running into the old man outside a hospital. Dante remembers the old man carrying a heavy black bag that smelled strongly of fresh dumplings, realizing the old couple had been secretly dropping off food at the hospital this entire time, screaming that they never missed a single day despite the old man's crippled arm, proving that Heron's very survival in this hellhole is entirely thanks to their kindness. Dante scoffing at the silence, telling the hidden mercenary to do whatever he wants, before turning on his heel and walking away with a heavy heart, muttering that the real traitor in this story is not the villagers but Heron himself, which suddenly makes the hidden mercenary freeze in his tracks, demanding an explanation, leaving Dante to glance back with a mixture of shock and grim realization. While outside, the blocky-headed old man leads a furious mob of armed villagers into battle. This old lady screams for her husband to stop as she dangles from the warden's jaws. But her blocky-headed husband charges in anyway, swinging a massive kitchen knife with zero hesitation, only to get instantly swatted aside like a fly by one of the warden's guards, sparking a chaotic brawl as the warden's brutal enforcers easily overpower the angry mob, sending the brave but completely outmatched villagers crashing down the wooden stairs in heaps. A masked guard stomps on a fallen villager, ordering his men to mince them like meat, prompting the weeping old lady to offer her own life if they just stop the violence, though the cold-hearted warden simply grunts that her sacrifice is still not nearly enough, explaining that the only thing that will satisfy his hunger is finding their hidden guest, demanding to know our boy's exact location before he paints the entire room red. Just as the warden prepares to bite, the weeping old lady points toward the doorway, revealing a gleaming, bandaged tactical knife raised high in a silent promise of violence, which instantly halts the monstrous cannibal mid-bite, leaving the old couple completely stunned, because our boy has finally arrived, standing tall in his bright orange jumpsuit to draw their fire. Meanwhile, Dante whirls around in disbelief inside the dark building, questioning his own ears, unable to comprehend the sheer absurdity of the situation unfolding right in front of him, as Heron remains hidden in the shadows, listening to his former allies' desperate pleas, prompting Dante to sprint through the empty room, begging the stubborn mercenary to finally step up, reminding him that the blocky-headed old man literally kept him alive with those terrible dumplings. But Heron just scoffs, claiming he has his own emergency stash and does not need any emotional drama. Dante presses further, asking if Heron will truly feel zero regret if the old man dies, prompting the hidden mercenary to slowly slide his hands out of his pockets, before stepping into the light to reveal his scarred face and cold, calculating eyes, admitting his biggest regret was saving a dying prisoner who later slaughtered his comrades. He coldly declares that he could not care less about the lives of these trashy villagers. While back at the standoff, our boy stands tall with his tactical knife raised high, leaving the blocky-headed old man and the other villagers completely stunned by his sudden arrival. This warden's masked enforcer narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the kid as prisoner number 182, identifying him as the notorious Hunch Demon Kid who single-handedly wiped out the entire Hound gang. But our boy just stares back with cold, dead eyes, promising a swift death to anyone who touches the old man. This dumpling-headed old lady panics, screaming at our boy to run before he gets targeted, but a massive, calloused hand instantly clamps down on our boy's face to hold him still, allowing the warden to launch his grotesque, slimy tongue straight at his new target, which slaps wetly against the kid's cheek with a disgusting, high-velocity splash, dragging across his skin to extract every single drop of his personal history, leaving the surrounding guards and the old lady watching this bizarre interrogation in absolute horror, since the monstrous cannibal has officially completed his highly invasive supernatural taste test. A masked scribe eagerly readies his notepad, demanding to hear the warden's ultimate analysis, prompting the giant to slowly smack his lips as he processes the complex flavors, only for his glowing blue eyes to suddenly widen in pure, unadulterated shock. This warden suddenly collapses backward like a felled tree, blue smoke pouring from his mouth, leaving his panicked guards scrambling around his limp body, begging him to spit out the fog, while the old lady and the villagers stare in absolute disbelief at the sudden turnaround. One of the masked enforcers quickly presses 2 fingers against the giant's thick neck, confirming that their terrifying boss has simply passed out from the sheer shock of the taste, prompting a nearby guard to chuckle quietly, thoroughly amused by the warden's sudden, pathetic vulnerability. But the rest of the squad immediately charges forward to capture our boy, as the dumpling-headed old lady screams out in terror for his safety. Fortunately, our boy is already moving, effortlessly weaving through their clumsy, synchronized blade strikes, before delivering a series of lightning-fast slashes that paint the walls with fresh enemy blood. Our boy slices clean through another guard's neck, sending a massive spray of blood across the room. One desperate enforcer tries to smash a wooden chair over his head, only to miss entirely, allowing our boy to counter with a brutal, lightning-fast stab that paints the floor red. This sheer chaos causing the guards to accidentally strike their own comrades in the panic, turning the entire rescue mission into a bloody, self-inflicted friendly fire disaster. Spinning through the crowd, our boy continues his deadly dance, carving up anyone foolish enough to approach, leaving the blocky-headed old man completely speechless as he watches the kid's terrifying combat skills. But a sneaky enforcer manages to slip behind our boy, raising a dagger for a fatal backstab, only for our boy to blindly thrust his blade backward, skewering the attacker's wrist mid-swing. Though the bleeding guard simply laughs, claiming he has finally exposed our boy's amputated right side, our boy willingly lets the blade slice his arm, sacrificing his flesh to disarm the smug attacker, sending the weapon spinning away harmlessly, leaving the guard completely baffled by the insane move, before our boy delivers a brutal kick that sends the attacker flying backward in agony, crashing onto the dusty floor with a blade buried deep in his chest. Landing firmly on his feet, our boy barely even flinches as the dust settles around him. He stands tall over the pile of bodies, issuing a cold warning to his remaining enemies. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts the slaughter, declaring that the kid has had enough fun, as a massive masked enforcer holds a knife to a helpless little kid's neck, prompting our boy to instantly lunge forward, completely ignoring the hostage to strike first, leaving the annoyed enforcer complaining that nobody ever lets him finish his villain monologue. This masked assassin crouches low, clarifying he has absolutely nothing to do with these pathetic bone eaters, prompting our boy to coldly demand exactly where this mysterious employer wants him taken, asking if a mysterious figure named RR is the one pulling the strings behind this ambush. But the assassin claims he has never even heard that name and refuses to reveal his client, casually drawing a massive curved blade to suggest that cooperation is his only healthy option, pointing out that this chaotic moment is the kid's absolute best chance to escape the village, warning our boy that regardless of his skill, he cannot possibly survive a full-scale assault, especially with his right arm currently dripping blood and looking completely ruined, shocking the old lady, which only prompts our boy to swing his blade in a lightning-fast arc to end the conversation, clashing his tactical knife against the assassin's weapon to shut down any thoughts of a peaceful surrender. This masked assassin locks blades with our boy, declaring his job is to stop him from escaping. Our boy spits blood and smirks, realizing this fight will not be resolved with a simple retreat, while the assassin casually pulls down his stitched mask to properly introduce himself, revealing a creepy grin and introducing himself as Multiger from the elite District J mercenary group, confidently boasting that he is far more dangerous than the giant warden they just knocked out. Meanwhile, back in the dark building, Dante realizes Heron is far colder than he originally anticipated, desperately hoping that the mercenaries' past kindness to our boy proves he still has a soul. But Heron just glares back, demanding to know why Dante is so obsessed with meddling, asking what any of this village drama could possibly have to do with him anyway, prompting Dante to grip his weapon tightly, confessing that our boy only got caught helping them hide. Dante points out that the villagers are genuinely good people who kept their secrets safe, but Heron just scoffs, mocking Dante for still believing in the concept of good prisoners, reminding him that his naive mindset is exactly what got him locked up here. Angered by the cold logic, Dante snaps back that he desperately needs to believe in decent humanity, prompting Heron to question what makes Dante so special for locking himself away out of spite, asking if he plans to declare the entire world his enemy and die here alone, demanding that Dante finally stop playing around with his self-destructive, stubborn delusions. Dante glares back with absolute intensity, declaring his actions have nothing to do with a petty grudge, revealing the painful truth that Heron's real issue is the crushing survivor's guilt eating him alive. leaving the scarred mercenary completely speechless as Dante exposes his deepest, most painful psychological wound. Dante's brutal truth bomb hits Heron right where it hurts, leaving the mercenary completely frozen. Meanwhile, Multiger proudly boasts about his elite status in the notorious District J mercenary group, flashing a psychotic grin as he warns that he is far deadlier than the fallen warden. Sparks instantly fly as their blades collide in a deafening, high-speed clash of steel. But our boy quickly realizes his opponent's speed is on a completely different level, especially when the mercenary effortlessly blocks a lethal counterstrike with his heavy metal gauntlet, comparing their deadly duel to the classic paradox of an unstoppable spear meeting an unbreakable shield. Unfortunately, the mercenary's blade finds its mark, slicing deep into our boy's shoulder, unleashing a relentless flurry of heavy strikes that pushes the injured kid back in a bloody haze. Leaving our boy severely wounded and forced to make a desperate, split-second decision to survive, Multiger continues his relentless assault, aiming a brutal strike to finish off our bleeding boy. This mercenary moves with terrifying speed, completely overwhelming the kid with a barrage of heavy blows, boasting that he can effortlessly focus on both offense and defense at the exact same time. But his smug confidence instantly vanishes when he notices a sudden shift in the kid's eyes, prompting Multiger to frantically swing his massive blades to keep the wounded prodigy at bay, only for our boy to flash a bloody, psychotic grin that promises absolute violence, as he fearlessly charges straight into the storm of steel to clash blades once again, slicing clean through the mercenary's defenses to draw fresh blood from his armored arm, calmly pointing out that even an elite fighter must eventually choose between attacking and defending, before effortlessly slipping behind the stunned mercenary to deliver a mocking, close-range counterattack. Shouting to draw the enemy's focus, our boy baits the mercenary into a different direction, only for Multiger to instantly counter by throwing a devastating, simultaneous punch and kick, sending the kid crashing violently through the wooden walls in a massive cloud of debris, leaving the dumpling-headed old lady and the villagers screaming in horror as they assume he lost. While the mercenary stands smugly in the dust, boasting about his flawless ability to multitask, but his smug grin instantly vanishes when he notices a tactical knife buried deep in his chest, as he stares down in absolute shock, completely unable to comprehend when he got stabbed. Meanwhile, our boy sits battered in the rubble, calmly complimenting the mercenary's impressive combat skills. This bleeding mercenary just laughs it off, mocking the kid for throwing away his only weapon, before lunging forward to finish the job, asking if that desperate gamble was truly worth it. Leaping backward, our boy barely evades a heavy slash that shatters the stone wall behind him, but Multiger immediately closes the gap, burying a brutal fist straight into the kid's ribs, sending a fresh spray of blood erupting from our boy's mouth from the sheer impact. This mercenary follows up with a massive downward swing, which our boy barely slides under, prompting Multiger to mock his slippery evasion tactics as the kid continues to weave away, laughing maniacally while unleashing a relentless storm of slashes to corner his wounded target. But our boy suddenly plants his bare feet firmly against the bloody wooden floorboards, charging straight ahead to catch the smug mercenary completely off guard with his sudden aggression. Multiger sneers at the reckless move, asking if the kid has completely lost his mind, only to freeze when he sees a terrifying blue flame ignite within our boy's eye. Our boy delivers a chilling promise of death, completely freezing the smug mercenary in his tracks, prompting Multiger to frantically swing his blade down with every ounce of his remaining strength, tearing a massive, bloody gash right across the kid's chest in a desperate bid to survive. Yet the mercenary instantly panics, realizing his absolute strongest strike somehow failed to finish the job, as his eyes widen in sheer terror at the impossible speed of the kid's counterattack, which pierces straight through his heavy metal gauntlet like a hot knife through butter. The sheer force of the clash sends our boy flying backward, painting the floor with blood, leaving him collapsed motionless on the cold stone floor as the dust finally begins to settle. Meanwhile, Multiger staggers back in agonizing pain, smoke rising from his shattered armor, staring down at his pierced palm in absolute disbelief at the impossible wound he just received. Multiger covers his face in shock, finally understanding our boy's reckless philosophy about offense and defense. Looking down at our boy's bloody, motionless body, the mercenary wonders what kind of monster he is fighting. But the dumpling-headed old lady suddenly charges in, swinging a massive kitchen cleaver with pure rage, while the blocky-headed villager joins the desperate assault, trying to stop the mercenary from finishing the job, only for Multiger's eyes to narrow in absolute annoyance at these weaklings interrupting his fight, as he effortlessly swats their weapons away, sending the brave villagers crashing hard to the floor. Standing over them, the mercenary coldly warns the duo to stay down and stop acting brave, before turning back to nudge our boy's head with his boot, reminding everyone of his orders. But he suddenly pauses, noticing something highly unusual about the bloody gash on the kid's chest. Realizing the shallow cut he delivered should not have opened up such a horrific pre-existing wound, Multiger stares in absolute disbelief, realizing the kid was already dragging around a completely wrecked body, wondering how on earth his opponent was even standing with such severe pre-existing injuries, before hoisting the unconscious kid onto his shoulder, grumbling about his paycheck getting docked if the target dies, confirming the target is secured while silently analyzing the kid's lack of any obvious physical mutations, and realizing he will have to report back without any solid answers regarding the mysterious reverse sati. But a highly familiar scent in the air triggers a deeply buried memory, prompting the mercenary to glance back at the looming shadow of a silent observer standing nearby, as he recalls a distinct metallic taste that instantly connects to a dark chapter of his past, leaving him completely frozen in place as the pieces of a terrifying puzzle finally click together, flashing back to a cold prison cell where a guard casually offers a fresh red apple for lunch. A skeletal arm desperately reaches out from a dark cell, begging the smug inmates for just a single bite. But the cruel inmate just sneers, telling the starving prisoner to crawl to the cafeteria himself, leaving the hollow-eyed captive staring back in absolute despair while the others mock his pathetic state. Turns out a guard forgot to unlock his cell, leaving him trapped in darkness for an entire month, prompting a cruel inmate to pull out a glowing blue stone to tempt the dying captive, as the starving prisoner drools in agony, whispering that the hunger is finally going to kill him. This smug inmate holds out his fist, mockingly asking if he wants to taste something truly incredible, before shoving a handful of raw rice through the bars to torment the desperate prisoner even further. But as the starving man devours the offering, a horrific scream of agony tears from his throat, transforming him into a glowing-eyed monster as he experiences the terrifying, addictive taste of the mysterious fog. Dante glares with absolute intensity, declaring his actions have nothing to do with a petty grudge, but rather the heavy burden of being the sole survivor of a horrific tragedy, leaving Dante completely stunned as the mercenary exposes his deepest, most painful psychological wound, accusing him of feeling too ashamed to keep breathing while everyone else is gone. Meanwhile, the dark and abandoned Noah Medical Center looms silently under the dim sky, prompting Dante to admit that digging into someone's trauma is a terrible way to persuade them, confessing that his own colleagues died because of his past mistakes and failures, as he recalls a blood-soaked survivor screaming in absolute agony on the floor, while terrified patients peer through the doorways, desperately begging for someone to save them, only to recoil in sheer horror as a blood-drenched victim reaches out for help. A blood-soaked doctor stands in the dark, screaming in absolute agony as his world crumbles, realizing that his comfortable life has instantly transformed into a living, breathing hell, while the terrified patients watch in horror, realizing this hospital has become a lawless torture chamber. This desperate survivors vow to never let the outside world judge them for what comes next, unleashing a chaotic, blood-soaked riot as they brutally attack the medical staff with makeshift weapons, leaving nothing but shattered glass and discarded surgical tools scattered across the dark floor. Back in the present, Hearn tightly grabs Dante's orange collar, his knuckles turning white, admitting that Dante's brutal psychological assessment was actually 100% correct, confessing that he wanted to die with his friends, but his body's survival instinct took over, recalling how he frantically devoured the glowing blue fog in the hospital just to stay alive. Using his newly acquired medical talent, the desperate doctor performed horrific surgery on his own body, stealing the precious fog from every miserable intruder to rebuild his shattered flesh and blood, harvesting the very prisoners he despised just to patch together a grotesque way to survive, transforming himself into a literal monster because the kind, gentle doctor they once knew is dead, choosing to rot in this lawless wasteland since his hideous new form belongs nowhere else. Embracing this horrific curse as the ultimate fate he willingly carved out for himself, leaving Dante to quietly question the sheer tragedy of choosing such a miserable existence. But the heavy mood instantly shatters when Dante spots a textbook on growing sweet potatoes, surrounded by a pile of elementary school guides and child psychology manuals scattered on the desk. Realizing this terrifying, blood-soaked monster actually dreams of becoming a wholesome elementary school teacher. Hearn frantically snatches his hidden elementary school teaching manuals back from his brother's hands, clutching the books tightly to his chest while blushing with absolute embarrassment and rage, as his smug, high-society brother warns him that their father will completely lose his mind, prompting the future doctor to snap back, demanding his family stop meddling in his life. But his brother coldly dismisses his dream, calling the idea of teaching children utterly pathetic. Trembling with fury, Hearn tightly crumples the papers, cursing his brother's obsession with social status, before violently grabbing his collar and screaming that he will never become a monster like them. Yet despite his fierce determination to carve out his own wholesome path in life, family pressure ultimately forces him to check the box for prestigious secondary education instead, leaving him to bitterly convince himself that teaching little kids was always beneath him. Hearn laments that his chained, glowing heart never truly belonged to him from the very start, believing the monstrous teacher who shaped his destiny was nothing but a mindless beast. But Dante immediately cuts him off, flatly telling the doctor that he is completely wrong, pointing out that this horrific path was never a choice Hearn made for himself, calling it a cruel curse forced upon him by that desperate prisoner so long ago. Insisting that a genuinely good person like him could never become such heartless trash, Dante gestures toward the dumpling village, calling it the only moral sanctuary left in this hell, prompting Hearn to angrily snap back, demanding to know why he should even care about it, only for Dante to reveal that Hearn was the one who taught the villagers about human dignity, delivering the ultimate truth that the legendary founder's beloved teacher was actually the doctor himself. Kneeling on the cold floor, the young dumpling-headed villager solemnly vows to build a safe sanctuary, admitting with a cheeky grin that she copied others to start her own dumpling shop, proudly recounting how she fed some dangerous thugs to keep the peace without any violence, showing off her scarred arm while insisting she must protect the body the doctor saved, leaving updates outside his door as the pile of trash bags steadily grows over time. standing before a massive mountain of dumplings she brought as a heartfelt gift for him, while Hearn silently listens from the shadows of his dark, isolated medical clinic, pleading with her beloved savior to never skip a meal and take care of himself, reminding him of the very lesson about self-preservation he once taught her so long ago, striking a deep chord within the monstrous doctor's cold, heavily stitched heart. As the glowing lights of the sprawling slum village flicker against the dark night sky, Hearn stares back in absolute shock, desperately trying to process the identity of his true teacher, while the heavy chains binding his glowing, corrupted heart finally begin to crack under the pressure, completely shattering to pieces as he realizes the monster never actually controlled his life, prompting the weeping doctor to remember his mentor's kind smile through a flood of emotional tears. Meanwhile, the massive blue-skinned beast looms silently over the battlefield as the tension reaches its peak, leaving the mercenary completely baffled by all this dramatic talk about the taste of the fog, as he decides to carry our boy away, grumbling that this entire conversation is a waste of time. But a sudden, devastating kick catches the arrogant mercenary completely off guard from behind, sending him spinning wildly through the air and dropping his precious cargo back onto the dirt. A massive, fleshy blue appendage slams violently into Multiger, sending him flying backward through the dirt. Quickly recovering, the furious mercenary draws his blade and warns the beast to back off his prey, but the giant, muscular tongue whips back around to swallow him whole in a single bite. Refusing to become monster food, Multiger unleashes a desperate, full-force slash directly at the incoming flesh, only to watch in absolute horror as his sharp blade bounces off without leaving a single scratch, screaming in pure denial that a mere tongue could possibly be this ridiculously durable. Before he can swing again, the massive muscle coils around him like a hungry python, squeezing the absolute life out of the mercenary as he lets out a strangled scream of agony, while his ribs begin to crack under the overwhelming, bone-shattering pressure of the beast's grip, leaving the terrified mercenary to realize his elite skills are completely useless against this literal god. This mercenary realizes this mutated beast is nothing like the bone eater he once knew, as the monster lunges forward, aiming to finish off our unconscious boy lying in the dirt. But the dumpling-headed old man suddenly steps in, bravely shielding Dante with his own fragile body, screaming at Legos to grab the kid and run as fast as he can, leaving the block-headed ally sweating bullets as he desperately begs the elder to retreat. But the corrupted doctor only sneers, furious that these pests are trying to steal his food, unleashing a devastating punch to reclaim his prize and crush anyone standing in his way, as the old man braces for impact, completely defenseless against the incoming strike, only to get violently swiped aside by the sheer force of the monster's heavy fist. But before the beast can celebrate, Dante suddenly intercepts the blow, standing tall to protect them. Dante catches the monster's massive fist head-on, shocking the old man who just got swiped aside, while the corrupted doctor lets out a low, menacing growl from behind his glowing blue eyes, prompting the battered mercenary to scream in disbelief, asking if our boy has completely lost his mind, as the dumpling elder joins in, furiously yelling that they literally risked their lives to save him. But the old man's anger quickly softens into realization as he mutters about a long-standing debt, with Dante staring back with absolute resolve, quietly declaring that he must repay his own debt, leaving the emotional elder to burst into tears while calling our stubborn protagonist a total idiot. Suddenly, the monstrous doctor sinks his teeth into Dante's shoulder, unleashing a horrific spray of fresh blood, weeping tears of absolute ecstasy as he finally tastes the legendary fog coursing through Dante's veins. Yet Dante does not even flinch, calmly accepting the pain as if this sacrifice was always his destiny. But as the beast tries to sink its teeth deeper into Dante's shoulder, this monster realizes with absolute shock that he cannot chew through our boy's skin, his massive jaw instantly locking up and throbbing in pure, agonizing pain, leaving the corrupted doctor completely paralyzed and unable to move a single muscle. As he stands frozen in place, completely helpless against whatever Dante has planned next, Dante merely glares back with cold, unwavering intensity as blood drips down his neck, while the nearby villagers watch the bizarre standoff in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief, completely stunned that the terrifying beast has been stopped dead in its tracks. This emotional dumpling elder tearfully calls out to her beloved savior, hoping he can hear her, right before Dante unleashes a devastating counterattack, sending blood spraying everywhere as he breaks free. This battered mercenary stares in absolute shock, wondering what kind of freakish monster Dante actually is, while the beast clutches his own shattered, bleeding jaw as it completely falls apart in agony. But before anyone can celebrate, a bloody hand suddenly clamps down hard on Dante's shoulder, as Hearn sighs in disappointment, complaining that his precious patient went and ruined his careful treatment, violently snapping his stitched, bloody fingers back into place with a sickening, wet pop. Standing protectively over the fallen elder, Dante gets scolded by the doctor for being a total idiot, prompting the tearful old woman to look up, finally recognizing her beloved savior's true face, leaving the stitched doctor to quietly wonder how she even survived out in this lawless wasteland, before he casually spins a surgical tool, muttering about the absolute disaster they have made. But Dante merely glares back with glowing blue eyes, wiping the fresh blood from his mouth. Hearn looks around the chaotic battlefield, dryly noting that this village does not seem very safe, before instantly launching himself forward to strike the massive beast with blinding speed. leaving Dante and the emotional dumpling elder to watch their savior in absolute awe. As the old woman tearfully whispers the name of her long-lost friend, weeping tears of pure joy now that her beloved doctor has finally returned. Meanwhile, Heron calmly raises his surgical scissors to face the raging monster head-on, easily halting the giant beast's devastating strike with a single pair of medical shears, which completely breaks the mercenary's brain as he watches a doctor parry a god with scissors. While the furious beast demands to know who he is, Heron coldly tells him to shut up, unleashing a brutal surgical slice that sends the screaming monster spinning through the air. This dumpling elder panics, screaming at Heron to dodge because his scissors cannot cut that tongue, but the doctor merely scoffs at being threatened by a giant piece of meat, sliding effortlessly beneath the massive appendage while calmly analyzing his opponent's biological structure, focusing his gaze directly on the core weakness hidden deep within the beast's mutated form, flashing a terrifying, stitched grin while reminding the monster it is just a mass of cells, before delivering a lightning-fast snip that targets the precise structural weak points of the muscle, causing the incredibly durable tissue to instantly begin splitting apart at the cellular level. As the microscopic damage rapidly cascades through the tongue like a zipper being pulled down, completely severing the giant muscle in half with a clean, surgical precision that defies all logic, leaving the defeated beast to collapse backward as Heron stands victorious over his latest patient. As the giant muscle splits cleanly in half, a massive geyser of blood sprays across the battlefield, leaving the dumpling-headed elder and the surrounding villagers staring in absolute jaw-dropping horror, while the doctor calmly explains that the beast's tongue muscles are now completely torn apart, forcing the massive appendage to roll backward and violently choke the monster from the inside. Heron flashes a smug, stitched grin, pointing out that its favorite weapon is now blocking its trachea, leaving the suffocating beast clawing desperately at its own throat as it struggles to breathe, its eyes bulging and nose bleeding as the brutal reality of surgical karma sets in. With a final, agonizing gasp, the internal pressure ruptures the monster's throat in a bloody explosion, sending the giant blue titan crashing face-first into the dirt with a heavy, pathetic thud. Standing tall in his blood-splattered coat, Heron proves that you should never mess with a licensed surgeon. The stunned villagers stare in absolute disbelief, whispering that the legendary Bone Eater has finally fallen, as the massive blue titan lies completely motionless on the cracked earth, bleeding out from its ruined throat, prompting the ecstatic crowd to erupt into wild cheers, hailing their terrifying savior as the legendary Demon King, while Legos grabs a fellow survivor in a tearful bear hug, celebrating that absolutely nobody died today, sending the orange-suited villagers into a spontaneous victory dance right in the middle of the ruined streets. Meanwhile, the battered mercenary can only watch in silence, completely humbled by the sheer power of these local freaks. But instead of celebrating, Heron immediately pulls out a sharp scalpel and slices into the dead beast's belly, peeling back the thick hide to expose the monster's gruesome internal organs in the name of science, calmly pulling out a half-digested human bone to confirm his grim medical theories about its cannibalistic diet, until a familiar voice calls out from behind, snapping the eccentric doctor out of his impromptu autopsy. Heron turns around as a trembling, wrinkled hand gently taps him on his shoulder, only to find the dumpling elder bowing flat on the ground in deep, shameful regret, tearfully confessing that he completely failed his sacred promise to build a safe, peaceful sanctuary. While the rest of the guilt-ridden villagers bow their heads, begging for the doctor's forgiveness. Listening quietly, Heron remembers the harsh truth about some people being completely beyond saving, but he quickly cuts off the elder's sobbing with a surprisingly gentle tone, telling the old man to stop obsessing over a past he cannot change, pointing out that instead of crying over broken promises, he should focus on fulfilling them, which instantly strikes a chord deep within the emotional elder's tear-filled eyes, prompting him to smile through his tears as he offers one final, sincere apology. Heron quietly accepts the elder's gratitude, his cold eyes softening just a fraction. Meanwhile, Legos catches his breath nearby, realizing the absolute nightmare is finally over, completely blown away by how effortlessly the stitched doctor handled that giant threat. With the beast dead, the villagers gather around their savior, feeling safe at last. Our block-headed ally smiles, realizing this victory gives him perfect leverage for future negotiations. But his scheming is cut short when a panic shout echoes through the crowd. Turns out Dante has completely collapsed, his body drenched in blood from that nasty bite, prompting a terrified Legos to sprint over, screaming at our boy to wake up, only to freeze in horror at the sheer amount of damage Dante has taken, demanding to know why the stubborn kid stayed to fight instead of escaping. Legos continues to berate our bloody protagonist, calling him a total idiot for fighting in his state, but Dante merely blinks back, genuinely confused as to why his friend is so incredibly angry. Our boy calmly explains that he only wanted to help the helpless old man, leaving Legos completely speechless, pointing out that he was simply following the very lessons his block-headed ally taught him, which absolutely breaks Legos' brain as he realizes his own hypocritical advice actually stuck. For the first time, the stunned ally quietly admits that Dante did a truly wonderful job, as heavy tears of genuine realization and guilt begin to well up in his eyes, remembering his own childhood curiosity and how he used to nurture simple things. finally beginning to understand the pure, innocent nature of the kid sitting before him, until he notices a bizarre, glowing white puffball floating right next to Dante's head. Rubbing his tired eyes, Heron wonders if his vision is finally starting to fail him, because Dante is suddenly sitting right there, looking surprisingly awake in his blood-stained orange jumpsuit, as our boy slowly closes his eyes again, resting his battered and freckled face before lazily squinting back up at the doctor with those glowing blue pupils, while Heron quietly sits nearby, meticulously stitching up the kid's torn orange jumpsuit. Spotting the familiar serial number, Dante weakly points out that the orange uniform is actually his, prompting the stitched doctor to pause, his sharp gaze narrowing with intense curiosity, confirming that he already knows while sitting quietly right beside the kid's hospital bed, and suddenly asking Dante his real age since most overpowered freaks here have been trapped for decades. But Dante's internal organs are still way too fresh for him to be anything but a kid. Sitting up in his hospital bed, Dante explains with flawless logic that he used to be a child, which only earns him a completely deadpan stare from Heron, who questions how their ages could possibly match, prompting our boy to glare back with those glowing blue eyes, genuinely wondering if this genius doctor is actually an idiot. This kid immediately starts roasting the surgeon's credentials, claiming a mere doctor could never be smarter than a real school teacher, leaving Heron to sigh in deep, painful exhaustion at the kid's absolute lack of basic common sense, before holding up the orange jumpsuit and asking if Dante is actually a prisoner in this lawless wasteland. But a sudden, chilling realization hits the doctor as he stares at the kid's blank, freckled face, noting that in a sealed prison established decades ago, it would actually make perfect sense for children to be born, an idea Dante casually confirms by calling him an idiot again, explaining he has been here since the beginning, forcing the stunned doctor to quietly back down and admit he completely misunderstood the kid's bizarre background. Heron tells Dante to lie still and recover, adding a bizarre warning to report any flatulence, before turning his back, coldly declaring that their mutual medical debt is now officially settled, as the sun sets over the heavily fortified medical center, casting a grim orange glow. Meanwhile, our blockheaded ally stands with Heron in the hallway, studying a massive map on the floor, asking if the exit is marked, only for the doctor to shut down any hope of a simple escape, explaining that a massive, terrifying monster brutally slaughters anyone who tries to leave through the main gates, prompting the ally to point at a document, declaring his plan to infiltrate the central headquarters instead, even though Heron warns him that the Administration Bureau will never take a prisoner's side. But the determined ally insists they are the only ones who actually know how to escape. This stitched doctor quietly listens, before raising a crucial question about surviving the toxic fog outside. Legos crouches, explaining his plan to quit his addiction once they finally escape this prison, believing his scientist father can gather experts to cure any withdrawal symptoms he might face, offering a reassuring smile while telling the stitched doctor there is absolutely nothing to worry about. But Heron coldly interrupts his optimism, telling the blockheaded ally to go look in a mirror, leading to a sudden blood-curdling scream of pure terror echoing from the dirty bathroom stalls. Clutching his glasses in absolute shock, Legos stares at his reflection with wide, trembling eyes, horrified to discover that his left iris has already transformed into a glowing, unnatural blue, while the doctor casually explains that this mutation eventually claims everyone trapped in this wasteland, leaving our panicked ally to realize he might soon start craving the toxic fog himself. Clenching his fist in rage over getting the curse without receiving any cool superpowers, dropping to his knees in the dirty bathroom, Legos panics over his grim new reality, while the stitched doctor deadpans, completely unimpressed by his dramatic patient's existential crisis. Our blockheaded ally explains that the prison authorities have been conducting horrific experiments on inmates, warning that leaving the toxic fog will only cause their minds to slowly rot away, leaving them with a fate far worse than just becoming a mindless vegetable. Yet he still asks if they are truly prepared to face the outside world. Suddenly, Dante peeks his head out from behind the doctor, looking incredibly pale but curious, prompting Heron to scold the kid for wandering around instead of resting his healing body. But our boy remains absolutely determined to escape this hellhole no matter the cost, because staying trapped in this prison is simply not a life worth living. Outside the clinic, a grim graveyard of makeshift wooden crosses stands under a pale blue sky, where a discarded bag overflows with the ID badges of deceased medical staff, revealing the gruesome remains of an operating room that has seen far too much bloodshed, leaving rows of cold, empty hospital beds waiting for patients who will never return, as the silent, cracked lobby stands as a monument to this forgotten wasteland. Back outside, the dumpling elder warmly commends Heron for making the right choice, as the entire village gathers to bid farewell to their eccentric, life-saving saviors, with the blockheaded Regus begging them to stay since winter is starting today. But the wise elder quickly shuts him down, telling him not to hold them back, because these dangerous outsiders are finally heading back to the world where they truly belong. Shaking hands with the dumpling elder, Legos promises to bring the stitched doctor back home safely, prompting the emotional old man to offer a warm, deeply grateful smile in return, while our blockheaded ally insists he is actually the one who owes them everything. But their sentimental moment is interrupted when the villagers dump a massive sack of dumplings on them, forcing Legos to quickly snatch the heavy load before Hearn tears his fresh stitches open. As the entire village waves them off, urging the group to travel before night falls. Nodding with a genuine smile, our blockheaded ally bids his final farewell to the kind locals. Yet just as the trio begins their long trek, the elder suddenly calls out to them, turning back to look at Hearn with an unexpectedly serious demand to see his hand. Proudly claiming he kept his promise before suddenly grabbing the doctor's wrist with surprising strength. This dumpling elder gently inspects Hearn's stitched wrist, asking if he can actually move it properly, admitting his past medical skills were pretty terrible back when he first patched the doctor up, which earns him a silent, contemplative look from the stitch surgeon who appreciates the sentiment, prompting the old man to offer one last warm, peaceful smile of genuine closure. Outside, the sun shines brightly over the gate of the newly liberated dumpling village, while a mysterious observer sits perched on a nearby roof, muttering about a doctor and a teacher, revealing a strange kid wearing a paper bag over his head who finds the group highly amusing, until a sudden vibration in his pocket cuts his dramatic rooftop spying session short, pulling out a ringing smartphone that displays a contact simply labeled as RR. Answering the call to casually report that the one-armed target survived their little encounter, this paperbag kid reports that someone actually stepped in to save their target, explaining that the target apparently managed to make a brand new friend along the way. On the other end of the line, the red-haired boss repeats the word with utter disbelief, bursting into a fit of mocking laughter at the sheer absurdity of that concept. Wondering how a dangerous monster like Dante could ever have a genuine companion. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a massive, imposing facility looming in the distance, where the red-haired boss walks with his subordinates, demanding to know their remaining resources, only to learn during a high-level meeting that they only have 5 years left, prompting the boss to demand faster results by recruiting even more high-tier talent. Though his masked scientists warn that kidnapping elite targets will eventually spark a massive public backlash, this red-haired boss smiles, declaring that winter is coming, leaving his masked subordinate utterly confused, snapping his fingers to demand a status report on the 500 planned supply boxes, which are packed with basic necessities, food, seeds, and construction tools to help the prisoners survive. Along with 10 ordinary pistols, a pathetic arsenal that the boss finds incredibly boring, prompting the nervous scientist to ask if they should throw in some gunpowder instead. But the red-haired leader smiles wickedly, wanting to teach these prisoners how to fish instead, leaving his sweat-drenched subordinates to quickly back down and promise to make immediate adjustments, because their time is rapidly running out and they need to accelerate their grand plans. Remembering his father's promise that the perfect moment will eventually present itself, meaning they must stir up a massive, chaotic storm to force their targets into action. Deep inside a grim, heavily barred prison cell where hope goes to die, a pathetic bowl of watery soup is served as a miserable daily ration, leaving a captive blonde woman huddled on the cold floor, staring down in absolute despair. Yet she scientifically analyzes the meager nutrients, calculating the chemical process of staying barely alive, smiling bitterly at the cruel illusion of survival this sad meal actually offers. But her grim internal monologue is suddenly cut short by a quiet, unexpected voice, revealing Dante peeking into her cell with a broom, casually asking if she is all right, prompting the delusional prisoner to mistake our white-haired boy for a literal saving angel. As she desperately throws her arms around him, begging to be taken to paradise, only for Dante to pat her head and dryly clarify that he is definitely no angel. Dante leans in close, asking the blonde prisoner if she is feeling unwell after skipping meals. Startled by his sudden proximity, she recoils in panic and demands to know who he is. Clutching his broom, our boy timidly introduces himself as Bren, apologizing for scaring her. This blonde woman stares at him in disbelief, wondering how a mere child ended up here. Standing in her grim cell, Dante softly reminds her that she needs strength to survive, blushing slightly as he mentions she should understand this better since she is a schoolteacher. Rising to her feet, the confused woman towers over him and asks who he really is, unable to comprehend why a young kid would be trapped in this horrific prison. In response, Dante starts counting on his fingers to prove his actual age, proudly declaring that he is already 17 and perfectly old enough to handle cleaning duties. Staring in absolute shock, the teacher listens to our boy's bizarrely wholesome lecture about nutrition, as she demands to know why a kid is wandering this hellhole without any parents, prompting Dante to look down with a sad, blushing face while whispering for his mother. But their quiet moment is violently shattered when a bald guard smacks him across the head, leaving the horrified teacher to gasp in absolute shock at the sudden, brutal assault, instantly lunging forward to grab our boy's arm and pull him away from danger, furiously demanding to know why this heartless brute is hitting a helpless little girl. Yet the guard just scoffs, claiming this weird kid literally cannot feel any physical pain, which leaves the teacher completely frozen as she tries to process that chilling revelation, while the bald guard coldly warns her to mind her own business if she wants to survive. This teacher desperately tries to hold onto Dante's hand to shield him from the guard, but our white-haired boy gently slips his fingers away, refusing to let her get involved, turning back to face the angry guard with a calm, completely unfazed expression on his face. leaving the stunned woman to stare in absolute silence as she processes his chilling lack of fear. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a bleak industrial sector of the prison complex shrouded in mist, where a pair of medical tweezers carefully discard some bloody, thread-like stitches onto a tray, as Heron proudly announces that the delicate procedure is finally complete, looking over at his patient, telling Dante to put his clothes back on while our boy marvels at his completely scarless skin, prompting the Stitch doctor to casually explain his cellular-level healing, leaving Legos utterly dumbfounded, as our blockheaded ally stares in disbelief, demanding to know if this is a fog-induced superpower. Sitting up abruptly, Dante looks completely startled as the doctor demands his absolute focus. Heron explains that intense concentration allows him to see through objects like a literal microscope, which not only aids medical treatment but also exposes physical flaws and sources of strength, making this analytical vision a crucial survival tool against the prison's brute force thugs. Meanwhile, Legos watches in absolute awe as the doctor forces a blushing Dante to cover up, excitedly declaring that this incredible X-ray vision is basically a top-tier superpower. Unfortunately, the doctor immediately ruins the cool factor by crying from severe eye dryness, prompting Legos to admit he would love to have a similar power of his own. But Heron instantly misinterprets this as a desire to inhale the toxic, mind-rotting fog, leaving our blockheaded ally to contemplate a highly dangerous gamble with his own life. Recalling the doctor's warning, Legos remembers that standard fog is merely a toxic poison, meaning that unlocking a true superpower requires inhaling an absolutely massive, lethal dose. A suicidal gamble that our blockheaded ally quickly decides is far too risky, though a small part of him still wishes he could stand on equal footing. But Heron interrupts his self-pity, pointing out that his own medical focus was already elite, explaining that the fog is not some random gacha game but a biological amplifier of existing talent, which means anyone's potential mutation can be predicted based on their natural specialty. Sweating profusely, Legos insists he does not actually possess any special talents or skills, prompting the doctor to call him out on his modesty while Dante listens in silence, leaving our blockheaded ally to panic over his uselessness until Dante praises his excellent yelling. Heron continues his lecture, explaining that some talents are far more subtle and harder to notice, pointing directly at Dante as the prime example of someone with a bizarre recovery ability, which leaves Legos completely baffled as the doctor explains this healing is purely biological, far exceeding the natural limits of any normal human body to an impossible degree. But our blockheaded ally quickly chimes in, pointing out that Dante's actual registered skill is different, reminding the group that our white-haired boy is officially classified under the designation of hearing. Staring blankly, Legos tries to process this information while the doctor reveals there is even more, explaining that Dante also possesses a running speed and physical strength that can shatter bones, prompting our blockheaded ally to adjust his glasses as he tries to make sense of it, realizing that while some people are completely ordinary, others are simply born as multi-talented geniuses. Looking closely at Dante, Legos realizes that if our boy is truly one of those rare geniuses, a wild idea suddenly flashes through his mind, prompting him to ask Dante about the high-rank leaders. Realizing that this clueless kid might actually hold the key to escaping their foggy prison, Legos leans in eagerly, begging our white-haired boy to repeat what he said about those elite leaders, while Heron looks on skeptically, trying to recall the exact rumors surrounding these high-ranking positions. Legos explains the legendary myth that a savior with infinite talent will eventually liberate everyone in Fogland, a ridiculously dramatic legend that the Stitch Doctor finds absurd, though he admits rumors usually have some truth. Turning his intense gaze back to Dante, Legos asks if he thinks it is just a myth, only for our clueless hero to internally complain that these weirdos are talking absolute gibberish, prompting Legos to shake him by the shoulders, desperately demanding to know if he actually knows the way out. Legos suddenly freezes in absolute shock, realizing something is terribly off with their paperbag companion, who casually explains that he only wants to become a leader to escape this hellhole. But the masked prisoner immediately shuts down that dream, declaring it is completely impossible, prompting our blockheaded ally to desperately ask if there is any loophole in the legend, only for the paperbag guy to wave a completely empty orange sleeve in his face, bluntly pointing out that he literally cannot lead anyone without a hand to guide them. This ridiculous deflection drives Legos absolutely insane, making him scream at his friend's constant nonsense. Yet the masked ally remains dead serious, reminding him of everything they have survived together, pleading for some actual empathy regarding his desperate desire to finally escape this miserable prison, before instantly ruining the emotional moment by scratching his head and admitting he still does not understand. Grabbing his masked ally by the collar, Legos demands to know if this is all just for fun, while the Stitch Doctor tries to calm him down as Legos continues his furious, unhinged rant. Realizing he knows absolutely nothing about his mysterious companion, Legos starts listing a barrage of unanswered questions, pointing out that after all this time, he does not even know his actual name, as he desperately screams into the empty eye holes, demanding to know who he really is. Suddenly, a chilling memory of a shadowy silhouette whispers a desperate warning to stop, leaving Legos completely frozen in place as the gravity of the situation finally hits him. But before anyone can say another word, the paper bag guy suddenly bolts away, watching in utter shock as his bizarre companion sprints away into the mist, screaming after the masked runner as he disappears down the foggy prison corridor. Legos clutches the heavy black trash bag, completely losing his mind over his friend's sudden departure. Outside, the bleak prison city remains silent under a heavy blanket of toxic, dark smog, while a small fire crackles quietly inside their dim, makeshift hideout to keep them warm. Sitting across from the doctor, our block-headed ally realizes their bizarre companion is truly gone. Heron shrugs it off, calling the runaway a violent, unpredictable liability who is impossible to talk to, admitting he never even bothered sharing their escape plan with someone so incredibly dense, pointing out that a dangerous criminal like him could never actually cross the border anyway. Suddenly, Legos drops to his knees and begins untying the massive black plastic sack, explaining to the skeptical doctor that his curiosity is simply too strong to ignore. Hoping this mysterious bundle contains a hidden tool that might finally secure their freedom, Heron immediately calls out our blockheaded ally for looting their runaway friend's leftover belongings. But the doctor quickly turns dead serious, insisting they actually need to stick together, dropping the absolute bombshell that their bizarre, paper bag-wearing companion is not even a criminal. This sudden revelation leaves Legos completely flabbergasted as he demands some actual context, prompting Heron to bring up a mysterious group known only as the Babies of this land, recalling a time back in his hospital days when a frantic man begged for his help, leaning in close to analyze the terrified visitor who was practically shaking with anxiety, as the sweaty stranger desperately pleaded for an unofficial house call to examine a secret patient, instantly raising the doctor's suspicions about what kind of shady situation he was walking into, especially since this mysterious patient apparently had absolutely no way of visiting a normal hospital. Pushing the heavy door open, Heron steps into the dark room to find his secret patient, only to freeze at the doorway as his eyes adjust to the dim, shadowy interior, staring in absolute disbelief as his medical mind struggles to comprehend what lies before him. Because lying on the bed is a feverish, sweating child clutching a damp forehead cloth, prompting the terrified father to quietly confirm the kid's identity, sending Heron into a panic, as the doctor immediately insists on reporting this illegal birth to the prison management office. But the desperate father instantly screams in terror, begging him to stop right there, warning that reporting this child will only bring down a horrific, unspeakable fate upon them all, pleading with the stunned doctor to pretend he never saw this forbidden, secret life, referring to these tragic, unregistered children born in the toxic mist as the babies of Fogland. Legos looks shocked as Heron explains that these children are born and raised in this foggy prison, realizing with absolute horror that their paperbag friend David might actually be one of them, a kid who has literally spent his entire life trapped inside this toxic wasteland. Clutching his head in sheer panic, Legos struggles to process the sheer immorality of it all, while Heron explains that raising a child in this toxic environment is a death sentence, showing a glowing, mutated umbilical cord as the doctor describes the horrific biological consequences, revealing a glowing, mutated fetus with wide, terrified eyes floating in the toxic womb, forcing the doctor to report the family before they fled the village in absolute terror. Staring into the darkness, Legos wonders what horrific fate actually awaits these unregistered children, as Heron solemnly concludes that David is the one who truly needs their help. David crouches alone in the desolate prison yard, looking like a completely defeated orange blob. He mutters sadly about his failed attempt at farming sweet potatoes in this toxic wasteland, lifting his masked head to reveal he just wanted to share his harvest with someone. But a colossal, terrifying, skull-faced monster suddenly towers over his tiny, crouching frame. Staring up at the beast, our paperbag ally admits he has absolutely no idea what to do, while heavy footsteps push forward through a blinding, dust-filled gale that threatens to swallow them whole, prompting David to desperately beg his mysterious companion to turn around and return to safety, as a lone silhouette struggles against the violent winds under a dark, chaotic sky, praying for an even stronger storm to sweep through this miserable, godforsaken prison valley, hoping the raging elements will finally block his path and force him to stop. Dante prays for his own blindness in this chaotic storm, hoping to block out the horrors, while military helicopters swarm the skies above a tense standoff with a red-haired commander, prompting a mysterious, shadowy observer to desperately plead for his safe return. Shattered and bleeding, our white-haired boy screams into the wind, begging for a way to stop this madness. But the scene shifts to a grim, blood-splattered facility known as Queen's Town, where rows of cracked metallic storage vaults line the walls of this desolate sector, until a loud, violent sneeze suddenly echoes through the quiet, dusty courtyard, revealing Gary, a flamboyant, spiky-haired leader who casually announces that winter is finally coming. Looking down at his gathered crew of orange-suited prisoners, he asks if they are ready to fight, only for his nervous underlings to sweat profusely, wondering if they should just surrender their hoarded supply box. Gary's face twists in pure disgust at the mere suggestion of surrendering to Kundalini, calling his own crew a bunch of pathetic cowards who need to focus on winning. But Lufin points out their allies are dropping like flies, earning a sharp warning from her peer. Unbothered by their safety, the spiky-haired leader grins creepily and demands absolute silence, explaining that the highly contested loot is actually a special present for his chained captive, a depressed blonde girl who clearly wants absolutely nothing to do with his twisted generosity, as he loudly boasts about his grand romantic gesture to the entire prison block, aggressively patting her back while asking if this public display of affection cured her sadness. She deadpans that she is not a child, noting the crowd looks terrified rather than envious, leaving her to silently wonder what kind of horrific items are actually inside that mysterious box. This blonde girl sighs, pointing out that the highly contested loot is just basic quarterly supplies, insisting she has absolutely no use for his gifts, which only makes Gary yell louder, before the bald underling steps in to ask a sudden, serious question of his own, wanting to know what happened to a little girl named Brun who was recently spotted nearby, sending a sudden wave of absolute dread through the listening gang members. As Gary slowly turns around, his towering frame casting a dark shadow over her, demanding to know exactly why she's so incredibly curious about this random kid, prompting her to explain that a helpless child simply does not belong in this hellhole, which only earns her a massive, creepy grin from the spiky-haired leader, who loudly claims he hates kids anyway before walking off down the prison corridor. This blonde captive desperately tries to shout another question after the departing leader, but a rough, red-gloved hand suddenly clamps down hard on her shoulder, as the bald underling furiously warns her to stop bothering their unhinged boss, telling her in no uncertain terms to stay completely out of this business, leaving her sweating in sheer panic as she mutters the little girl's name. Meanwhile, laundry hangs quietly in a rundown courtyard of the prison sector, where the bald ally drops the bombshell that Brun was actually born here, sending the blonde girl into absolute shock as he casually puffs his cigarette, explaining that escapees from the women's zone often have secret babies in hiding, before crushing his cigarette, revealing the administration office does not even exist to help them. This blonde girl stares in absolute shock as the grim reality of the prison's population hits her, while the bald ally looks down from the roof, advising her to just adapt to this hellhole, warning her to never mention escaping again, especially not around their completely unhinged boss Gary. He explains that Brun's mother was just as innocent as she is, before casually flicking his cigarette away, revealing she met a grim end at Gary's hands, leaving a heavy, suffocating silence to hang over the desolate, smog-covered prison city. Back in the hideout, Legos realizes their runaway friend has been breathing toxic mist since birth, but Heron drops another bombshell, revealing the kid does not even have a real identity or name, admitting he completely made up the name David on the spot, leaving Legos totally dumbfounded, before Heron awkwardly excuses himself to the bathroom, leaving his blockheaded ally to process the lies. A bright full moon hangs high over the sprawling, silent slums of the desolate prison city, while Heron stares into the dark, deeply troubled by the tragic fate of these fog-born children, realizing that they are far from the only innocent victims trapped inside this toxic wasteland, wondering why the broken residents of this hellhole never stand up for their basic rights. Staring up at the night sky, he questions the true purpose behind creating this miserable prison, as a mocking voice in his head asks why he even bothers getting involved with them, reminding the doctor that he is no hero and his only real goal is escaping safely, urging him to use cold logic instead of wasting precious time worrying about complete strangers. But Heron merely clenches his jaw, refusing to let this cynical inner monologue dictate his choices, before looking up with absolute resolve and telling the imaginary critic to shut its mouth. Looking up at the bright moon, Heron decides that his choices are not always completely wrong, as he reaches out and firmly turns the doorknob to head back inside, his heavy footsteps echoing softly through the dark, quiet hallway of their hideout, before crouching down beside Legos, who looks up in confusion at his sudden return, only for the Stitch-Face ally to immediately declare they need to find David together, prompting Heron to smile warmly, agreeing that he simply cannot abandon the kid here, while Legos quietly thanks the doctor for not turning his back on their friend, scratching his head as he mutters that showing basic humanity should not be this rare, which makes Heron reflect on how easily he could have abandoned everyone to survive alone, but Legos admits he just could not bring himself to leave his friends behind. Heron smiles softly, confident that his decision to help their friend is finally the right one, especially since Legos believes the person he wants to save is a genuinely good soul, leaving the doctor feeling absolutely certain that his instincts will not lead them astray this time. Back in the room, Legos wonders how they will track down David in this massive prison, prompting Heron to suggest searching through David's left-behind bundle for some kind of useful clue. But as he pulls the fabric open, his eyes widen in absolute jaw-dropping shock, because the highly anticipated secret stash is literally just a pile of worthless, everyday garbage, leaving Heron utterly disgusted while wondering why their friend hoarded this junk like priceless treasure. Suddenly, he pulls out a large sweet potato with a mysterious number carved into its skin, but Legos immediately snatches it away and tosses their only clue straight into the blazing fire. Before the potato can burn, the orange-suited guy dives headfirst into the flames to save it, clutching the charred vegetable like a newborn baby while Legos questions his absolute sanity, as he proudly blows on the potato, relieved that his precious bait survived the heat, until he suddenly notices something strange on the skin of the vegetable, staring in disbelief at a tiny, fragile root that has somehow managed to sprout. Realizing this little plant is fighting to grow, even if it takes forever, clinging desperately to life despite being trapped in this toxic, decaying wasteland. Meanwhile, crows circle over a quiet courtyard as a new problem begins to brew, where Nino lies curled up on the cold ground, completely unresponsive to his captors, who aggressively demand to know why he is sleeping in their marked territory. Nino snaps awake to defend his honor, but the angry guards are not buying his blatant lies. They aggressively order him to clear out, pointing down at the giant red mark on the concrete. But the loudmouthed guard accidentally leaks their secret supply drop zone before his partner can silence him. Realizing the massive blunder, the green-jacketed thug furiously shakes his partner for exposing their classified operation, leaving both of them sweating bullets as they realize they just compromised their entire gang's survival, prompting the panicked duo to decide that silencing their clueless witness is the only logical option, while Nino just sits there in absolute silence, pointing a confused finger at his own chest. This paranoid guards continue to spiral, convinced that this masked intruder is a highly dangerous spy, resolving to eliminate him on the spot before their secret gets leaked to the zone leaders, as our clueless hero wonders if he is actually the one in deep trouble here. These two guards suddenly look up, realizing this supposed spy is way bigger than they anticipated, as Nino looms over them with glowing eyes, radiating pure unadulterated menace, prompting the terrified duo to desperately remind themselves that they are the ones holding firearms, even if those weapons are just sketchy, homemade contraptions held together by tape. This cap-wearing thug proudly boasts about his elite status in the notorious Technologia crew, confidently declaring himself as the highly esteemed future leader of their entire faction, while his green-jacketed partner, Wilson, strikes a dramatic pose to introduce himself as their top assassin, before whispering with a weird blush that his greatest assassin skill is actually perfect pitch. Unbothered by their bizarre theatrical introduction, Nino takes a massive, heavy step forward, sending the panicked leader to be into a screaming frenzy as he prepares to pull the trigger. This cap-wearing thug panics and fires his gun wildly, completely missing the giant, orange-suited target. Wilson furiously yells at his partner for missing, while the amateur shooter complains about his moral dilemma. Fed up with the cowardice, the green-jacketed assassin snatches the weapon to finish the job himself, but Nino moves like a ghost, pressing the cold barrel directly against Wilson's sweaty forehead, leaving the self-proclaimed top assassin frozen in absolute terror, wondering how he got disarmed so fast, as our orange-suited hero calmly pulls back the hammer, preparing to pull the trigger, making Wilson realize this terrifying giant has absolutely no hesitation about blowing his brains out. Suddenly, the tough-talking assassin completely breaks down, begging for his life at the very last second, while his partner literally rolls on the floor, offering to bark like a dog for mercy, prompting Wilson to join in with his own pathetic howling to appease their new master. Nino coldly orders them to shut up, instantly cutting off their pathetic howling in a heartbeat, leaving the bruised duo kneeling in absolute silence, completely at the mercy of their captor. Sitting calmly in the center of their marked zone, our hero asks what a supply box is, which completely blows their minds since he is ridiculously strong for a clueless newcomer. This cap-wearing thug eagerly explains that these boxes contain rare materials for building weapons, boasting that possessing these supplies is the only reason their gang holds any real power. He warns that drops are extremely rare, with the local bosses hoarding almost every single shipment, pointing out that Nino is currently sitting directly on their highly classified secret drop zone, before offering our overpowered hero a golden opportunity to join their prestigious Technologia crew. But Nino only has one burning question on his mind: if these boxes contain sweet potatoes. These two thugs stare in absolute brain-melting confusion at his bizarre culinary inquiry, as they awkwardly explain that supply drops usually contain basic agricultural seeds instead of fresh snacks, pointing out that those seeds could easily yield hundreds of his beloved vegetables, which instantly sends our masked hero into a state of pure starry-eyed wonder. Meanwhile, the legendary sprouted potato numbered 182 sits proudly in its glass cup, prompting Heron to scream like a dramatic soap opera actor about parental neglect, leaving Legos sobbing on his knees while apologizing to a literal root vegetable. Turns out, the doctor believes their runaway friend has incredibly sharp hearing, leading him to slowly slide a razor-sharp scalpel out of his pocket, holding the blade to the potato to host a ridiculous high-stakes hostage situation. Legos and Heron sit in absolute silence, staring down at the completely unresponsive potato, realizing their hostage negotiation tactic was a total flop since the kid is already long gone, leaving Heron to frantically wonder if their runaway friend headed straight for the prison cafeteria. But Legos suddenly freezes as his sharp eyes catch something unusual in the distance, calling out to his doctor friend to look up at the sky immediately, where three massive military helicopters are currently soaring directly over the desolate prison slums, carrying heavy cargo crates that instantly make Heron's jaw drop in absolute stunned disbelief, before he completely loses his mind and starts screaming at the top of his lungs, sprinting wildly into the open streets while waving his arms to signal the passing aircraft, desperately screaming for a rescue as if these heavily armed choppers would actually stop for him. Legos snaps him back to reality, pointing out those high-tech choppers will not care about two random prisoners, urging the doctor to just chase the aircraft to see exactly where they drop their cargo. But they quickly realize they are not the only ones chasing the massive flying metal birds. Meanwhile, Nino stands ready at the drop zone, his glowing eyes fixed on the sky, as the helicopter finally hovers directly overhead, sending the two thugs into a wild cheering frenzy, screaming at the pilot to drop the precious cargo right into their designated landing zone. And with a heavy metallic click, the massive yellow supply crate is finally released, deploying a giant green parachute to guide the precious cargo safely down to the waiting trio, leaving the greedy thugs absolutely thrilled, already dreaming about how this haul will keep them warm, while a lone black crow flaps its wings, signaling the start of a chaotic free-for-all. This blonde thug's smug celebration instantly cuts short as he spots something completely unexpected. A massive, pitch-black swarm of crows suddenly descends from the sky, surrounding the falling crate, leaving the two thugs screaming in absolute panic as they watch the birds swarm, realizing this highly organized avian mafia is literally flying away with their precious cargo. Against all odds, the heavy crate lands on the concrete with a single crow standing guard, drawing a massive, hungry crowd of orange-suited prisoners who quickly surround the mysterious drop. Heron watches the chaotic scene unfold, his glasses reflecting the highly coveted prize in the distance, as Legos mutters that the crate might contain valuable survival gear left behind by the administration. Meanwhile, the surrounding thugs gossip about who will claim the loot now that their boss is gone, prompting one brave idiot to suggest sharing, only to get immediately roasted by his greedy partner. A greedy bald prisoner screams to just tear the crate open and claim finders keepers, but a pale, round-faced inmate steps up to remind everyone of the prison's ultimate law, instantly flexing a ridiculously shredded body that completely contradicts his adorable baby face, prompting a mohawked brawler to strip off his jumpsuit and eagerly accept the violent challenge. While two more massive heavyweights join the circle to turn this dispute into a battle royale, these four hulking contenders surround the crate, agreeing that only the last man standing wins the loot. As Heron watches from the sidelines, intensely curious about what valuable secrets are hidden inside, until Legos suddenly taps his shoulder and casually suggests they should steal the cargo for themselves. The stitch-faced doctor panics at the massive crowd, only for his friend to roast his social anxiety, leaving Heron rubbing his temples in sheer frustration over being peer-pressured into a massive brawl. Heron dramatically steps forward, ordering the entire crowd to clear out unless they want to die, demanding they scram immediately, though his threat sounds more like a bad movie line, leaving the four massive brawlers staring at him in absolute brain-melting disbelief. While the crowd whispers about his weird lab coat and Legos awkwardly cheers him on, prompting the beefy orange-suited thug to mock the doctor's ridiculously mismatched weight class, as the baby-faced giant mockingly offers to give the skinny doctor a free pass. But Heron just pulls out his scalpel, calmly telling them to all attack at once, which instantly ticks off the baby-faced brawler who hates being looked down on, prompting the muscular giant to leap forward, throwing a massive punch to even the numbers, while Heron's eye glows with cold precision, ready to dissect his first opponent. Heron's glowing eye instantly scans his opponent's bloodstream, finding absolutely zero actual talent inside. He effortlessly slips past the massive punch, casually mocking the giant's useless balloon muscles, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the doctor readies his razor-sharp scalpel, delivering a precise strike that shatters the giant's fragile jaw like glass. This baby-faced brawler crashes to the dirt in tears, leaving the surrounding crowd completely speechless, prompting the onlookers to mock the fallen giant for acting tough while lacking real strength. But a massive, heavy-set brawler steps forward to silence the laughing crowd, charging directly at the doctor to show him what a real weight difference looks like. Yet Heron calmly analyzes his heavy footsteps, instantly spotting a massive physical weakness, driving his foot directly into the giant's knee to diagnose him with severe degenerative arthritis. Heron effortlessly flips the massive heavyweight upside down, casually advising him to lose some weight, leaving the remaining brawlers staring in absolute shock as the doctor repeats his simple warning, flashing a terrifying, wide-eyed grin while reminding them that they are merely wasting his precious time, which instantly sends the tough-talking brawlers into a state of pure, unadulterated panic, while a silent crow watches the swift beatdown from a nearby rooftop, reducing the entire squad of self-proclaimed heavyweights to a bruised, pathetic pile of limbs, as the stunned crowd whispers in disbelief at how quickly this supposed fight was settled. Now, Legos casually claims the prize while the onlookers desperately wonder who these two monsters actually are, with some speculating that these newcomers might actually fill the power vacuum left in Steel Alley, before realizing that these terrifyingly skilled fighters might already be running the entire place. This crowd whispers about a legendary duo who supposedly dismantled the prison's most ruthless factions, suddenly realizing the terrifying teacher crew might be standing right in front of them, while Heron casually slaps a lingering onlooker to make sure they get the message, prompting this terrified bald inmate to immediately surrender the supply crate to their crew, even offering them complete control over the entire territory of Steel Alley without a fight, leaving Heron completely baffled by the sudden respect while the crowd points directly at Legos, asking if he is the legendary mastermind known only as the teacher, making our orange-shirted friend sweat as he realizes his reputation has been wildly exaggerated. But he quickly decides that playing along is much better than getting constantly challenged, striking a smug pose to officially claim his new title as the ultimate disciplinarian. This terrified thug stare in absolute awe, completely convinced that Legos is the legendary boss. But before he can even finish his sentence, they desperately beg him for help, pleading for the legendary duo to save their lawless territory of Steel Alley, explaining that rival gangs constantly loot them, offering to pay hefty protection fees in exchange, which completely throws our orange-shirted hero off guard while Heron looks on in sheer annoyance. Legos desperately tries to play the ruthless villain, claiming he has absolutely no interest in charity. bluntly telling the pathetic crowd that they need to learn to defend themselves. But the bald inmate merely trembles in despair, trying to find the right words, leaving our fake boss sweating as he prepares for another pathetic excuse, only for the desperate man to admit they simply lack the power to survive alone. Heron's glowing blue eye widens in sheer disbelief as he processes the crowd's desperate pleas. Seeing a sea of desperate hands reaching out to beg their new self-proclaimed savior for mercy, as they explain that the brutal winter will easily wipe them out without any basic supplies, leaving our orange-shirted hero completely frozen as he realizes the sheer weight of their expectations, wondering how a simple supply heist suddenly turned into a full-blown humanitarian crisis, until a sudden, deafening crack echoes through the courtyard, cutting his existential crisis short. Both of them instantly whip their heads around to locate the source of the sudden noise, while the surrounding crowd of prisoners immediately erupts into a state of absolute screaming panic, realizing that a firearm in this lawless zone means a far more dangerous player has arrived, where a mysterious hand raises a smoking, tape-wrapped pistol to claim the highly coveted cargo. Two smug thugs strut into the courtyard waving their guns, thrilled to find a lawless, boss-free zone. But their grand entrance instantly sends the surrounding crowd into a state of absolute trembling panic, leaving Heron completely unimpressed as he casually asks who these new loudmouths are supposed to be, while the terrified bald inmate explains to Legos that this notorious crew loves bullying unarmed prisoners with firearms. From above, the armed duo easily corners the entire crowd, demanding everyone surrender the precious cargo, claiming that since a crow technically dropped the crate, it belongs to them by default, which instantly triggers a hilarious argument with the bald inmate over the actual physics of helicopter drops, prompting the smug gunman to cut the debate short by threatening to shoot anyone who complains. He then points his weapon directly at our main duo, ordering them to step away immediately, only for Heron to glare back with a look that says he is about to perform surgery. Lego suddenly grabs the doctor's white coat, halting his aggressive advance before things get messy, pulling Heron back to explain his sudden highly questionable tactical genius to his confused partner, claiming with absolute unearned confidence that the armed thugs will not actually pull the trigger, even as the furious gunmen scream and wave their weapons in their faces, leaving the surrounding crowd shaking like terrified snails in their shells at the mere threat of violence. Heron calmly glances back, asking his self-proclaimed strategist if he is absolutely certain about that theory, only for Legos to instantly lose his cool as his flawless logic immediately begins to crumble. But the reckless doctor does not care, instantly sprinting forward while his panicked partner screams in terror. This sudden charge completely blindsides the smug gunman who scrambles to aim his weapon, while Legos desperately shrieks that the idiot is literally about to get shot. Legos covers his ears and screams in absolute terror as his partner charges straight into gunfire. This terrified gunman squeezes the trigger with trembling hands, completely losing his cool. But Heron moves like lightning, slicing through the air and disarming the shooter in a bloody flash, leaving the armed thugs screaming like schoolgirls as they crash hard onto the concrete. This doctor casually kicks the pistol away, deeply disappointed by their pathetic lack of marksmanship, while Legos asks his orange-shirted partner how he knew the thugs would not actually shoot, leaving Heron completely dumbfounded as he tries to figure out his own accidental genius, sweating bullets as he realizes he somehow predicted the outcome on pure unadulterated luck, until Legos suddenly notices something highly unusual about the defeated thugs lying before him, as the green-haired gunman trembles in agony, desperately crying out for medical assistance. Heron blinks in confusion as the defeated gunman suddenly screams out for his boss, begging for backup while crawling on the dirt like a pathetic, broken action toy, leaving our main duo completely on guard as they realize the real threat is approaching, while a cold, glowing blue eye watches them intently from the dark alleyways, where a masked inmate in a bright orange jumpsuit crouches silently behind a rusty barrel. This wounded thug continues his desperate wailing, practically begging his superior to salvage the situation, prompting Heron and Legos to brace themselves for whatever monster is about to step out, as that icy, glowing gaze locks onto them with absolute predatory focus, until a sudden shadow blocks out the blinding sun directly above their heads, revealing a pale, dark-haired woman dropping onto the crate, leaving the onlookers completely paralyzed with fear. A towering, spiky-haired powerhouse with a terrifying grin steps forward, flanked by her loyal gang. She casually greets Kundalini, who is still perched on top of the highly contested supply crate. But Kundalini, the cold second-in-command of Yoseong Dong, is not here to play nice or exchange pleasantries. This spiky-haired brute points a finger, demanding she get her feet off her precious cargo immediately, prompting Kundalini to laugh at her sheer greed after all the lives she has already taken, calmly declaring that she has absolutely no intention of backing down from a fight today, which absolutely delights the muscular brute who starts stretching in anticipation of a real challenge. Both factions immediately draw their weapons, preparing for a massive, bloody turf war in the courtyard, until Kundalini suddenly screams for everyone to halt, catching her rival completely off guard, demanding they settle this one-on-one instead of dragging their innocent crew members into the crossfire. Kundalini stands firm on the crate, proposing a high-stakes duel to settle this dispute once and for all, which immediately sends her loyal crew into a state of absolute wide-eyed panic, while the rest of her subordinates exchange worried glances, completely stunned by her reckless proposal. Yet the collared blonde girl watches in awe, realizing Kundalini is far from a coward. silently labeling the brave warrior as a true leader who actually protects her people. She remembers the tragic truth about her innocent mother who was caught in the crossfire, meeting a grim, untimely end at the hands of the ruthless gang leader Kali, making her wish she had been captured by this honorable warrior instead of her current captors. But the spiky-haired brute merely laughs, stomping her foot to accept the violent challenge. Charging forward with a maniacal grin as both leaders clash in a brutal head-on collision, Kundalini contorts her body into an impossibly flexible, spider-like pose to dodge the incoming strike, leaving the spiky-haired brute swinging wildly at empty air as her massive fist completely misses, which catches the muscular giant completely off guard as she realizes her target has vanished, allowing Kundalini to unleash a flurry of acrobatic strikes from every conceivable angle at once. This bizarre display of human origami leaves the onlookers completely speechless with sheer disbelief, prompting the flexible warrior to mock her opponent's reliance on brainless brute strength. But the maniacal giant only grins wider, absolutely thrilled to finally face a real challenge. Suddenly, a crushing grip clamps down on Kundalini's limb, instantly halting her elegant movements, as Kali swings her around like a ragdoll, roaring with pure, unadulterated excitement. Leaving the flexible fighter gritting her teeth in sheer shock as she loses complete control. Kali swings her massive arm, but Kundalini wraps her flexible limbs around the giant's neck like a python, locking the muscular brute into a suffocating human knot that completely halts her momentum, prompting the flexible warrior to mock her opponent's delusion of being feared purely for her strength, declaring that a brainless brute who relies solely on raw power will never truly understand leadership, as she squeezes even tighter, determined to end this fight and protect her loyal crew. This display of dominance prompts the collared blonde girl to cheer wildly, begging her to finish the job, but Kali merely grins through the chokehold, casually revealing a bizarre anatomical secret about her own neck, explaining that she intentionally wrapped thick tendons around her throat to survive sudden assassination attempts, before brutally ripping Kundalini's leg away, tearing flesh and sending a spray of blood across the courtyard, which instantly triggers a chaotic, all-out brawl as both factions charge forward to defend their bleeding leaders. Furious gang members leap forward to defend Kundalini, but Kali simply bats them away like annoying flies, while the collared blonde girl watches in absolute horror, whispering the monstrous leader's name in despair, realizing that the fragile piece they fought so hard to build is about to shatter completely, as the rest of the gang hesitates, too terrified to take a single step forward, proving that the loyalty Kundalini spent years building is ultimately as thin as paper, leaving the defeated leader to face her grim end alone while her followers abandon her. Suddenly, a brutal slash cuts through the air, catching the cowardly onlookers completely off guard, with a ruthless strike tearing through the crowd, sending blood spraying across the dusty courtyard, shattering their weapons and leaving the terrified blonde girl staring in absolute wide-eyed disbelief, because the bloodthirsty giant is now taking on the entire crowd at once with maniacal glee. This surrounding fighters are sent flying like ragdolls, crashing hard onto the dusty concrete, while Kali stands tall amidst the carnage, mocking her bleeding rival's pathetic attempt at heroism, leaving Kundalini severely wounded on the ground, staring up at her monstrous opponent in absolute shock. Realizing she has completely lost, the defeated leader desperately screams for her remaining crew to run, but the terrifying sounds of the ongoing massacre only leave the collared blonde girl paralyzed with fear, as the bloodthirsty giant steps onto the supply crate, completely indifferent to the suffering around her. Standing tall like an unstoppable demon, Kali locks her terrifying gaze onto the helpless blonde girl, flashing a sickening, bloody grin while mockingly calling her a helpless little bird, prompting the crying girl to tremble in terror as the giant casually offers her a mysterious gift. Meanwhile, the masked inmate watches silently from behind a rusty barrel, recognizing the target's prison number. Heron spots the mysterious lurker and points him out, while a breathless Legos catches up behind him, leaving the beaten thugs completely dumbfounded as they realize their savior actually knows these two newcomers, while the silent, masked boss just stares back from the shadows without saying a single word. Lego stands there completely flabbergasted, trying to process how this silent weirdo could be in charge, but Heron bypasses the drama entirely, grabbing the masked guy's collar to scold his childish behavior, only to be met with a pair of incredibly deadpan, unbothered eyes staring right back at him, which instantly triggers the doctor's temper, prompting him to aggressively rip the mask right off his face, as the sudden reveal of the face underneath leaves Heron completely frozen in absolute shock, exposing a surprisingly handsome, white-haired youth who looks more like a sulking teenager than a gang leader, prompting the legendary boss to put his mask back on and sulk like a scolded toddler. Legos realizes the white-haired kid is not just throwing a silent tantrum in his mask, especially since the kid was ready to throw down with Heron just moments ago. But now Lego's glowing eye detects a bizarre, overwhelming energy radiating from the youth, revealing a massive spectral force of giant hands crushing the poor kid into the dirt. Staring in absolute disbelief, Legos realizes this terrifying vision is far from a simple hallucination, as the spectral white hair feels so incredibly vivid he could almost reach out and touch it, prompting him to kneel beside the trapped youth to investigate this bizarre spiritual weight. Asking the silent kid why on earth he is pinned beneath such a monstrous pressure, our bespectacled hero offers a helping hand, asking if he should pull him out of this invisible nightmare, only to get blasted right in the face by a massive, highly unhygienic sneeze. This masked boss suddenly towers over his fallen subordinate, ready to deliver some harsh judgment, declaring in a chilling tone that he heard everything about their attempt on his sweet potato, leaving Heron completely stunned while the injured thug rolls on the ground complaining about his broken nose. This terrified subordinate desperately begs for death rather than facing whatever bizarre punishment is coming next. But the boss casually steps away, claiming he has absolutely no use for that single potato anymore, proudly announcing to his cheering crew that he now possesses 300 of them instead. A ridiculous revelation that leaves the bleeding thug staring in absolute, wide-eyed confusion at his leader. As the masked boss continues his dramatic march, completely serious about his bizarre agricultural upgrade, reiterating his massive potato hoard to his ecstatic followers who treat it like a legendary victory, prompting the baffled, beaten thug to wonder why his life was just valued against root vegetables. Heron stares in utter disbelief, demanding this masked weirdo cut the absolute crap, but the masked boss immediately gets defensive, shielding his precious cargo from any potential thieves, prompting the annoyed doctor to point a finger demanding they stop playing games and talk business, while Legos tries to play peacemaker, nervously suggesting they all just share the loot like good friends, only for the masked kid's icy blue eyes to lock onto him with absolute greedy intensity, flatly declaring that they are absolutely not friends, instantly shattering Lego's fragile hopes of a peaceful resolution, which only makes Heron smirk, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to teach this brat a lesson, as he takes a menacing step forward, sending the surrounding crew scrambling back in pure terror, before aggressively grabbing the masked kid's collar to remind him exactly who is running this show, leaving the stubborn young boss completely frozen as he realizes he messed with the wrong doctor. Holding up a heavy black trash bag, Heron sighs and regrets not throwing this garbage away sooner, but the masked boss demands he hand it over, claiming the bag belongs to him too, silently cursing the doctor's absolute greed as tension thickens between the two stubborn leaders, prompting Heron to glare back, completely baffled by the kid's total lack of situational awareness. Dropping the heavy bag as he decides explaining anything to this brat is a complete waste of time, whipping out a pair of sharp surgical scissors to threaten the masked kid's tendons instead. Suddenly, a lightning-fast hand clamps onto the doctor's throat, completely catching him off guard, which instantly sends the surrounding crowd into a frenzy as they witness this sudden clash of factions, with one terrified inmate screaming that a legendary shoulder clash has officially begun. As the hyped-up crowd roars for blood, eager to see which faction will reign supreme, this rowdy crowd cheers wildly, demanding their boss smash these arrogant newcomers flat on the pavement, leaving Heron completely bewildered by the sudden, ridiculous escalation of this playground dispute. Later that night, a quiet fire crackles in the dark as a heavy question hangs in the air, with Heron wondering if their silent white-haired target actually has zero desire to escape this hellhole, pondering why the kid suddenly bolted today if he was secretly trying to avoid leaving altogether, especially since a dark memory reminds them of the harsh rule to just stay quiet and survive, recalling how anyone who dared to dream of the outside world met a swift, brutal end. Lego sighs from his makeshift bed, pointing out that nobody here actually knows how to escape anyway, staring up at the gloomy sky while wondering if the kid simply gave up on his freedom, or if he has simply become too addicted to the toxic fog of this miserable prison. Heron stares blankly at the ceiling, realizing that might actually be the truth, with Legos admitting he felt the exact same way until the doctor dragged him out, recalling how the toxic fog makes everyone lose their minds and crave eternal confinement. But now he only focuses on his hospital badge and planning their escape, prompting Legos to ponder what this means for their stubborn white-haired target. Since the kid has absolutely no motivation to leave and no family waiting outside, making this miserable gray prison city the only home he has ever known, Lego suggests they should respect the kid's choice if he decides to stay behind, only for Heron's eyes to narrow with absolute determination as he makes a final decision, declaring they will save him anyway, even if they have to slice his tendons to do it. Lego sits up in disbelief, completely stunned by the doctor's extreme and violent methods, but Heron simply turns away, muttering that he has reached his absolute limit, refusing to leave another soul behind to rot in this miserable prison city, as a painful memory of the people he failed to save flashes before his eyes. Meanwhile, back in the chaotic courtyard, the doctor's grip on the kid's throat tightens, while the masked boss glares back, completely convinced this arrogant doctor has no idea who he is dealing with. This surrounding crowd goes absolutely wild, screaming for their respective leaders to tear each other apart, with Heron threatening to slice the kid's tendons while the masked boss promises a swift death, prompting the bloodthirsty inmates to cheer even louder, begging the doctor to use his surgical scissors. As the chaotic mob suggests increasingly brutal ways to execute the masked boss and claim his territory, this bloodthirsty crowd keeps screaming for violence, urging their boss to slit the doctor's throat. But as the chanting intensifies, Heron merely tightens his grip on his surgical scissors, until Legos suddenly lets out an absolute, ear-splitting roar that echoes through the courtyard, standing tall between the rival leaders to demand what on earth they are doing. which instantly silences the bloodthirsty crowd as he scolds them for encouraging a fight, furiously asking if human lives mean absolutely nothing to these mindless, cheering thugs. This sudden outburst leaves the rowdy inmates trembling in pure, unadulterated terror, completely stunned by the kid's thunderous voice as they try to process his words, only for Legos to coldly declare that they are all exactly the same, roasting the entire crowd as petty, uncultured beasts who lost their humanity for power. Legos glares at the crowd, telling them to live by their brutal rules instead of playing victim, leaving the rowdy inmates completely speechless as they sweat under his intense, judgmental gaze. Then our boy takes a firm step forward, ready to cut through the nonsense, turning his sharp gaze directly toward Heron to ask what he is actually trying to accomplish, which catches the scarred doctor completely off guard as Legos demands he just speak his mind. Without wasting another second, the kid boldly declares his true mission is to rescue Target 182, prompting Heron to wave his hands in frantic disbelief, arguing the brat does not even want saving. But Legos remains completely unfazed, insisting they still have to try regardless of the kid's stubbornness, before looking the white-haired boss dead in the eye to ask if he wants to escape, offering him a one-way ticket out of this miserable prison city and straight into Fogland. Legos leans in with a smirk, asking the kid if he is at least a little curious about the outside world, promising him there are far better things out there than a sad pile of stolen sweet potatoes. But the mention of escape suddenly triggers a dark, heavy vision of spectral chains binding their minds, revealing a colossal, heavily locked gate that blocks any hope of ever reaching the outside world. Staring blankly, the white-haired kid repeats his designated target number in absolute, quiet confusion, before instantly dismissing the doctor's grand rescue plan as nothing but a load of suicidal nonsense, warning Legos that trying to bypass the terrifying Hollow One will only get them brutally slaughtered, since the massive, spectral chains binding this prison are far too strong for any normal human to break, flatly refusing to join their crazy crusade because he knows exactly what kind of nightmare awaits them, pointing to his masked head to ask if Legos truly has no idea what terrifying curse he is carrying. Heron's eyes widen as he processes the kid's cryptic words about wearing a mask to hide, while Legos listens intently, realizing there is a much deeper secret behind this bizarre disguise, as the young boss pulls back his hair to reveal a glowing blue eye admitting his escape, explaining that he is actually fleeing from a mysterious high-security facility known only as the Center. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark warehouse, a flock of glowing-eyed crows gathers on wooden crates, cackling in unison as more of these creepy birds flood into the dusty room, prompting a shadowy inmate to gently pet one of them, affectionately calling the bird Gonzalez, before letting out a manic laugh as the glowing-eyed flock perches all over his head. Suddenly, the lead bird's eyes flash with a strange, highly intelligent light, flapping its wings to escape through a bright doorway while its eccentric owner begs it to stay. This eccentric inmate laughs maniacally, asking his feathered spy if it found something else, and the glowing-eyed crow caws back, reporting that it spotted something shiny nearby. Meanwhile, two smug guards stand watch outside, keeping a close eye on the restless crowd, who are currently watching the tense negotiation between Legos, Heron, and the young boss, as the doctor and our boy continue trying to reason with the stubborn kid, leaving the clueless inmates whispering in confusion about what these three are actually planning, prompting one of the smug guards to tell the nosy crowd to back off, while his partner smirks, noting that the negotiators seem to have some history together, sarcastically praising their leader's incredible social skills as the argument inside gets increasingly violent. Realizing a potential alliance between these factions means the rest of them are completely doomed. Heron loses his absolute mind, kicking and screaming as the interrogation immediately devolves into a physical brawl, pinning the young boss to the floor while demanding to know why every single answer is classified, prompting Legos to clutch his head in pure frustration, begging these two grown men to stop acting like toddlers. But the furious doctor refuses to let go, demanding to know if the kid works for some secret agency, leaving the pinned kid completely baffled by how a simple medic possesses such terrifying physical strength, until Legos finally steps in to play mediator, suggesting they calmly review the few facts they actually have, pointing out that the mysterious kid was born inside the center and has absolutely no idea who his parents are, which only makes Heron lean in closer, demanding to know if this place is just another name for the administration, before Legos asks the million-dollar question, wondering if merely speaking about this facility puts the kid's life in danger, as the young boss stares down in heavy, tense silence, refusing to utter another single word. This white-haired kid warns them that the danger is not just for him, but for literally everyone, prompting Legos to nervously ask if this mysterious threat is just the administration bureau. But the kid admits he knows nothing about politics, only what lurks inside the center, leaving the duo completely speechless as he reveals their true enemy is an actual monster. He whispers that this terrifying beast is actively hunting him down at this very moment, claiming he can only survive by constantly listening to the rhythmic, echoing heartbeat of the beast, which still does not stop Heron from stubbornly insisting they head straight toward the danger anyway. This scarred doctor slowly pulls his hand back, trying to process this bizarre monster claim, demanding the kids stop talking in riddles and give them some actual, useful intel, before coldly declaring that absolutely nothing will make him change his mind about this escape. This white-haired kid stares back with his glowing blue eye, declaring that all three of them are escaping together. But Legos immediately reins in the excitement, warning that a blind charge will only get them killed, suggesting they prioritize gathering some actual intel on the Administration Bureau first, which means sneaking past the heavily guarded perimeter without raising any major alarms. Meanwhile, a paranoid inmate in orange keeps a close eye on his precious stash. While back in their quarters, Legos and Heron try to make sense of their bizarre new ally, prompting our boy to call out to the scarred doctor to satisfy a sudden, burning curiosity, asking if it is actually possible for someone to manifest supernatural abilities without using the toxic fog. Heron scoffs at the ridiculous theory, telling him to stop indulging in such childish, wishful thinking. Only for Legos to remain dead serious, wondering if a terrifying power has already awakened inside the kid. Heron asks what kind of power Legos is talking about, wondering if it is just yelling loudly. But our boy explains that he actually saw terrified snails and turtles hovering over the armed guards, which makes the scarred doctor sweat in disbelief, realizing his life was risked on a total hunch. With Legos insisting this vision was real, recalling how giant spectral hands were crushing the young boss, representing the heavy, mouthless secrets that forced the poor kid to remain completely silent. Piecing the clues together, our boy explains how he can perceive everyone's deepest, most desperate emotions, prompting Heron to raise an eyebrow, bluntly asking if he is claiming to read minds. This sudden realization sends a massive shockwave through Legos as his own eye begins to glow. Until the doctor decides to test him, challenging our boy to guess his current thoughts. Staring deeply into Heron's eyes, Legos admits he sees absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Legos awkwardly asks if the doctor thinks he is just spouting a load of absolute nonsense, before instantly backtracking and blaming his wild visions on a severe case of sleep-deprived exhaustion, muttering to himself that manifesting a mind-reading talent like that is just completely impossible, since digging into other people's inner thoughts is actually his brother's special expertise. Meanwhile, Heron awkwardly clears his throat to break the incredibly tense, heavy silence, while the young boss struggles to open a massive wooden crate with his one good arm, flatly rejecting the doctor's sudden offer of help with a fierce and prideful glare, prompting Legos to stand up and tell them to stop bickering like children, suggesting that finding clues about the Administration Bureau inside that box is their top priority. Our boy then approaches the startled kid, cheerfully offering to help him crack it open. This young boss glares down, coldly declaring that the crate is his, but Legos merely smiles, playfully insisting that friends are supposed to help each other out, prompting the stubborn kid to glare back, flatly reminding him they are definitely not friends. Only for our boy to look back with a completely blank, unbothered expression, cheerfully arguing that having different goals should not stop them from being buddies anyway, delivering a surprisingly deep speech about how friends are just people from different worlds, leaving the young boss completely speechless as he mutters a quiet, highly skeptical rebuttal. Giving up on the argument, the kid suddenly tells Legos to just open the crate, which immediately prompts our boy to excitedly call Heron over to help unfasten the heavy belts, as the scarred doctor steps up to inspect the box while their reluctant ally watches indifferently. With a sharp tug, the heavy leather strap holding the massive crate shut is finally undone, and both men grab the heavy wooden lid, slowly lifting it to reveal the contents, leaving the trio staring down in absolute silence, wondering what the Administration Bureau actually sent them. Our boy leans in close, his glasses reflecting the dim light as he prepares for anything. But instead of a deadly weapon, the blonde girl finds a massive stash of random supplies, starting with a fully stocked medical kit that would make any prison doctor shed a tear, followed by basic toiletries, soap, and razors that are practically worth gold in this dump, prompting her to excitedly pull out a heavy bag of clothes while begging for shoes, accidentally knocking over a heavy plastic container that crashes onto the floor with a loud clatter, revealing a treasure trove of actual tools that could easily double as highly effective escape gear. This blonde girl pulls out a heavy tool, momentarily mistaking its bulky shape for a firearm, only to realize it is just a standard electric drill, much to her intense disappointment, wishing she had a real weapon so she could finally take out her sworn enemy. She digs deeper, tossing aside heavy rebar, lumber, and cement while questioning the Bureau's bizarre construction curriculum, until she lifts a final sheet of plywood and spots something highly unusual hidden underneath, revealing a sleek, heavy black case marked with an ominous warning about hazardous chemical materials. Her eyes widen in pure shock as she processes this bizarre box-inside-a-box delivery, quickly unlatching the heavy container to see what kind of dangerous cargo they have been sent, wondering if the administration has completely lost their minds by shipping such volatile gear to inmates. As she stares at rows of highly explosive oxidizers, nitric acid, and concentrated hydrogen peroxide, she stares at the highly volatile organic solvents and metal powders packed inside, wondering why on earth the prison administration would supply inmates with bomb-making materials. But luckily for them, the blonde girl happens to be a former chemistry major. Meanwhile, the guys finish sealing up their own massive wooden crate with a loud clack, standing around the mysterious delivery that headquarters dropped at random locations across the facility. Legos eagerly pries open the lid, his glasses reflecting his intense curiosity about the contents, only to find basic daily supplies, mass-produced goods, and absolutely zero sweet potatoes. prompting Heron to pull out a massive pile of casual black clothes from the bottom, which instantly makes our boy realize where all the casual outfits in the prison came from, while the scarred doctor inspects a hammer, connecting the dots about their bizarre building materials. Legos realizes the makeshift towers in Fog Land are built entirely from these smuggled construction materials, meaning the administration is not just ignoring the inmates' expanding kingdom, they are actively encouraging it, while these random supply drops serve as the perfect bait to fuel endless bloody competition, leaving our boy to wonder what kind of sick game the higher-ups are actually playing. Suddenly, Heron holds up a mysterious jar, asking the resident intellectual what it is used for, revealing a highly flammable container of aluminum powder that definitely does not belong in a standard prison. Surrounded by a terrifying stash of toxic chemical ingredients packed tightly inside the crate, prompting the duo to seriously question what the inmates are supposed to build with bomb-making supplies. Meanwhile, a nearby lunatic aggressively tears through the gear, screaming about his missing sweet potatoes, forcing Legos to stare in absolute silence at the sheer, unadulterated chaos surrounding him. Heron points out that diluted hydrogen peroxide and ethanol are actually perfect medical supplies, while the nearby lunatic excitedly pulls out a brown paper bag, claiming he finally found a sweet potato, only to freeze in absolute soul-crushing disappointment as he stares down at the label, realizing the bag is actually filled with sweet potato seeds instead of the delicious, ready-to-eat snack, prompting him to immediately dump the entire contents of the bag onto the floor in a silent tantrum, leaving a massive pile of tiny, useless seeds scattered across the dusty wooden floorboards. This freckled lunatic glares at the duo, deeply offended that they would even try to pass these off as real food, but Legos quickly tries to placate him, hilariously claiming they are just baby sweet potatoes that need time to grow, before turning back to their hall, declaring this unexpected jackpot of supplies is exactly what they needed. As our boy triumphantly holds up a fresh bottle of shampoo like he just won the lottery, Heron proudly holds up a fresh tube of toothpaste and a brand new toothbrush, looming over their dirty young ally with a terrifyingly intense desire for basic hygiene, leaving the clueless kid staring back at them in absolute soul-crushing confusion, before a sudden blast of freezing water hits him straight in the face. This action quickly shifts over to the prison's incredibly sketchy communal shower room, where a massive pile of filthy inmate uniforms has been tossed aside, while Heron aggressively hoses down their reluctant ally to force a much-needed bath, bluntly pointing out that the kid currently smells like a completely unwashed dog, with Legos chiming in that their young boss has not touched water since arriving, prompting the drenched kid to glare back and ask why he even should. Legos glares down coldly, stating that basic hygiene is a fundamental requirement of being human, as he launches into a full medical lecture on how proper sanitation directly dictates survival rates, while Heron aggressively squeezes toothpaste onto a brush, calling their young ally a walking pile of bacteria. This drenched kid merely glares back, flatly insisting that his teeth are actually in perfect condition, which completely triggers the germophobic doctor, who starts wildly thrashing around in pure unadulterated horror, prompting Legos to scream in absolute disgust about the kid's complete lack of toilet paper, forcing our boy to frantically clarify that he definitely used an alternative hygiene method, while their young white-haired ally watches the chaotic duo with a look of pure silent judgment, wondering if these two older inmates have completely lost their minds in this dump. As the crazed doctor continues his relentless, water-spraying crusade over basic bathroom etiquette, this young boss suddenly loses his footing on the wet floor, spinning wildly through the air, only for our boy to slide a bar of soap right under his landing point, which the kid steps on perfectly, sending him sliding out of control and crashing onto the hard tile floor with a spectacular, bone-rattling thud, prompting Heron to grin wickedly as he confirms their trap worked flawlessly, while their drenched young ally grits his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage. Pushing himself up, the kid demands to know why they are suddenly attacking him, but Legos immediately counters by throwing a massive basin of soapy water, blinding the young boss completely as thick white suds cover his face, leaving our boy to triumphantly declare that they have finally blinded their target. This kid's eye snaps open through the thick layer of burning soap suds, as Heron lunges forward with a sponge, ready to scrub him raw, unleashing a torrential downpour of freezing water that echoes throughout the entire room, sending the rest of the cowering inmates screaming in pure unadulterated terror. Amidst the freezing chaos, a shivering inmate clutches her head in absolute despair, until a comforting hand gently clasps hers to offer some silent, desperate warmth, leaving the two traumatized kids huddling together like abandoned puppies on the wet floor. Outside, ominous black crows circle above the dilapidated facility as night fully falls. Meanwhile, our boy packs up their newly acquired toiletries and fresh prison uniforms, capping off their chaotic spa day by offering a sweet carton of banana milk. Standing tall in his fresh blue tracksuit, the newly scrubbed young boss looks absolutely sparkling, while his exhausted captors collapse from the sheer physical effort of bathing one stubborn teenager, leaving Legos to wonder if their young ally has some deep-seated psychological fear of water. But luckily, a single carton of sweet banana milk is enough to keep him from murdering them, prompting our boy to smugly ask if it actually feels nice to finally be clean, especially since he now has a fresh outfit, a tasty snack, and a much-needed scent upgrade, as the duo starts teasing him about looking like a popular, handsome high school delinquent. imagining a wild backstory of him riding motorcycles and covered in tattoos in the outside world, while Legos dramatically sniffs his own sleeve, inhaling the glorious, nostalgic scent of clean laundry, completely unaware of the glowing blue eyes watching their every move from the pitch-black shadows. Heron warns that wearing normal clothes makes their trio stand out way too much, but our boy just smiles, confident that nobody in this dump would dare pick a fight. Especially with a terrifyingly scarred powerhouse like Dr. Heron watching their backs, and the savage young barbarian, Mr. 182, finally feeling a strange sense of peace, knowing their newly reunited teacher crew is officially the strongest team in the entire facility. That is, until our boy notices a glowing-eyed crow casually hitching a ride on his shoulder, sending him leaping backward in pure panic while the bird flaps its wings, prompting the young boss to dryly tell his screaming leader to keep it down, as the white-haired kid aggressively waves his arms to shoo the creepy bird away, only for Heron to suddenly start scratching his neck, wondering why he is already itching. Our boy freezes in shock as a sudden voice calls out to him, with the young boss pointing directly behind them to signal an incoming threat, forcing Legos to slowly turn around with a look of pure dread. His eyes widening behind his glasses as the shadows begin to move, revealing a massive feathered monster with glowing blue eyes looming directly over him, while a swarm of black crows flutters wildly around the terrifying beast, as the creature praises its pet bird for successfully tracking down their location, taking a heavy bone-shattering step forward that shakes the entire corridor, leaving the trio completely trapped under the massive shadow of this terrifying giant, who gleefully declares that their little scavenger hunt has officially come to an end. Our boy instantly recognizes the terrifying beast, his eyes widening in pure unadulterated shock, remembering this exact monster as one of the brutal shoulders from his chaotic classroom days, frantically explaining to Heron that this hairy freak is responsible for the classroom riot. But the scarred doctor just casually twirls his surgical scissors with absolute confidence, which suddenly reminds our boy that he has a literal powerhouse on his side. As Heron steps forward, telling the overgrown hairball to scram while he is still being nice, this massive beast merely tilts its head, asking if they are friends of the teacher, while the glowing-eyed crow on its head squawks out a bizarre name in response, leaving our boy completely baffled while Heron sighs at the sheer annoyance of it all, until their white-haired ally suddenly dashes straight past them with a raised fist. This young boss slams a powerful punch directly into the feathered beast's face, only for his fist to sink harmlessly into the creature's thick, fluffy coat, prompting the giant to casually flick its massive hand in response, sending the white-haired kid flying backward with a single, effortless counterswing. Before he can recover, the beast's hairy hand wraps tightly around his arm, swinging him through the air like a completely helpless ragdoll, and tossing him down the corridor with a bone-shattering crash. As the kid tumbles across the floor, Heron dryly sighs at his reckless charge, telling him to use his brain instead of crying about a missed punch, before staring down at the stubborn teenager with an incredibly cold, unimpressed glare. Legos silently analyzes the beast's moving coat, wondering if its power comes from its follicles. But the dense, shadowy fur completely blocks any view of its actual body, prompting Heron to prepare his scissors, determined to give this overgrown beast a forced haircut, only for the white-haired kid to suddenly stomp right on the doctor's head, leaping back into the fray while pointing out that the giant has less hair on top, which only makes the massive, glowing-eyed monster grin with absolute terrifying delight, as its fur suddenly puffs up into a giant, impenetrable shield of pure fluff, leaving the young boss completely stunned by the sudden, overwhelming explosion of hair, before a massive shockwave blasts him backward, sending crates flying everywhere in the corridor, forcing Heron to scold the reckless kid for not realizing the supernatural fur requires surgical precision. This white-haired kid glares back, spitting that a mere doctor knows absolutely nothing about real fighting. But Heron just scoffs, reminding the brat that he literally got thrashed by this exact doctor, before launching a lightning-fast scissor slash that forces the massive beast to step back in surprise, leaving the white-haired kid to grumble that he only lost because he was in extreme pain, and within seconds the two allies are aggressively shoving each other instead of fighting the monster, while our boy stands in the shadows, completely questioning his life choices and their team name, staring blankly at the absolute circus unfolding right in the middle of a life-or-death battle. Even the giant beast starts clapping in pure amusement as the duo continues their petty bickering, prompting our boy to sigh over Heron's complete inability to play nice with their young ally, especially since the kid's explosive temper seems to flare up whenever the doctor is around. Legos watches in utter disbelief as his two powerhouse allies completely neutralize each other's combat effectiveness, while the massive feathered beast happily claps its hands, thanking them for the free entertainment, before suddenly swelling up to twice its size, looming over the bickering duo with terrifying intent, as its glowing blue eyes flare with a savage, predatory hunger that promises absolute destruction. With a deafening roar, the monster unleashes a violent explosion of sharp, needle-like fur everywhere, leaving both Heron and the young boss choking on mouthfuls of disgusting, stray hair, which gives the giant beast the perfect opening to bounce high into the air, descending like a furry meteor straight toward our boy while screaming for its beloved teacher, forcing Legos to look up in pure horror as his glasses reflect the incoming doom. staring directly into the abyss of those glowing blue eyes rushing down to crush him. This giant beast crashes down with a massive, bone-shattering wham that shakes the entire corridor, only to instantly bounce back up like a giant, overgrown ball of pure fluff, flapping its massive limbs in the air while muffled grunts echo from its dense coat, before casually leaping right through the ceiling and disappearing into the dark night sky, leaving the young boss staring blankly at the hole, completely baffled by the sudden retreat, until a sudden, violent cough catches him off guard, his throat burning from the dust, prompting him to turn around and find Hearn struggling to breathe on the floor, as the scarred doctor collapses to his knees, clutching his chest in absolute agony, leaving our white-haired ally to watch in sheer horror as their strongest fighter goes down, wheezing violently as the toxic, needle-like fur apparently does some serious damage to his lungs. This white-haired kid suddenly whips his head around, sensing a massive shift in the air, as Hearn collapses face first onto the cold floor with a heavy, unconscious thud, leaving their young ally to realize they are now down their absolute strongest fighter, forcing him to abandon the doctor temporarily and sprint off to find their missing leader. High above the facility, the shattered skylights reveal a dark, ominous night sky, where the feathered giant suddenly drops down and slams our boy right onto his back, sending Legos sprawling across the dirt while rubbing his head in complete disoriented confusion, only to look up and find the massive, hairy monster cheerfully greeting him, prompting our boy to desperately recall that this beast actually laughed at his jokes before, leading him to put on a hilariously fake smile and politely ask what it wants. This giant monster insists that Legos must be able to create a thick, blinding fog, prompting our boy to realize that the creature thinks his name is actually Gonzalez, but the massive beast immediately shakes its head, rustling its thick, dark coat, as it gently holds up its glowing-eyed pet bird, clarifying that Gonzalez is the raven, leaving Legos to sweat nervously as he tries to process this bizarre misunderstanding. He flashes a highly cynical, exhausted grin, silently cursing his luck with these absolute lunatics, before calmly explaining to the giant that ravens are not actually smart enough to understand fog, raising a finger to lecture the beast on the limits of avian curiosity and intelligence, suggesting that they should figure out what the raven actually wants instead of chasing weather phenomena. As he slowly reaches his hand out toward the confused bird to explain its true instincts, Legos gently pats the glowing-eyed raven, trying to charm the bird with some pseudo-intellectual logic, only for the bird to suddenly talk back, demanding he cut the crap and start making fog, leaving our boy completely frozen as the creepy avian stares him down with glowing blue eyes, while he lies helpless on the cold floor, his glasses knocked off as reality completely shatters, prompting him to realize that if humans can have superpowers, animals probably can too, which would absolutely break the academic world if he ever managed to publish these insane findings. Then again, worrying about science papers is pretty stupid when people are literally flying through rooftops, so he slowly crawls through the pitch-black room, wondering if he should sing to guide his team, but he quickly dismisses the idea, realizing those two hotheads are probably tearing each other apart. Which is exactly what is happening as the bickering duo immediately abandons any plans of a rescue mission. Hearn aggressively grabs the white-haired kid's collar, furious at his complete lack of empathy, threatening to end the brat's life right here to give him eternal freedom. But the young boss just blows a raspberry, mocking the doctor's dramatic tears, prompting Legos to suddenly sit upright and scream at them to stop, realizing that expecting any actual teamwork from these absolute lunatics is completely hopeless. After all, their entire alliance was originally built on cheap sweet potato bribes, meaning the kid only tags along because of a tiny, lingering shred of conscience, which makes it incredibly easy to manipulate him with simple treats like banana milk, since a sweet drink is always enough to pacify his explosive temper, proving that even the deadliest weapon can find happiness in the smallest things. A sudden flashback takes us back to a time when alliances meant absolutely nothing, specifically 2 years ago when a desperate patient demanded the doctor construct a brand new arm, prompting Hearn to scoff that he cannot just manifest limbs out of thin air. But the masked patient points directly at the doctor's own stitched-up limb, asking for a perfectly normal human arm to replace his own ruined one, which only makes the mad doctor roll up his sleeve to reveal his own monstrous stitched-up flesh, leaving the patient to sweat nervously under the gaze of that terrifying, glowing blue eye, before Hearn aggressively grabs his head, promising to make the patient's arm look just as grotesque, as startled birds scatter from the roof of the grim brick facility. This crazed doctor violently tears into his patient, desperately searching for the secret to creating fog. This bleeding patient desperately begs for mercy while the mad doctor ruthlessly tears through his clothes, but Hearn only grins like a complete psychopath, demanding to know where the fog is hidden, ignoring the dying man's whimpers of pain as his fingers finally grasp a glowing blue core, leaving the poor victim to bleed out on the pavement while the doctor runs off laughing. As the abandoned patient lies dying in the cold dirt, his heartbeat begins to slow down, his vision fading to black as he takes what seems to be his final breath, until a sudden, violent surge of red energy erupts from his chest with a massive pulse, shifting back to the present where our white-haired ally walks down a quiet, neon-lit alleyway. Suddenly, the kid stops dead in his tracks, whispering for his teacher as his chest tightens, sensing a terrifying presence nearby as his heart beats violently against his ribs. This white-haired kid's heart pounds violently against his ribs as a strange sensation washes over him, prompting him to curse the unconscious doctor for still living rent-free inside his head. But back in the dim corridor, a desperate rescue operation is already underway. Panic sets in as heavy hands aggressively pump down on the fallen doctor's chest, while the green-haired subordinate screams that Heron's heart is beating but he still is not breathing, demanding to know how their absolute strongest fighter ended up in this pathetic state, leaving the blonde rescuer to sweat bullets while the white-haired kid watches silently from the corner, as the frantic subordinate shrieks that their deadly ally is literally on the verge of death, forcing the young boss to stare blankly into space as the grim reality finally sinks in, completely paralyzing him with shock while the others desperately try to keep the doctor alive. This green-haired subordinate asks if the dying doctor was not actually the kid's friend, demanding he just admit that he honestly wants to save their fallen ally. But the young boss can only stare blankly, whispering that he does not even know, sending the exhausted rescuers into a complete panic over his frustratingly vague answers, while the kid quietly mutters that he only wanted to do one thing, flashing back to the time Heron carefully stitched together a custom orange jumpsuit. Remembering how his own bandaged hand gently traced that freshly sewn label, sitting alone in his hospital room while quietly admiring the doctor's unexpected kindness. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a terrifying blue light as he commands them to shut up, leaving the startled subordinates completely frozen in fear under his monstrous, murderous glare. This terrified subordinate sweat profusely, completely baffled by their young boss's sudden, murderous outburst. Looking down at the dying doctor, Wilson realizes there is only one highly cursed option left. He bites his thumb in sheer reluctance, preparing himself for the ultimate sacrifice of his own dignity. Prying the unconscious man's mouth open, the blonde rescuer laments his tragic lack of a romantic future. While his green-haired partner watches in absolute horror, Wilson tries to rationalize this deeply traumatizing moment, before locking lips to deliver life-saving oxygen, triggering a bizarre, sparkling fantasy of a wedding ring, complete with a beautiful ceremony where he happily walks down the aisle in a gorgeous white dress. This beautiful dream instantly shatters as Heron violently wakes up and kicks Wilson straight in the face, sending the poor rescuer flying backward while the doctor violently coughs up the remaining toxic fur, leaving their green-haired ally screaming in disbelief that this absolute monster actually survived the ordeal. Heron slowly opens his eyes, completely disoriented as Wilson frantically orders him to stay down. This blonde rescuer explains that the doctor's heart had actually stopped for 5 whole minutes, leaving Heron to sit up in confusion as the group gathers around their resurrected ally. But his relief instantly vanishes when he remembers their missing leader is still in grave danger. Hearing that the white-haired kid abandoned the chase to save him makes Heron visibly snap, as he covers his face in frustration, cursing his ally's completely pointless display of empathy, sending the young boss into a silent shock while the subordinates bicker over rescue credit, until the kid suddenly cuts through the noise, claiming he can still hear their leader's heartbeat, prompting Heron to groan in annoyance at the realization that he now owes another massive debt. Silently staring at his hands as he prepares to drag his broken body back into action, this young boss glares with absolute malice, asking the doctor if he wants to be killed again, which finally forces a quiet, incredibly reluctant thank you out of the stubborn doctor, prompting the kid's glowing blue eyes to widen as he realizes Heron actually understands loyalty. But the green-haired subordinate frantically tries to interrupt and reveal who actually performed the CPR, only for the doctor to cut him off, wishing extreme suffering upon the kid next time. Undeterred, the white-haired kid solemnly vows to save their missing leader no matter what. Suddenly, Heron turns his terrifying gaze back onto his trembling subordinates to ask a question, calmly demanding to know if they have ever heard of an entity called Furry Shoulder, leaving the bumbling duo completely bewildered by this incredibly bizarre and specific description, until Wilson finally realizes the doctor is actually trying to refer to their legendary leader, Fuzzaback. Heron narrows his eyes, demanding the trembling blonde rescuer spill every single detail about this mysterious legend. Wilson sweats profusely, completely shocked that the crazy doctor actually crossed paths with the mythical Fuzzaback, prompting the green-haired subordinate to gasp, wondering if the beast beat the doctor to a pulp, which instantly earns him a brutal chop to the neck, sending him flying across the room. This blonde rescuer quickly gets back to business, admitting that while Heron defeated the Bone Eater, facing Fuzzaback is a completely different story, leaving the white-haired kid to listen in grim silence. Because this legendary monster does not just rule the East, he carries its entire reputation on his shoulders, wandering through every district like a living, breathing natural disaster that leaves only ruin in his wake, starting with his monstrous, writhing hair that moves with a terrifying, supernatural mind of its own, allowing him to slaughter entire crowds of enemies without ever having to lift a single finger. Wilson suddenly connects the dots, shouting that their legendary target's secret weapon is actually just a severe allergic reaction, which Heron calmly confirms, explaining that a hyperactive immune system is the real culprit behind the deadly attack, leaving the subordinates completely dumbfounded that a legendary boss-level threat is basically just a walking, breathing pollen season, prompting the duo to wonder if this monster actually possesses 2 entirely separate, high-ranking superpowers. But the analytical doctor dismisses this, explaining that controlling hair is just a basic form of muscle enhancement, While he ponders how dandruff, dead skin, or saliva could possibly trigger such a lethal biological response. As he carefully examines a stray strand of hair, a sudden sneeze cuts through his deep scientific monologue, forcing Heron to turn around and ask the white-haired kid if he did not accidentally swallow some of it, only for the kid to casually admit he ate about 300 strands without a single care. Baffled, the doctor holds up the hair, wondering how the kid is not experiencing any itching at all. Heron realizes David's bizarre immune system makes him completely immune to the deadly allergen attacks, making him the ultimate secret weapon and the only one capable of taking down Fuzzaback, prompting the doctor to ask David directly if they are actually going to rescue their leader. This kid lazily admits he has no clue, which surprisingly turns out to be the perfect answer. Because Heron finally respects him enough to propose a real, adult partnership for this fight, treating him as an equal peer rather than just a tool for his crazy experiments. Turning his attention back to the green-haired subordinate, the doctor casually calls out to Tennis Head, demanding to know if the weapon they brought back is still in working condition, which apparently consists of a sad pile of useless metal scraps scattered across the floor, leaving their captured enemy wrapped up like a human burrito to stare at them in utter disbelief. Looking down at the scattered birdseed, the captured enemy scoffs at the pathetic offering, laughing hysterically as he asks if they seriously think he is some kind of chicken. But the dark-haired captive quickly changes his tune, offering to have a civilized chat, while the glowing-eyed crow simply tilts its head, pretending to be completely clueless, prompting the furious captive to suddenly break free and violently lunge at the bird, pinning the crow down with a psychotic grin as he boasts about escaping his restraints, mocking the bird for trying to blind him by tying a leash to his glasses, laughing hysterically at the creature's low intelligence since his glasses were just for style, before his eyes flare with malice as he demands the crow open the door, only for the door to slide open, revealing a massive, terrifying monster ready to eat. This dark-haired captive happily cradles the glowing-eyed crow, praising the bird like a beloved pet, while the massive, hairy monster laughs heartily, thrilled to see the two getting along so quickly. A warm fire crackles inside a rusty metal barrel, casting a cozy glow over the dark alleyway, prompting the captive to praise his massive captor for his impressive fire-starting skills, which the hairy giant humbly brushes off, promising to teach him the trick later, leaving the dark-haired captive to dig into a can of food, pleasantly surprised by the taste, before he politely speaks up, asking the giant monster what his actual name is, only for the beast to explain that everyone simply calls him Hairback because of his appearance. But after a brief, thoughtful pause, the giant reveals his real name is actually Nicholas, prompting the captive to smile warmly, asking if he can call him Nico from now on. Nico is deeply touched by the gesture, admitting that nobody has ever used his real name before. Since his giant captor seems surprisingly gentle, the captive immediately starts plotting to extract classified information. He decides it is much safer to handle this escape himself rather than relying on his useless allies, so he casually asks if the glowing-eyed crow also obtained a special talent from the fog, which completely blows Nico's mind, prompting the giant to praise his captive's incredible teacher-level intellect. This allows the smug captive to deduce that the bird's high intelligence lets him mimic human speech, until Nico casually drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the crow actually cannot speak a single word, leaving the giant to wonder if crows are even supposed to talk in the first place. A sudden wave of sheer confusion washes over the captive as he tries to process the contradiction, because the glowing-eyed bird suddenly commands him to stop talking nonsense and start making fog. This captive asks how they even communicate if the bird cannot actually speak, but Nico explains he just watches the bird's actions to understand his desires, proving that this giant beast is completely subservient to a tiny, glowing-eyed bird, leaving the captive to seriously question his own sanity in this bizarre situation, until Nico points out that Gonzalez is actually the king of all crows, sending a jolt of pure shock straight through the stunned captive's mind, as he stares at a massive, towering mountain of stolen military supply boxes, wondering just how many birds it actually took to lift such heavy cargo. Nico then cheerfully offers to introduce him to the rest of the flock, leading him toward the dark, foggy warehouses where the feathered monsters wait. Nico hands over a small pouch, letting a colorful mix of seeds spill into the captive's open palms. This giant monster casually instructs his new friend to scatter the mysterious beans all over the floor. Obediently bending down, the dark-haired captive tosses the handful of birdseed across the cold concrete. Suddenly, a massive black crow with glowing blue eyes aggressively flaps its wings right above him. Startled by the sudden gust of wind, the captive looks up to find himself completely surrounded. Dozens of feathered beasts descend from the rafters, swarming the floor to feast on the scattered treats. He watches in utter bewilderment as the glowing-eyed birds aggressively peck at the tiny seeds, wondering if these supposedly legendary monsters are actually just highly aggressive, ordinary street birds. Urging his confused teacher to keep moving, the giant beast quickly follows the departing flock, leaving the captive with no choice but to follow the glowing-eyed swarm deeper into the dark facility. Nico excitedly leads the dark-haired captive into the warehouse, announcing they have finally reached the children. But the captive's eyes widen in sheer horror as the falling seeds reveal a much darker reality. Because those tiny treats are not just falling onto the cold concrete floor for ordinary birds. As a massive, filthy hand reaches down to pick up a single stray bean, shoving the tiny seed directly into a gaping, drooling mouth with terrifying hunger. Turns out, the children are actually a horde of feral, hairy humans living like absolute beasts, leaving the captive completely paralyzed as he realizes the silent crow is somehow commanding them. Until Nico casually explains that Gonzalez passes his silent orders down through a chain of birds, forcing the horrified captive to realize these feral people are literally just slaves to a flock of crows, staring in absolute disbelief at a reality that has completely shattered his sanity. This dark-haired captive stares in disbelief as Nico admits he actually finds the feral humans disgusting, realizing the real threat in this warehouse is not the giant, hairy man at all, but rather the glowing-eyed crow perched quietly on his shoulder, pulling all the strings. He breaks out in a cold sweat, cursing his luck for completely misjudging the situation, as the terrifying realization sinks in that this bird is the true mastermind of the operation. Suddenly, the crow glares directly at him with an intense, predatory focus, before letting out a sharp cry that echoes through the rafters, summoning the entire flock. This feathered beasts aggressively peck at the feral humans, forcing them to move on command, leaving the captive to watch in horror as the brainwashed horde prepares to raid a nearby village, while the crow turns its icy gaze back to him, asking if he witnessed their power. This captive refuses to believe the crow is actually speaking to him directly, realizing that he is not hearing actual words but rather receiving raw thoughts, which beam directly into his brain with a terrifying, crystal-clear precision, stripping away his mental defenses to expose his deepest, rawest emotions to the beast, mirroring the exact same terrifying hallucinations he experienced during his previous mental breakdowns. Meanwhile, back at the base, two low-level thugs are busy arguing over a lost weapon, when a panicked guard suddenly bursts in to ask about their missing leaders, only to get immediately roasted for still hanging around a doomed territory. This blonde thug sighs, warning them that arguing over property lines is completely useless now, because the legendary Fuzzaback has officially arrived to wipe this entire village off the map. Hearing the name Fuzzaback sends a jolt of pure terror straight through the bald villager's soul, leaving him completely frozen in place as he tries to process the impending doom. But he quickly shrugs it off, claiming they have absolutely nothing left to lose anyway, prompting the white-shirted thug to mock him for acting tough and throwing his life away, only for the villager to tearfully ask how living in this hellhole is different from death, which the smug thugs immediately laugh off, calling him a pathetic weakling for complaining, until the bald man points out that they took all their blankets and firewood, leaving the villagers with absolutely zero chance of surviving the freezing winter ahead, striking a sudden chord of guilt that leaves the two thugs completely speechless, before a sudden commotion outside forces them to realize things are about to get way worse. Panicked thugs scramble to pack their bags, screaming that they need to evacuate Steel Alley immediately, as the grim realization sets in that the legendary Fuzzaback has officially arrived to slaughter them. Feral, hairy beasts immediately descend upon the camp, tearing through the screaming guards with absolute brutality, leaving the desperate survivors to watch their stolen loot get trampled during the chaotic, bloody onslaught. Meanwhile, David and Heron casually stroll through the dark alleys, hearing the distant screams of the dying. But the stitch-faced doctor suddenly stops, admitting his severe allergies prevent him from fighting the beast directly. So he hands our boy a medical syringe, calling it epinephrine and telling him to keep it safe, instructing David to inject him immediately if his body collapses from a sudden severe allergic reaction, before quietly asking the white-haired kid if he can still hear the target's distant heartbeat, prompting David to cover his ears as the overwhelming noise forces him to focus on that single sound. David complains that the chaotic noise is far too loud for him to hear anything, as a deafening wave of overlapping screams and explosions completely overwhelms his sensitive ears. But Heron suddenly grabs the kid's head, slamming his hands over David's ears, commanding our boy to focus through the pain instead of letting the chaos win, instructing him to systematically shut out every single background noise until he finds the target, which is much easier said than done when the entire neighborhood is currently screaming. Yet David slowly closes his eyes, taking a deep breath to block out the madness, letting the shattering sounds of the battle fade into the background of his mind, until a single rhythmic thumping sound begins to echo through the deep darkness, allowing him to finally lock onto the target's heartbeat with absolute laser-focused precision. David plunges deep into his own mind, filtering out the chaotic noise of the battle, until his mental footsteps finally land on a solid, quiet path through the darkness, where a massive, rhythmic heartbeat begins to pulse with a terrifyingly loud intensity, forcing our boy to lock onto the target's exact location amidst the chaos, as he carefully traces the sound through the dark corridors of his mind, stepping past the mental noise to find the one signal that actually matters, his eyes widening as the rhythmic thumping guides him closer to his goal, until a single blinding light pierces through the pitch-black void of his consciousness. Opening his eyes, David confidently announces that he has finally located the missing teacher, prompting a bloody, grinning Heron to ask if he can maintain that focus until they arrive. David points out that these feral beasts are the ones making all the racket. This brainwashed horde mutters nonsense, eyeing the intruders like they are shiny new toys. Or perhaps they're just craving a fresh, bloody bite of human meat. But our boy confidently assures the doctor that he can still track the target's heartbeat, prompting Hearn to ask for the location while casually slicing through a beast's throat. David easily dodges a wild swing, confirming the target has not moved an inch, as the doctor brutally plows forward, deciding to clear the path the hard way, while our boy grabs another attacker by the face with bone-crushing force, slamming the beast into the concrete to keep their bloody momentum going, turning the entire alley into a chaotic, red-splattered meat grinder as they push forward. He begins to recall Plato's ancient philosophy about the true, unchanging form of reality, rubbing his tired eyes as he struggles to make sense of his shattered perception, staring directly at the glowing-eyed crow perched quietly on the dark ledge above him, realizing that this bizarre mental projection might actually be the true form of existence, because trying to comprehend this madness only makes the swirling colors more chaotic, forcing him to finally accept that he is staring directly into reality itself, as his glowing blue eye locks onto the terrifying truth of the fog's power. Sitting amidst the ruins, he wonders how a mere human brain can control such power. Looking up at a towering, swirling nightmare of pure, unadulterated greed and malice, and desperately trying to comprehend the terrifying secret hidden deep within its core, this psychic entity demands to see the dark-haired captive's deepest, most hidden secrets, mocking him for harboring such grotesque, twisted desires inside his fragile human mind, while the glowing-eyed crow looms in the center of his shattered mental landscape. Suddenly, the sharp claws of the beast snap him back to the physical world, breaking the terrifying mind meld and leaving our captive gasping for air in sheer panic. As a single black feather drifts slowly through the dark, dusty warehouse air, he looks up in utter confusion, realizing the mental assault has finally stopped. Looking down in utter confusion, the young teacher notices the crow suddenly losing consciousness. He gently pokes the bird, confirming its heart is still beating despite the sudden blackout. But a massive, hairy beast suddenly looms in the doorway, asking what he is doing. This giant monster steps inside, completely cutting off any potential escape route for our captive, staring anxiously at the unconscious crow while asking if his feathered boss is actually sick, prompting the sweating teacher to quickly lie that the bird is just exhausted from a long day. Before the beast can question him further, our captive pivots to ask if they are truly friends, planting a seed of doubt by suggesting the bird is merely using him as a tool, though the monster insists they are close despite the obvious red flags of a slave army, until a massive hairy hand suddenly clamps down on his shoulder to silence him. This giant beast insists the feral humans chose this path entirely on their own, but the teacher fires back, demanding to know why an innocent bird needs so much fog, exposing the truth that this feathered mastermind is actually a power-hungry demon seeking to rule humanity. Yet the massive creature remains completely unfazed, muttering that none of that actually matters, declaring his absolute loyalty to do whatever Gonzalez wants, even if he is being used. This sheer devotion leaves the captive utterly baffled, wondering why anyone would go to such extremes, prompting the beast to reveal that the crow gave him a genuine reason to live, launching into a tragic flashback where everyone treated him like a disgusting, disease-ridden monster, showing angry thugs kicking him out of a local diner for ruining their appetite, leaving poor Nico starving in the cold rain, completely abandoned by a cruel and heartless world. Suddenly, a group of hostile thugs in orange jumpsuits marches right up to him, led by a creepy clown-faced boss who mocks Nico for returning to their territory, warning the starving beast that he is strictly forbidden from begging near their restaurant, before mockingly ordering his lackeys to bring out a giant pot of warm soup, claiming that nothing beats a hot meal when you are freezing and starving, only to instantly drop the friendly act and call him a filthy sewer monster, as the cruel thugs dump the scalding hot liquid directly onto Nico's head, sending him into a state of absolute agony as the boiling broth burns his flesh, while the sadistic gang laughs hysterically at his agonizing, steam-covered suffering, leaving him scarred, broken, and utterly abandoned in the freezing cold. Shivering in the freezing rain, Nico collapses onto the concrete, covered in scalding soup in absolute despair. He stares blankly at a tiny piece of carrot stuck to his hand, muttering about his pathetic meal. But a pair of dark bird feet suddenly lands right in front of his trembling, food-stained hand, prompting the miserable giant to look up, his tear-filled eyes widening in complete and utter confusion. Realizing this is the exact same crow that always steals his meager scraps of discarded food, and instead of getting angry, he offers the bird his last bite, which it gladly snatches away, bringing a weak, tearful smile to Nico's face as he realizes they are both just trying to survive, prompting him to ask the silent bird if it will at least eat his corpse when he finally dies. But the crow surprisingly refuses, leaving the dying giant to apologize for his terrible, rotting smell, as a massive flock of dark birds suddenly descends to keep him warm in his final moments. As the morning sun slowly rises over the dilapidated shacks of the slums, Nico wakes up on the cold concrete, utterly shocked to find himself still breathing, looking around in confusion as he wonders if his feathered friend saved his life, when suddenly the tiny black bird peeks its head out from his thick, matted fur, prompting the gentle giant to cradle the creature, thanking it for staying by his side. But the cruel reality of winter soon catches up to them outside the local diner, where the clown-faced thug and his gang corner him like a pack of wild dogs, mocking his bizarre, bug-like coat while wondering how a sewer monster could possibly survive. until the sadistic leader demands a blade from one of his orange-clad lackeys, aiming to brutally shave the poor beast down to his bare, bleeding skin. Nico refuses to let them hurt his friend, standing firm against the thugs, while the orange-clad gang stares in absolute shock at the giant's sudden defiance, his glowing blue eyes burning with a terrifying, protective rage from beneath his fur, warning the sadistic clown-faced boss that his gang has officially crossed the ultimate line. With a single devastating swipe, Nico completely tears through the gang leader in a bloody explosion, cementing his terrifying transformation into a loyal, monstrous protector who will stop at nothing. Back in the present, the giant looks down at the captive teacher, explaining his unwavering loyalty, declaring that he will stand by Gonzalez no matter how evil the crow truly is, before leaning in close to demand that the sweating teacher immediately start producing the fog. Delivering a chilling, silent threat with his glowing eyes if he dares to refuse, Nico glares down with his glowing blue eye, warning the teacher that nobody gets a free pass, when suddenly a panicked underling bursts through the doorway screaming for his fuzzy-backed boss, frantically warning him that two absolute maniacs have just breached their perimeter, explaining that these terrifying intruders are specifically hunting for the missing teacher. Leaving our bloody duo of David and Hearn to casually stroll through the chaos, as the captive teacher realizes with absolute relief that his rescuers have finally arrived, letting out a tearful, ecstatic laugh because he always knew they would not abandon him. But the massive, hairy giant immediately looms over him like a dark, suffocating shadow, his protective instincts flaring up as he declares the captive belongs strictly to Gonzalez, prompting the panicked teacher to desperately beg the raging beast to calm down before blood spills. Nico orders his underling to lock the teacher up securely before he heads out, promising to return as soon as he deals with the incoming intruders, leaving the helpless teacher to scream his name in vain as the heavy door slams shut. Outside, David and Hearn continue their relentless march, easily swatting away the endless waves of crows. Though the doctor admits he is getting tired of this repetitive bird-bashing routine, turning to ask our boy if they have finally reached the correct warehouse, only for David to cut him off, his glowing blue eye locking onto the horizon, which instantly puts the battle-hardened doctor on high alert as he senses a massive threat, as a towering, shadow-covered beast with glowing blue eyes slowly emerges from the thick fog. Confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that they have officially found the right place, Hearn immediately greets the towering beast with a rather blunt, highly offensive nickname. Looking down at them, the giant beast asks if they are here for the teacher, while the scarred doctor casually remarks on how many feathered friends their opponent has, holding up a limp, unconscious crow to show they did not come empty-handed, before tossing the bird onto the dirty concrete floor like a piece of trash. This disrespectful gesture instantly triggers the giant, his single blue eye burning with rage, as Hearn raises a bloody finger to demand they return their kidnapped friend. Sensing their resolve, the massive beast begins to channel a dark, swirling aura, preparing to unleash his full power to prove whose loyalty runs deeper, prompting the bloody duo to quickly exchange a knowing look about their backup plan. Without wasting another second, David charges straight toward the towering, aura-covered beast, yelling for Hearn to buy him some time while he makes his move, prompting the scarred doctor to raise his massive gun, aiming to find that elusive crow. Meanwhile, the chaotic battle outside continues to rage as feral humans tear through the orange-clad thugs, leaving the terrified gang members screaming in absolute panic as their defense completely crumbles, prompting the survivors to scramble backward, realizing their entire operation is officially finished. Inside the base, panicked thugs desperately pack up their gear to flee the area immediately, as one sweaty underling screams that the brainwashed believers outside have gone completely berserk, only for their stern-faced comrade to stare back in tense, heavy silence, calmly declaring that he is staying put, ordering the rest of the crew to save themselves. This bald thug stubbornly refuses to leave, claiming he built this container with his own hands. Hearing this, his loyal comrades immediately drop their bags and decide to stay by his side, leaving the stubborn leader completely speechless as they vow to face death together. They share a bittersweet smile, relieved that their final moments will not be spent in cold isolation, before locking each other in a tearful, dramatic group hug amidst the crumbling base. Watching this bizarre display of affection, the blonde thug decides it is time to get moving, as they quickly turn on their heels and sprint away from the emotional madness, desperate to escape before the raging battle outside completely swallows them whole, sweating profusely as they realize their entire operation has officially gone down the drain. Meanwhile, a bizarre recruitment poster for a rival gang leaves them questioning their life choices. A flashback reveals a nervous inmate approaching a blonde thug sitting on a concrete barrier, asking if their gang has any room for a guy who prefers using his brain, which prompts the blonde recruiter to casually ask what kind of special talent he possesses. Sweating under the pressure, the smug recruit admits he only recently discovered his own gift, proudly declaring to the high-tier gunsmith that his ultimate superpower is having perfect pitch. This underwhelming revelation is met with a completely blank, deadpan stare of pure disappointment, but the blonde thug suddenly lights up, genuinely thrilled by this incredibly useless skill, especially since his own supernatural ability allows him to literally forge firearms out of thin air. As the blonde gunsmith easily pieces together a metal pipe in their dingy prison cell, he playfully taps the iron tube, eagerly asking his new musical friend to name the note. This long-haired recruit instantly nails the note as C-sharp, earning a highly impressed reaction from Max. Laying back on his cot, the recruit admits his musical talent has absolutely nothing to do with the fog. This confession completely stuns Max, who wonders how a rich kid with an expensive violin ended up locked away. While the recruit explains his tragic descent from juvenile hall to prison, Max keeps assembling his makeshift metal pipe. Turning the question back on his cellmate, the recruit asks how the blonde gunsmith landed in this dump. Max stares at the ceiling, recalling his past as an orphan who survived by selling drugs and building illegal firearms. Hearing this, the long-haired inmate gasps in pure shock as he realizes Max is also a self-made genius. But the blonde gunsmith just laughs it off, proudly claiming that raw guts are what truly make a leader. Sitting up, the recruit agrees that it does not matter where their skills came from as long as they work. Before his expression suddenly darkens, preparing to make a heavy request in case he ever becomes a burden, Max flashes a confident grin, asking his new cellmate to just give him the honest truth, which leaves the long-haired recruit completely baffled by the sudden shift in conversation. But their sentimental prison bonding session is quickly cut short by the harsh, dusty present. As Wilson frantically points out a massive mistake that could easily compromise their entire location, sending a wave of pure panic through his comrade who realizes the gravity of their blunder, prompting a desperate argument about whether they should stay and defend their insane leader's territory. Since losing this base means they will officially have absolutely nowhere left to call home, they stand in tense silence, realizing their loyalty might just be a one-way ticket to the grave. Suddenly, a feral monster crashes down from the ceiling, catching Michael completely off guard, unleashing a brutal onslaught that leaves the remaining defenders screaming in absolute agony. A pair of hands desperately grips a broken wooden club, bracing for the impact. This bald thug screams at the hairy beast, pleading to stop the unnecessary violence. But the feral beast only sneers, asking if this is what Rachel truly wanted. Raising his heavy club to strike while a crow overhead hungrily calls for fresh meat, pushing the bald defender to scream in absolute desperation for the madness to end, only for a creepy, long-haired girl to suddenly appear over a fallen body, as a massive, multi-barreled gun is aimed straight at the startled intruders, with the blonde gunsmith coldly declaring himself as the ultimate cleanup crew, standing shoulder to shoulder with his partner as they prepare to defend their home turf. Leaving the bald thug completely speechless at this sudden, chaotic turn of events, Max aims his newly forged gun directly at the giant hairy beast, screaming in absolute defiance. This blonde gunsmith grits his teeth, desperately trying to pump up his terrified partner for the ultimate showdown, before unleashing a deafening battle cry and firing his weapon straight at the incoming threat. Meanwhile, Heron and the giant beast lock eyes as the chaotic battle reaches a fever pitch, only for a glowing blue crow to swiftly dodge a lethal shot in midair, leaving the scarred doctor grumbling about how incredibly difficult it is to shoot a flying target, as a massive swarm of glowing blue crows suddenly fills the sky above him, proving that the giant beast has a highly overprotective avian security detail at his disposal, completely swarming the doctor and cutting off any hope of a clean shot. Suddenly, the giant beast's glowing blue eye flares up, catching Heron completely off guard. This massive dark wave crashes directly into Heron, sending him flying back through the air. This doctor spits out a mouthful of blood, prompting David to look back in absolute shock. But our boy has no time to waste as the giant beast looms right behind him, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp hair tendrils that slice through the concrete like butter, forcing David to twist his body midair to narrowly dodge the lethal whipping strikes, sliding across the pavement as the towering monster prepares to crush him once and for all. Nico's single blue eye burns with pure malice, ready to obliterate anyone in his path. David frantically calls out to check on the doctor, refusing to back down from this nightmare. But Heron grunts that he already took his medicine, telling our boy to keep fighting, knowing his final dose was meant to keep him alive after this brutal war ends. Recalling a past warning that taking down a top-tier leader is never as easy as it looks, David suddenly calls out to the doctor, realizing something is seriously off about their giant opponent, as he notices the sheer, terrifying speed of the beast's hair tendrils shattering the concrete wall, realizing the monster has actually been holding back its true power this entire time. Dodging another flurry of lethal strikes that barely miss his blood-splattered coat, our boy locks his gaze onto the beast, his mind racing to find a single opening, deciding that taking a few hits is a small price to pay for a winning shot. So he lunges straight into the swirling mass of dark hair, completely ignoring the danger, catching the giant beast completely off guard with his suicidal, high-speed frontal assault, only to get snagged midair by the whipping tendrils, leaving him dangling right before his target. Dangling in midair, David gets brutally skewered by the whipping tendrils as blood splatters everywhere, yet he still manages to aim his blade directly at the monster's glowing blue eye, only for the beast to violently slam him down with a massive wave of hair, causing the entire metal ceiling structure to buckle under the sheer force of the impact. As the heavy iron beams snap like twigs and crash down into the dusty arena, burying the battlefield in a chaotic avalanche of concrete and twisted metal. Emerging from the dust, Heron frantically screams out for his partner in absolute panic, fearful that the massive pile of rubble has completely crushed our boy. But David slowly opens his eyes, coughing up blood while clutching his weapon in disbelief, realizing that the lethal attack somehow missed his vital organs by a mere hair. Nico grins with absolute malice, his single blue eye glowing brightly through the dark hair, as he towers over our dazed hero, ready to finish this brutal fight once and for all.